Just trying to hold on to a slight gain to kick things off here as we get going ahead of PPI data just coming across here. Core PPI actual 0.3, so in line with expectations. That was versus slight forecast downside on that, 0.2. So month over month actual 0.5 on core PPI there. The forecast again 0.3 to the upside. So a little bit of an uptick. Last month, again, for producer price index, the first of two key readings on inflation to come this week. We'll get the bigger one tomorrow, CPI for the month, last month, coming up tomorrow morning at 8:30 as well. Again, U.S. core PPI year over year actual 2.7% there. The forecast 2.3%. So again, a slight uptick once again, month over month, actual 0.3, forecast 0.2 for producer prices. Again, this is the prices producers pay to make the goods and services, obviously, that you and I spend our hard-earned money on. Overall, I mean, the market, as we said, kind of flat, choppy heading into this number. We are seeing a little bit of a downtick, still in positive territory, though, for both the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 as we get going on a pretty busy day. We'll get Fed meeting minutes coming up in the afternoon today as well, 2 p.m. We'll get the inside look at essentially everything we already know that came through from the last Fed meeting ahead of, again, CPI coming up tomorrow morning. A ton of individual movers this morning, a lot of little ones moving around here. We'll touch on some small caps coming up. It is Wednesday, October 11th, 2023. Tradertv.live starts now. There we go. There's an actual look at what we were telling you about there. PPI month over month for September again. Forecast 0.4 comes out 0.7 month over month. The core number 0.2 in line with expectations. Year over year here in line with expectations as well. 2.2% across the board. So a slight uptick on that month over month number for September. The big one down here, however, tomorrow morning, as we said, 4.3 was the prior there on core CPI coming up tomorrow, 4.1 expected. We'll see how that plays out. Overall, a bit of a downtick initially on that number. We're right back to the upside here to get going. So as we've seen throughout the week so far, the market just shrugging this off, it would appear.
Yeah, we'll see how it does the rest of the day. You know, producers typically have a way of passing on their expenses to the consumer. We see it in goods, we see it in food, we see it in a bunch of things, so we'll have to keep an eye and see how the market digests this. But interesting stuff today. We've got an IPO coming up. We've got a possible merger between Pioneer and ExxonMobil, so there'll be lots of stuff in the hopper today too, Brenda.
Yeah, overall the market, we did come in a little bit on some Middle East tension talk late in the day yesterday. Still positive day across the board. We're still hanging out within the top end of the range here to get going this morning. But yeah, I mean, not good. Not a good indication as far as inflation is concerned ahead of the big one tomorrow. Again, CPI coming up at 8:30. Hey, Neil's back with us this morning. Good morning, guys.
Yes, sir. And it's a Birkenstock kind of day. We were discussing whether or not everybody around here, like, you know, whether you have them or not, none of us do, but, you know, like wives and everything. Certainly interested. We'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously, the IPOs surprised us the last few. I think you get the same here. Kind of a decent price relative to ON. I think the valuation's almost exactly the same. It looks like the market's shrugging off this PPI pretty much the same way that it just goes right back to doing what it was doing the last couple of days, which is go up. The support that was put in, you know, after there was a pullback obviously yesterday at 1 o'clock, and that support is certainly looking like it's holding. It should be interesting because I came in, I was looking at some charts, not too many, over the last couple of days, and everything looked so strong. There's a couple of things into good resistance levels. I'm staring at you, Affirm. That's certainly one of them out there. And in big cap tech, I mean, Apple, that 180 level can be in play. And then whatever the heck this Tempest thing is, this is wild. Yeah, this one, it's on the watch list today and up 400% already. I saw this thing fail $1 and like it broke, it failed $1. It was at 80 cents. I'm like, yeah, that one's done. Let's go pay for some locates because that's going to fail the dollar level. And now it's going to be breaking out the high. So another one of these low float runners, you'll find it on the watch list. Probably your halt candidate today, I'm saying, is TPST. But a heck of a lot to look at here today. And the markets have been absolutely resilient. It's amazing how stocks just seem to go up.
Yeah, huge going up, and that's why we're long, and we're actually right now, I mean, this is flushing on the toilet. This is going to be a good trade right here already. 25 cents in the money, looking to take some more. There it is, looking to take some more out on the top side. I mean, this trade just played out the exact way you thought it would have. I mean, you know, when good news or bad news comes out, the market just shrugs everything off, as Brendan mentioned. So there it is. We BTFD right there. That's about as, I mean, I don't know. That seems to be a good trade right there. So we're going to hold on to that. I'm just making this sticky note right now. We're going to see what happens here into this morning. I think we're going to have to stick with longs. I was writing longs, obviously, even before this. Number comes out, hits it down into the downside. I mean, and how perfect is this? Goes right into yesterday's levels, and boom, goes a dynamite right back to the upside. Let's see if we take out this pre-market high now. I mean, we're already in this name. It's a good one. It's a long. And yeah, let's just get this party started here. I think we're right. Let's not go too short, but this is a good one. Theirs. Thank you for watching the recap show. And I see a good question there from Noah. I have the Benzinga news feed in my ear as well as Brendo. So that's what we're trading off of right now. But I mute the news feed when we're going back and forth here. This is just for like intraday stuff. If I'm going to be sitting here like at 12 o'clock or something like that, like to hear some of that stuff. But again, what an amazing show we had last night. Oh my God, with Brian Shannon. Make sure you go check that out at 4 o'clock. Last night he came on and gave some great ideas, talked all about day trading. And next week, Tuesday, it's a Q&A with Brian Shannon. So any questions that you may have for that guy, two-time award-winning author. I don't know if he actually won an award or not, but.
Oh, well, I'm sure he did. I mean, I'm sure he did.
Yeah, some kind of an award. Yeah, okay. Yeah, two-time award-winning author Brian Shannon from Anchored VWAP fame. So check him out every week, hopefully, on the Market Recap Show. But anyways, nice move up here today. And I just think it's the same story over and over again, right? We got a bad number on Friday, and the market's up 6%, 4.5%, 5% from there, depending on what market you're looking at. Oil trying to hang on as well. It's just crazy that all this is happening in the face of the Middle East. Like, it's absolutely insane, but this is the market. We do not stand in front of what appears to be a freight train one way right now.
What's crazy, so this is obviously, you know, what's going on is never going to be, it's not something you're going to be happy about, but I think obviously one thing to keep in mind, it has been a long time since the market has actually sold off on this kind of geopolitical stuff. Like maybe in moments, but in terms of actually causing like longer term, like multiple days to the downside, it's just not the way that things happen anymore. So you got to look at that. You keep your ear to the ground for some headlines because it matters. But at the end of the day, the overall trend usually unaffected generally by this. And I'm talking about the broad market, obviously individual names, like one that we're going to talk about today, which has got that deal done. ZOM, as Shreve likes to say.
Really panned out though. Yeah, we were just talking about the last time that we had that kind of volatility because of that, but it's been a while, definitely. Here's another one doing things this morning. Plug Power just took out $8 there on a huge volume spike, right back down right now, but nice look, 10% on top of maybe something new, or someone knew something yesterday. Huge move up yesterday. It looks like this $7 billion regional contract going to go to Plug Power from the U.S. government. So there was another deal that they announced this morning as well, but $7 billion is huge for Plug.
Yeah, not bad at all. And now they're projecting $6 billion in revenue by 2027 as a result of this new contract. You know that this company makes the electrolyzer engine. Essentially here, they're reporting their preferred supplier by the name of Fortescue is going to have a 550-watt megawatt plant proposed for the Gibson Island project. They're going to take up to 40% equity in that in Texas. So we'll see how this one pans out.
Yeah, this is a $4 billion market cap company. So $7 billion contract. That's a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, usually you always want to see like 7 billion. You always want to know like how many years is that over, that kind of thing. But it's still a big deal one way or the other. Plug, you said $8 is big. You've tested that once. You've broken through it. I'm actually looking at size on the offer, like 93, 94, 96. Just like a few thousand shares there, like 10, 15 on those levels. But the $8 level, if it can break that in the open market, that's a big one. When you come down to the daily chart, that's going to be the story. And then once you're through there, the 50 period's kind of like psychological, but $9, clear level at $9. Pretty easy. Support to resistance. So if it can get through 8, it's definitely got some room. But you see what happens in the pre-market. I never count levels like that gone until you break them in the open market with real volume. It's done 3 million in pre-market volume here. That's good, but it's not the same thing as getting through a big resistance level like that in the open market. So let's see what happens. I want to see this open up. Obviously 750 is psychological and a pretty decent level, but if it can take out 8 in the open, I think that would bode well for Plug Power. Big deal to be sure. A little bit of a short interest flavor as well is not going to hurt you. Definitely that's going to be a little bit of something to watch here. As far as somebody knowing something yesterday, what can I tell you? That's just how it always seems to work. Somebody always seems to know something. A lot of times you get a big deal, but the market was strong, so you get those tinfoil hats out there. You're going to see it time and time again. Like, you'll spike in volume in a company and then it gets bought out the next day. That's just par for the course. Every now and then, it does give you the notion to sit down. What was super strong that looked like program buying the day before? Maybe there's a little something to look at in the pre-market. I don't know if that would have given you an inkling to take a break on Plug or anything like that. But it did just make a pretty clean consolidation break at an obvious level through 690. Like, once it was through there, you're almost just looking for the gap fill. And you got the gap fill even without the catalyst. Now, I want to see it hold that $8 level. Otherwise, I'm looking at 750. That's that previous support after it quadunked previously.
Quadunked, yeah, I just got in right now and we're looking at the same level. I mean, I just wrote it down right here on the sticky note. You can get this name on our watches.tradertv.live. Also right here, $8 new grants by the US government looking to hold these levels. We put it out right here. And then I wrote $8 break, that's obvious, we just talked about that, and look for 750 to hold. So I'm gonna take a little bit here on a dip. This is like 20% starter position right now. So I just took it at 83, ahead of VWAP, but basically at VWAP right now. I feel like you can use some of these levels now because we have enough volume. So it's not like we're using VWAP against, a stock that's done 10,000 shares or anything like that. It's been pretty active all morning. This has given us pretty great levels. This looks good. I mean, there's the $8 break on the daily, so I think that that's pretty cash. You're coming back in, you're holding it. You get 7 or 8 straight down candles on the minute. Let's see if it can get exhausted now. Try to play it back up to the upside. I am sitting here at 750 waiting to gather up, gobble, gobble, although it's not turkey day anymore here. We'll see if we can gobble up some more shares down near 750. And then, honestly, if it breaks back below 7, then I think, you take that. I'll probably be long. Well, I said I'll be long 750, probably average into that as we go back down. So I think it's worth taking, 50, 60 cents worth of risk on this name, because if you get long 750, you're playing for a day high break, you know what I mean? So you want to get long this name. So that's 60, 70 cents from that 750 level. So for me, a break and a hold back down to 7 is very reasonable. But Neil sort of hit it on the head too, is you get in trouble sometimes trading pre-market levels because the real volume could come in and push it the complete opposite way. So just be careful. I am getting that feeling here, Brendo, that is it a little chilly? My hands are cold, man. Yeah, my hands are starting to feel some kind of ways. Right?
You got to do this to the coffee. You just got to hold the coffee.
Yeah, I have
like
the coffee here.
I saw Randy, so he's up and
Randy is here.
He's
he
here.
will be coming through very, very soon.
We're gonna need more.
So yeah, we need air. We need HEPA air filters so we don't get sick, and now we need heaters.
We need, huh?
What do you mean? That was my idea from a long time ago. Remember, we get an air filter around here.
Well, that was like months ago that was talked about, though.
Well, no. It was, when were you sick?
April? That was like over a month ago. I was
You
sick
said
like
months. Yeah, it's about a month.
it was 2 months ago. It was like 2 months ago. It was, seriously. Like,
You were sick too.
oh, you guys were mentioning that yesterday too?
No. I'm just mentioning it into the season.
I'll tell you this right now.
I feel like we should get that here.
It's also dusty as heck around here. I don't know. You know what when you look
Well,
at
you
some of
have
these lights.
allergies,
I have
yeah,
allergies. Like I look at these lights and it's like
They've
there's
been working
dust
on
all
stuff here.
up in here.
They were painting or something yesterday. Our green room there.
I thought that looked nicer. Yeah, the green, that little green. Whatever you call it.
Adara's heels are tearing that up.
Well, you said it, not me.
Well, yeah.
Well, obviously my heels aren't doing anything to it.
I mean, when we first got that, we were like, oh, we can't even wear our running shoes on this thing. And then now we're like,
You're not supposed to out us that we haven't been changing our shoes.
Oh, I've never changed them.
I know. I got yelled at once though.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
that's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. All right, Brendo, let's go talk about stocks and green screen heel destruction.
Might need, you know, when you go to a patio when it starts to get cold out and they have those like heat lamp things, that would be good. Yes. Yeah. Ramin has 14 layers on every day, so it's a little chilly. Continuing the trend here of EV companies with offerings. Here's Polestar today down 8.3% on a $1 billion mixed shelf, which essentially means they can pull it off the shelf and put it to market whenever they feel like it. So just heads up on Polestar, downside in a big way so far this morning. XOM, you mentioned this briefly when we came on there at 8:30, but XOM making it a done deal for Pioneer Natural Resources, all stock. When we first heard rumblings of this, there wasn't any indication of how this would be structured, but in or around that 60 billion neighborhood as we thought.
Yeah, each Pioneer stockholder will get about 2.32 shares of ExxonMobil. This will make ExxonMobil the biggest producer in the Permian Basin. It's going to increase about 1.3 million barrels per day. We already know that Pioneer is the biggest producer of shale. So we'll keep an eye on this one. You know, there's obviously concerns here with the FTC with these mergers, especially in the energy sector, and what this administration has made very clear. They want a carbon zero plan, being reiterated here by the CEO, saying that they could get to net zero by 2050 or 2035.
I actually saw a note yesterday suggesting they were also looking into Oxy. Like that deal would ever get done, but I don't know. Anyways, a couple of things there, guys.
So 1/7 their market cap, 1/6. No, it was the other way around. 1/6 their market cap, 1/7 their sales. It doesn't matter. 60 billion. That's a huge number. Like a lot of companies make a $60 billion acquisition and do it all shares. It's obviously big dilution to a certain extent, but for them, like they can do this no problem. I think we said this before. I think we said this last week. This is the kind of thing that might take a while to close because it's big, and when it's big, the administration is going to slow it up, and there's going to be challenges for it. ATVI finally will close, but this is one that could take a while. Did think that 105, which already held, that would make a lot of sense if you're looking for a base today. If there's any selling in XOM based on this, we always talk about being patient with the acquiring company. 105 is an obvious support level. It held up last week. I think if it sells off in the first hour into that level, that to be the dip buy zone for me. Not going to get too complicated about it. They're not buying Oxy. That story. Like if this deal will get hung up and they'll go through the rings and challenge and all that good stuff. Like Oxy, I feel as if there would be, FTC would not let that happen. But this one, if it does happen, clearly going to make them bigger and badder and all that good stuff. But I'll sit this one out. If it gets to 105 today, I think that's worthy of a dip buy.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, look, it's the same deal. Well, first of all, right now the TQQs are really starting to rip up. You're starting to get back to pre-market levels, as right now we're 30 cents in the money and a couple percentage points from that bottom there. So it's a nice little move up to 130. I'm trying to get out up here, 39.05. I think 30. Actually, I have an offer at 39.08. Ooh. Trying to get spicy with that one. Okay, so XOM, again, it's we don't have oil written on here normally, but we do today, and it's at the same levels there. All I wrote down is, look, I'm not we're not sitting here trying to like figure out if this is a good deal for XOM or did they pay, you know, too much, too little, what's this going to mean for their future earnings, things like that. I'll leave that to the people that actually, you know, cover this name and this sector. So I'm just going to do what I do, and that is try to trade these things. And I mean, we had this bottom there, Neil. I mean, Neil just touched on everything. So we just had that bottom there on, you know, sort of the talk of PXD last week. Now it's done. I was hearing rumors of over 260 per share. So now it's 253. Seems to be pretty good. I like it when they do all stock deals instead of including some cash, especially with how expensive cash is right now. You can get 5% on your cash. You know, the funny thing is I was listening to a podcast and they talked about some of these companies like Microsoft raised billions and billions of dollars at 2.4, 2.6%. And now you can sit it with your money at 5 and a little bit percentage. So net interest going up for some of these companies. So I like the fact that they did this in all stock deal. They can raise more debt easily if they wanted to. So I'm looking to buy it. I wrote down here on the sticky note 106 long, but this is coming in, it's coming in pretty aggressively right now. You really haven't got any dip buy opportunities in this name yet. So I think if 106 is going to come into play, we want to watch out for that. On the daily, it comes back not just from, you know, 3 days ago, but you also get some 105, 106 love that goes back into late August. So with, what is USO doing right now? USO, United States Oil Fund, $76. I believe oil was relatively flat. Yeah, so not doing a whole heck of a lot here today on that market. Oil's been actually, I mean, like Neil just mentioned there, wartime doesn't necessarily mean, you know, stock market's going to go down. It actually generally means the other way around. I sort of thought the same thing when Russia invaded Ukraine, and now you're basically getting a similar situation. Don't at me for any of this, but it's uncertainty in the world, making a move down from 82, gapping up here yesterday or Monday on the news over the weekend, and then not getting any more steam back up to the upside. So I am a little worried that you come in and you start to buy some XOM. Well, XOM's already getting a bump up here because of oil, and then XOM goes to the downside because of this deal. So, you know, this 200 period could be something. We've sat there, talked about it a lot with stock. So if you're going to look for oil, I think $80 seems to be a reasonable spot there, which means XOM probably gets near 100 or so. I like XOM for an investment at these levels. There's probably, not probably, there are going to be different names like an Oxy, like Brennan just mentioned, where you can get sort of possible tailwinds for buyouts and things like that. Plus, again, here we go. We're so stupid.
Mr. Buffett.
Yeah, I don't have Mr. Buffett on here, but unfortunately, I was going to say, you know, he could always, there it is. He could always come calling and try to figure out for a buyer of Oxy. If not, he buys it himself. What can he do now, wasn't it? He's allowed to buy 25%, or he currently has 25%, or I'm not sure what it is.
But he has come out and said he doesn't want to own the
Yeah, he has come out and said that.
I mean, it's like, well, all you've done is buy it up for the last 2 years. I mean, really, you don't want to own it? Sounds like you want to own it, but we'll see.
It does.
But that's the thing. It actually gives you, it does give you, like when you own Oxy, like you do have this like weird sort of, I don't know, support
like
underneath you.
Yeah,
it's you can call it protection. Like some people like to put other terms to it, but like I don't know if it's actually protection. It's working as it right now, and I think sometimes when you take that to your advantage, like it's a swing trade that keeps on giving if it gets into those 60s. But yeah, Zom here today. I mean, I don't see why not, man. Like just go for, like it's in play today for a lot of reasons. So you know if there is a bounce at those levels, it can be a good one. Oxy, you just close your eyes and buy every single one of the dips into the. It's like $56 to like $60. I think is like that zone where you haven't really been able to lose. Like you just buy it when it gets down there, and then Buffett supports you, and you make 10%. I don't know.
We just, I just got out. So just if you want to come over here, I know we got to go back over to the desk. I don't know. I think we do. But there it is. We just got. I didn't want to wait for 08s. I don't know, man. It came up. It bounced off O's. Went back into like 92, 93, 90s. Retested VWAP that made a higher move. So we're now out of 60% of this trade, and it's been a good one there. We bought the dip, man, BTFD on that. And the only other thing I want to talk about was XOM here with its dividend yield is only 3.4% or 3.34%. Thing about Oxy is there's not, as far as I know, I don't think there's a dividend of any significance.
It's tiny.
With Oxy, yeah, so 1. right? So if you're looking for yield, not that you need to do that in this environment, because like I said, if you're owning stocks for yield, it's the wrong way, because you can just put your money into something for free, into a T-bill or anything like that, and get more than most, unless you're talking Canadian banks, you could get more yield in free cash right now. So just, I would watch out for that trap, as they sometimes say. So watch out for that. But yeah, there it is, getting some out of TQQ here. I think it's a good move. Yeah, it's 8:54, man. We still got a little bit of time before this market opens up. So let's just continue to dance with some of these names.
Analyst moves for you so far this morning, upgrades and downgrades. Yeah, IPO today. Remember, CAVA, a recent addition as well. Morgan Stanley positive on them. UBS with Boeing, Take-Two Interactive, Northrop Grumman there. Obviously, the defensive names have been in play with what is going on. Morgan Stanley, Arista, Devon, and AXP, bottom side.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say something about Boeing. So, sometimes even like Boeing gets to go up today over the last few days. And Boeing it's been ugly. You finally get an upgrade, and the reasons for it, not necessarily going to be happy ones. But I look at this stock and what it was recently doing, and I don't wonder if there's not going to be, 200 could come into play. I don't wonder if there's not going to be a bit of a fade in there. Usually on a bounce like this, you break a major support level like it did at about 195. I'd be thinking about that line in the sand, which could get tested today. But I'm thinking with the catalyst that it has underneath it, and some of the defense type names have, you might be looking a little bit higher. So 200, the 200 period sits at 210. I don't think you see that today, but wow, this had like one green day in a month, or at least it felt like it. It probably wasn't an entire month, but it certainly felt like it was the entire month. And all of a sudden you're getting a bit of a bounce. I'd be skeptical first look here. 200, we get there today, and I think you might be looking fade. At least I might be looking at a fade at 2 bills on Boeing. Kava, I haven't really paid too much attention to that one since it opened back up. I think for IPOs, as a trader, unless you're looking to buy that in your long term, you trade it for a few days while the volume's there, and then you come back when there's earnings or something along those lines, because the volume isn't really that good. But today's a Birkenstock kind of day. But 200 Boeing, I'll fade it if we get there.
You can't put out orders for Birkenstock yet, I just noticed.
Okay. Shoot, did they not?
Okay, so here we go. This is Kava. This is the danger, and I was just talking about it with Birkenstock. I don't even know if I'm going to take the opening print long on Birkenstock. I mean, Instacart was a complete and utter disaster. What was it? That Klaviyo wasn't that great off the first day.
What the?
ARM was good. ARM was good. What?
Tempest is at $2.
Yeah, okay, well, those stocks are nuts. But anyways, here comes Kava. It's just, you guys can like the Mediterranean food experience. It's great. I love it, man. I actually had a gyro the other day. Absolutely fantastic, and I loved it, to be honest with you. But, huge move to the downside right now for this name, right? I mean, what the heck has happened? $46, plummeting down to 29 here again. So I don't know, man. I mean, I don't like the fact of these IPOs. I mean, we saw Instacart as well, if you're going to look at this name. Again, like I say, disastrous, but it hasn't been that disastrous. 42 down to 26. I mean, I guess that's just a matter of opinion, but I mean, imagine investing in this thing. Here's its IPO price. So that could be Birkenstock today. Right? I mean, Instacart came with a lot of hype as well into the market, maybe even more than Birkenstock, and this stock goes to the downside, which is honestly why you're seeing stocks like you saw Morgan Stanley on the downgrade side, I believe there, and I think it's because of poorer IPO performances, right? You get a bump up there when they're announcing ARM and CART and all that, and Morgan Stanley, and another one is Goldman Sachs as well. All these names kind of are sucking right now. The only bank that's been holding up is JPM, which thank God is the one that I'm in. But, below the 50 period, below the 200, well below, testing some of these lows. Like if you held Morgan Stanley for the last year, and the same thing is true for all the banks. It's BAC, it's Wells Fargo. All you've done is collect yield. It's right back to where we were last October right now. Here's Goldman Sachs as well. It's going to be the same story. I think you had an opportunity to get out at 360 or so. Yeah, right up there. That's been the high. The reason why I know that is because I own this name as well. Small. We got out. Remember we got out of Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan a little while ago. I don't think it's worth buying these banks back up, but doomsday is coming for the banks, and hopefully it's not. It's Friday the 13th, Neil, so that's kind of a funny thing there. That all these banks,
I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah, all these banks reporting on Friday. Not Goldman, though, I don't think. That's all these other ones. Here comes JP Morgan coming in, and again, this is still above the 50 period, I believe. No, but it's close. You're $1.50 away. This name much healthier, right? If you go back to where we were last October for JP Morgan, remember I just showed you Morgan Stanley's at last October levels, Goldman Sachs a little bit higher than that. Here's JP Morgan last October, 120-ish. You're at 146. So again, you get the same yield and you get this move. Oh, it's the 200 period that we just bounced off of. Sorry, not the 50. So JP Morgan also holding bid now here too. I like the banks, but the only one I would invest in is JP Morgan at this level. You know what? We can get out of some plug power now. It's not a huge trade. I'm actually going to put an offer maybe mid-8 in between here. Get a piece out on plug. We bought VWAP. We bought the dip. Let's see if we can get out something at 805 or so here on plug.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know here as we head towards 9 o'clock on what could be an interesting day. Remember, coming up this afternoon, Fed minutes. Could be a market-moving event. Probably won't be, but you never know. Sharif's going to kick things off with a look at the futures.
Yeah, here we'll look at the ES December contract. 43.91, Brendo, is where we closed out yesterday, and then you can have a look here. The overnight lows, we hugged that, and then we started stair-stepping up. We got that big move down on the PPI release coming in higher than expected. But right up we go. 44.09 is where we're at now. Look for possible resistance at that 44.20 area. That's where we crested out yesterday. And then look for support at 4,400. And if 4,400 doesn't hold, 43.91 yesterday's close.
Buy the dip has been the theme all week long. Continues to be today. If you haven't done so, grab that free for you every single day from us. Watchlist.tradertv.live, or you can scan that QR code. Again, why not? It's free. Top of the list this morning, Amazon. We'll touch on a few of these. It's been a pretty good week here. I was just noting from, or for Amazon. 125 at the bottom. We're all the way back to 130, I guess, even going back to last week on that gap to the downside. Buy again tactic, possibly a good thing here for Amazon. They've always had that. Like, you can go back in your history and see like the last things you've purchased and then buy again. But now it's going to be right in front of you. So if you search for the same thing, it'll be buy again. That
makes a lot of sense for recurring stuff that you expend and go through quickly. But another thing for Amazon, Amazon Prime starting again. I think it's 2 days or something like that. Amazon Prime Day or something like that. I'm not really sure. I read something about it this morning. But in any event, we'll be looking to see how these next 2 days do in anticipation for the holiday season, because we've been hearing a lot about the consumer spending decreasing, especially on discretionary items.
Yeah, they typically drop little tidbits throughout Prime Day over the, I think it's 2 days this year once again.
It is, yeah.
So you get like an update halfway through on how sales are going. But yeah, nice looking chart here, guys. 3 days in a row here to the upside for Amazon.
Thanks.
It's.
I was just telling Sean, like the only thing we use like you can do like recurring buys on Amazon, and the only thing we used it for was when my daughter was really young, like baby wipes, because like you just go through so many of them that it's like, yeah, whatever, you just have them continuously come. But I like this feature. I mean, I probably would use it a ton. I go back into my buy again all the time, and it would just save me time. I don't know if it's going to make me buy more on Amazon. I feel like I already buy as much as I possibly could, but you never know. 132, that's what I'm looking at here. Look at the channel. Everything has been up. See, in the last few days, like, okay, Amazon's been good. Brendan was like, hey, Amazon's been pretty good the last few days. Everything is up except for BlackBerry in the last 2 days, right? Like, it's been good for the market. So 132, there's your channel. Since the fail of the, I'm not going to call everything a Huadunk. Since the fail of the 50 period, that has been the top. So if it's going to get tested today, I think it's a big break and a gap if it can take out 32. Until we get there, I think that's the one fade zone that I want to respect on Amazon. I didn't even bother with thinking of, like, I mean, I could tell you I like 125. I don't think that matters today. If it does, then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm kind of thinking it's going to be a 132 kind of day for Amazon.
Yeah, so I wrote down Amazon here. So there's Prime Day is right now. It's 10th and the 11th. It's called Prime Big Days or something.
Yeah.
I looked at it. It's exactly the same as like their Prime Days. So I guess Amazon's got the picture, right? People want to buy things on sale and they want to, ram it down your throat with all this advertising. I saw so many ads for this thing on, while I was during football and everything like that. It's popping up all over. So Amazon, I feel like, again, the chart doesn't look great for Amazon. You're under the 50, and it's kind of stuck in the middle here, which is why I wrote down we wrote down on here 129 long if it does pull back into sort of yesterday's close. I mean, the market's up. We got that good PPI number. Well, whether or not it's good or not, upside move from the market on that. And you're trying to break a little bit longer. So I said I'd like to buy 131s if it breaks, but ideally 129 on a dip buy opportunity here for Amazon. And again, it's just coming in. Like, yesterday we opened up at 128. We ripped up to 130.50, so that's 250 right there. So does Amazon have the ability to go $2.50? Yes, it did it yesterday. So why not this level right there? It's actually 130.75. I'm going to wait for that break of 131, then maybe use it back to 130.75 as support. So that's what we're doing right now. Market's heading back to its highs. I don't feel bad for taking this out, but I mean, we still have 40% of this trade as the TQQ's looking to extend through the morning high. So hopefully that can go. But I really like Amazon, man. It's on the radar. And I don't have a bid down at 129 because of PPI, but it's a good thing I just reminded myself I want to put one down there. 129 long and probably a 131 break long as well, but I don't really want to take that first thing.
All right, let's go back to Meta here. We've been following this move to the upside over the past couple of days. There really wasn't anything significant today as far as news catalysts are concerned, but here comes this high from back in July, once again, 325. Might not be a today type of thing, but this daily chart is impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Meta's been an absolute rocket this year. I mean, we were trading this one last week at 300 multiple days in a row, and yesterday moves up all the way into 24 bucks in a few days. I get it, it's a $300 stock, but I didn't see any kind of movement like that on the other Magnificent Seven. But here's the headline from this morning. A U.S. district judge in San Francisco has approved a $725 million data privacy settlement with Facebook's parent company, Meta. Obviously, 181 million of that, Brendo, is legal fees. The lawyers be winning on this one.
Yeah, I mean, again, cost of doing business when it comes to these types of companies, that's not a huge chunk of change for them, but we shall see how today goes. Obviously, 325, the level to watch.
Is it though? Is 325 the level to watch? I mean, obviously, if we get there, I think that's going to be an interesting one. I got the weekly chart up here. So if you'll remember, this is technically like 326-ish, this wick that we had. I'm pretty sure it was like 2620 or something along those lines. But if you go all the way back, and everyone sort of remembers like the doom and gloom, Meta fell down and got destroyed on earnings, was right at that 327 marker, 326 half, 327 marker. Hey, it's going to be the best of the Magnificent Seven, said many. And then that was the level. Now you're double topping it. Like there's nothing else to care about unless if we see that level today. I think there's going to be sellers up there. But if you break through, and that high is just above 326, you break through this, and it is rocket ship time for Meta. Obviously, a level that significant on the daily, it's not just a double top. You got to respect the fact that this is where it sold off, and it was a huge sell-off. Like this thing got all the way down to $100 when. Remember, think about it. Like at the top, there was a lot of people talking about the value and the valuation, and it sold off all the way to 100, only to come right back here. So if we get to 326, 25, fair, good psychological level, 26, that's the big one for me. You bounce off that. Maybe once or twice. I'm still going to like the break whenever it happens. I think it's a short till it's not. If we go dip buy hunting, 320 to 320. 320. We closed at 322. I'm missing some data on that chart. That's kind of a pain in the butt. There we go. You closed at 322, and you have 320 underneath. So you get a couple of dollars where you can go for the dip buy on Meta. But 326 is just massive, right? Like you've come full circle now for the second time on Meta, and that's the big level to watch out of the Mag 7 today.
I mean, Meta is just like, I mean, Sharif brought it to my attention yesterday, and he's like, did you know, as I wasn't here on Friday, he's like, do you know that on Friday we were trading Meta at $300? And I was just like, yep. But it has been a monster move. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight days of like these might be, of course, you're going to have earnings days where this stock absolutely blasts. But if you're just going to go back, this run that they've had in the last 4 or 5 days has been one of the best runs in this whole move up. Meta this year is up 156%. It's an absolute monster. There's no reason for this name to stop, in my opinion. So I'm going long, man. I'm going long. I wrote down 325 momentum break long here on Meta. That's the wick right there, 324.75. The problem is you're actually pulling back. It's not pulling back, but it didn't make that initial move down on the PPI. So right now you're kind of just hovering. 324. Remember yesterday I said like I need to put like some kind of a lock on my keyboard? I can actually do that. I'm not going to do it, but because I feel like getting involved in this name right away is a little bit risky. Like, look what happened yesterday. Remember we talked about this. We talked about this on the recap show, and I reviewed Meta. So if you go back at 425 yesterday, I did about 3 or 4 minutes of this trade because I had my ticks in here. We wanted 320 long yesterday, but look how choppy it was for the first half hour. It went up and down basically $1.50, and this is a losing opportunity for me. It's not winning because you don't short these you don't short this in the first 10 or 15 minutes. The market's going insane. The only thing you could have done is really stuck to your guns and bought these dips every single time. But then every time it comes down in here, it's a little scary. So you want to make sure that it breaks through either pre-market levels or opening range levels. So Meta is going to be a trade for me. I'll probably make or lose the most money on this name today, but it's not going to happen until after I see some kind of a base. So I really like Meta, but I was more looking at this top, that we made there. We actually shorted this and actually was okay yesterday at the end of the day. But we're going to look for a 325 break long on Meta and just be as patient as we possibly can. If someone sees me involved in Meta in the first 15 minutes, please say something, and then I will just immediately punch out.
No, you won't.
All right, let's talk Tesla here. It's been a week full of pretty negative analyst moves for Tesla coming off their quarterly deliveries that came out last week, missing expectations. Here comes another one today from UBS to the downside. Interesting note here from Satori Fund founder Dan Niles. He's actually short Apple and Tesla going into this earnings season. Expects a raise and a beat from NVIDIA and Google, but interesting short Tesla here and Apple. Tesla's PE 58 ahead of earnings.
Can we get another raise from NVIDIA? Can imagine they beat decisively? That would be the third time in a row. Let's talk a little bit about Tesla here. Tesla, in addition to what Brendo mentioned, Citigroup cutting their price target 271 from 278 on our friend Tesla. Recall, this one reports October 18th. Mark your calendars. And Analyst, they're reducing their earnings per share. It was 78 cents per share before they released their latest deliveries. Now it stands at 75. We've talked a lot about this on the desk here. Contracting margins in the face of large capital expenditures is not usually a good look, but Elon Musk seems to know how to pull it off. Brenda, we'll see you next week.
Yeah, just going to mention a week today. In fact, after the close, guys, we get Tesla.
Yes.
Week today. Ooh,
I know. It gets exciting really, really quickly when you dip right back into earnings. But look, Tesla, let's keep it simple. 262.5 on Tesla. That's not, I don't want to call it the Alamo or anything because it's way too high up to be the Alamo. Let me go to we should always start with the daily chart. You balance the 200 period moving at 50 period moving average after bouncing well in front of the 200. There is resistance up at 280. So cross that bridge when we get there. Not necessarily the best bounce off 262, but that's previous resistance turning into support pretty much immediately. So if there's a dip buy to be had on Tesla, it's right that 262.5 area. that's what I want to see hold the open. If you get that whipsaw action that Sean was just pointing to on Meta, I mean, we see it happen on many stocks. I mean, Meta was a great example of that yesterday, and then last week at that 300 level, it kept doing it. Well, Tesla 262 is the equivalent of that for me. If it's underneath that price, don't fight it. But if you start seeing it bounce there, just go for the scalp long. If it continues to hold on to a piece, then maybe you get your breakout. Because there's room for this to get to that 280 level before we get into earnings.
Yeah, I didn't. Did we trade Tesla yesterday? I cannot remember if we traded it yesterday or not. But okay, so lots of volume here. 1.5 million shares. Lots going on here in the pre-market. Oh, by the way, there it is right now. Let's go. Plug Power just gets the fill right there. 2 for 2 to start the day. Nice little move up there for Plug, going well. From one plug to another, now we have Tesla. So again, I think we wait for earnings, man. I mean, this is a dangerous stock to trade without any news. There seems to always be some catalysts. I like the stock. It has violent opens. We talk about that all of the time. Yesterday, like Tesla only went up from 257 to 269. You had one little pullback there, but that's $12 up in the first 2 hours, not first hour and a half. And then it settled down all afternoon and did absolutely, I don't want to say absolutely nothing, but a $1.50 move there brings Tesla right back into the same range again. So I don't know. If we're going to do anything, maybe you want to just follow VWAP. Right now, VWAP is in the middle here for Tesla. This doesn't look like an overly exciting morning. I would say you buy dips. I think it's a long day today. I'd rather buy dips, like I said, in Amazon. We talked about that. I really like the strength in Meta, but this is not horrible. Like, why did Tesla hold yesterday at 262? You know, rhetorical question, but it might as well test it again here today. So I think Tesla has an opportunity right there. If you get back into 262, 263, try to hold that level. Otherwise, I feel like you're kind of just in the middle of yesterday's range right now. So nothing too exciting. I don't see catalysts that are, more cuts, fine. But I don't, every day we're getting upgrades, downgrades of some sort on Tesla. Probably one of the most covered stocks on the street. I'd have to look that up. But a lot of different opinions on this name. And until we get some sort of a bigger, I'm going to use the word catalyst again, and that's going to be earnings next week, then I think we just sort of play off some support and resistance. And right now it would be at 262, 263. And then if the market really gets going, why not short in front of 270? Because you have it definitely defined out there.
All right, let's talk about Birkenstock here. BIRK selling 32,258,064 to be exact. Shares at $46 per each. 10 and change, I think it was, are actually coming to the market. The rest is made up of current shareholders that are looking to get out of their positions. Yeah, here it is, 10,752,688 new shares, and then everything else coming from current shareholders. So middle to top end of the range here, pretty spicy, possibly anyways, for Burke.
Yeah, coming in at $46. That's the mid-range between what was expected. 44 to 49 is what we were talking about. This gives it a market cap above Crocs and the Swiss shoe as well. On running, we've talked a lot about that on the show. It initially sought a valuation of about $9.2 billion, but we'll have to wait and see. Always exciting when there is an IPO around.
There's a move in oil there. Looks like some comments from Russia's Putin. OPEC Plus cooperation will be continued, I'm seeing. So a bit of a move there for oil, just heads up. But thoughts on Burke here, guys?
Yeah, I'm not. Oil? This is not one of the IPOs that I just want to automatically go into the long of. But if you do look at least where ONON there, and that's one of the ones that if you're going to look for a sympathy name, it's this or Crocs. This is at a big level on its own. Like it's pulled back into 25, and you sort of see, okay, there's been a bit of a dip. Then you get Birkenstock coming in at that same value, and you don't wonder if this isn't a reasonable price for it. I've paid for locates in case something ridiculous happens. Like if it's priced 46 and gets to 65 or something insane, like above 60 and just way too high, I think I would look for a fade play on it, just given what's happened to other kind of retail names. But I'll keep my eye on ONON because that's actually an interesting level on the daily at holding 35. And if there's a big tank or something that does happen in Birkenstock, I watch out for the 25 level in on. But as an IPO, you're sitting around waiting for it to open. If you take the opening print, look for support. If it opens at 50, let's just say, just sort of speculating. Let's say it opens at like 51. That'd be like looking for a long in front of the 50 level. Give it to that. See if it can't bounce. If I see over 60, I'm thinking about where to short the stock though. That's my take. And I don't think I'm taking the opening print, at least for now. My mind could get changed by the size of the open interest in it, but I feel as if the last couple, you need more hype. When they're really, really hyped, that's where you get that first buying. I'm not sure this one has the hype for an auto long.
Yeah, we're going to. I'm going to go auto long, but I mean, I don't have crazy expectations. I mean, we used to think that. I mean, ARM was good. I'm going to take these shares long on I have nothing to show you, other than the fact that we saw ARM on its very first day make that move to the downside. I mean, I guess we can show you that. It's a big middle finger candle. Wait a second. Why is it? It did not.
That's right.
D6. Oh no, it's not ARM. Sorry. I was going to talk about CART. CART the other way. ARM was a good one. So the reason why, ARM was good because it had the hype of chips, right? It's in the right space, came at the right time. Obviously, it got whacked down to its bottom. Like when you IPO at 56.10, I think it was, and then about 5 or 6 days later, you're down here near 50. Not great, but now it's held. So this is kind of the action you want to see on IPOs, right? Let all the hype sort of disseminate through the market, get people excited, get them to buy high, things like that. And then now they're holding the bag. But this was the other name that scared me off of buying not Kava, buying Birkenstock hand over fist is Instacart. Instacart, this is the big candle right here that was like it. You might think, oh, wow, this is okay because at least it IPO'd at $33 right there. No, it IPO'd at 42 up here, closes the day at $33. So you lose 25% immediately on the very first day, and then now it's just downside. Hasn't even found a bottom yet. Maybe it bottomed 2 days ago, but that's not enough of a bottoming process right there. So I would say we got to wait for this. And again, Birkenstock coming into consumer discretionary, retail kind of side of things, not good. That's been a disaster, that sector. So let's wait to see. Although you just talked about ON. Having the same sort of valuation, that's good. What is it? ON, right?
Yeah,
is the symbol. So on. So let's just have a quick look at what this has been doing. And I don't know. So we're going to look at the same thing together. Like I just said that these stocks have been getting crushed in this sector. And then all of a sudden you look over here and ON is near its bottoms as well, is at its bottoms as well. We haven't seen this low since March. So we want to run in and buy something that's, seen it in the same space. It's going to be a pass for me on Birkenstock long term. But we'll sit there, buy this name right now, and see if we can get a bump here early on an IPO process.
Yeah, we were just talking about ON. Almost bought a pair, but they didn't have my size. Plug, just saw a headline there flash in front of me, but Plug trying to roll over here, still desperately trying to hold on to $8. Regardless, 2 days in a row here, pretty impressive move. I mean, obviously somebody knew something yesterday. The March higher continues. There's a good chance this was going to go to them, so obviously a catalyst in itself. 12% for Plug. $7 billion possibly government hydrogen deal coming their way. So it looks pretty good here for Plug.
Yeah, and they're boasting their possible new revenue here. Let's have a look at what they're talking about. They say they expect to generate $6 billion in revenue by 2027 and $20 billion in revenue by 2030. For this year, though, they're forecasting $1.2 billion in revenue. They're not talking here about profits, but this is what's kind of making waves. They are basically giving their 550 megawatt facility, which is powered by an electrolyzer, to this company called Fortescue. It trades under FMG for the proposed Gibson Island project, which is in Queensland. It looks like they're also, this Fortescue company is going to take about a 40% equity stake in Plug's Texas hydrogen plant, and Plug is going to take a 25% equity stake in Fortescue's proposed Phoenix hydrogen plant. We'll keep an eye to see how this one does the rest of the day.
Yeah, nice look anyways to start things off. Is there a trade here today, guys, for Plug?
Yeah, I mean, if it breaks, come to the daily chart, $8 is pretty obvious on the daily. Like, that's the big level. It's right there right now. I like things breaking out these levels usually in the open market, which is in 5 minutes. If it holds above there, you got room to $9 on plug. Big size deal. I didn't show you guys before because I actually had an issue with my trade ideas this morning, which has since been resolved. Man, that was easy. I got to be honest with you, man. Like it's nice that when you have an issue with like the software, and like nothing was working on my trade ideas, and within a number of minutes, send an email to Michael, try a couple things, and all of a sudden it's fine. 22.5% short float. Now this is obviously you want something with a catalyst, but sometimes a short float is a catalyst of its own. And that can be the case here with Plug. It got going yesterday. It's a continuation play today. Underneath $8, I like $7.50 just because that's where the previous consolidation was before when it failed the $8 level. But if you hold this at 8, just look longs above after the open. I would probably only give that to this local high here, about $7.85. But Plug looks pretty strong. It's got the short float. It's got a great catalyst for it as well. I have an easy place to get out early if it holds 8 at this open, which is kind of battling back and forth, and then dip into $7.50 when you get there. Just an eye on this Tempest, only because I'm not going to get another chance maybe to say this. This TPST stock, look, it's crazy, it's wild, but look at where it turned on the daily. This is $2.30. The most obvious level on the daily chart is exactly where it just bounced away from. So if it's going to dip and fail something at the open to go for what I think is usually the safer play dip buy, it would be this double top at 230. You can see it hold 180. I think you're talking 130 to 150 as the dip zone underneath that 180. So some wide ranges on TPST. This is going to be a dangerous one. Up 800%. This was a 24-cent stock yesterday. That run-up was in the aftermarket. This closed at 24 cents. That's almost 10x when you look at that level on the daily chart. So I'd just be a little bit cautious. I'm not buying that top up at 230. I need to see that one dip through that price first.
Oh God, I'm gonna sneeze.
Uh-oh.
Maybe not.
Good.
Maybe. I don't know. We already got some out here at 805 on Plug, so that was a good trade. We bought the dip right there. We're not going to do it again. We're waiting for 750 to come through. I am bidding around there. I'm bidding 765. Hopefully that will come through. I do have a breaker as well up here at 815. So if we break that level there, we're going to go long on that, on Tempest, on Plug. Here, we just had the imbalances come out right now. So Burke is out now with this imbalance. So it looks like there is going to be, you know what? Hopefully this will come out a little bit earlier than we think. We're already seeing it on here on the NYSE. So there it is right there. Not much else on the imbalance locator at all here today. I thought we would see some Plug, but we do not. So yeah, nothing happening right now. And then there's the TQQs not ripping, but back to the highs. We'll see if we get something out up here in case it really does rip. But with 3 minutes left, man, I have a low bid on Amazon, real low down near 129. Let's see if we can pick something up there. What else are we looking at? Are we still going back to you guys? No, probably. Okay, we're good. We're going to look at XOM over there as well. That's had a nice move up. Brendan talked about oil making a move, so XOM has made a move back up here, as you can see, up to 107.50. Who's over there? Fabian. Up to 107.50 right there. So that's a nice move back to VWAP. That could be a possible fade area. XOM, Amazon, and then Meta. Oh crap! We just got one from Rob. Rob is taking over, man.
I know.
Well, now we have a lot of caffeine, so I will just switch over to the warm one, the hotter one there.
And that's how you.
We don't pay for these coffees.
I know.
Okay, so there it is. Nice move to the upside right there. Looking to pick up some Meta, especially if we break 325. But other than that, I don't have any bids. I mean, we can put a bid on Meta down here. Let's put a bid at 320. All right, because yesterday we had that long right there at 320. We talked about that wick bottom down to 319.70 or so. We played that long and then had a $3 winner at the end of the day. So let's try that again on Meta. Who knows, Neil? You don't get filled unless you put the order out.
Exactly. And, obviously, there's a couple names I want to get to. I think we mentioned Polestar raising money. Not good. You saw what happened to Rivian when they raised. So Billy here, it's kind of mixed. You can read into it, but it's not necessarily going to be a positive. 8% to the downside as we speak. I want to be looking short on this. It hasn't really moved much in the pre-market, but if it doesn't bust the top, I'm just looking to short almost immediately in this range. And sort of just give it to the local high, which is a few cents higher from here. I mentioned in my morning note that I like the firm. We talked about this last week. It did get back into the 20 level. This is 23, pull back, bounce. This is the 20 level. It wicked it yesterday. If it does not hold yesterday's high, I think this is where you start looking for that kind of secondary fade. If we do not break this top, I think a firm can still be a bit of a pullback. But big tech names in play. We talked about Meta. We already talked about Tesla, which is starting to go. Plugs in play. That Tempest is absolutely wild.
It's still
Don't
wild.
ignore that. One last one. Intel, 3680. So if you look at the daily, nice channel to the upside. Intel looking at a 3680 breakout here. It's about 15 pennies away. Double top on the daily here. As it is, oh my, it's hump day today. In my head, it's not hump day because obviously I just kind of came back after a long weekend, but it is Wednesday. It is hump day. It's Burke day as well. Adara is on the bell. Let's get this party started in less than, or actually 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
1. I feel like the first stock that we are going to get involved with here is going to just to naturally be plugged. So let's wait to see if this comes through again. We do have the TQQs ripping higher here a little bit as well. Just trying to check out if any levels are going to be hitting soon.
Fast.
XOM plug, BABA. We didn't talk about BABA as a day 2 play possibly coming through as well. Oh shoot, it just took 88. I like this level, so we should be going long here on Alibaba. I wrote 88. This down and just forgot to talk about it earlier. So let's just, crap. We just bought some shares there. You can see the little tick there. So not too many at 99. We'll see where it goes.
And Tempest is halted.
And Tempest is halted. Okay. Nice move. So we went long on Alibaba. I didn't even notice that, guys. 88 breaker there on Alibaba. Tempest halted. Maybe Neil, are you in it? Or?
Yeah. No. Oh hell no. No. I'm not in that stock.
All right.
It's not to say that I would never. Just remember I was talking about that 230 level. It failed it and instantly halted. It only has to move like 10% too fast, right? So halted a 198 level on TPST. So you can see that indicated open 188. We always talk about being careful and not chasing. So it's good thing I remembered Intel here. Whoops, there we go. I don't want to bid down there. I wanted to bid a little tighter to my entry point, but 3680 broke instantly on Intel, but 37 is a big round number, and you know what happens to big round numbers on Intel? A lot of times it turns into resistance. So I want to get some out there. Plug is the other one I wanted to get to. So Plug starting to come down in, possibly testing that 750 area. We're going to take a shot at that if we can get it. That's an if, although it is heading pretty close to it right now. So Plug, I'm in Intel. That's starting to go, or continuing to go. Not much on Tesla as far as a dip buy. And Meta flying. So Meta, that 326 on the daily, which is insane, right? We're going to come to that pretty quickly. No dip buy on Tesla. I thought we'd be dipping and ripping today. Not so much.
I mean, we're ripping in the market, man. I mean, this market is really on one right now. We could probably just get out of some of this TQ. We talked about getting out if it did make the move up. So there it is right there. Let's go, man. Awesome on that one. And we'll spin the money early on this one for sure. Alibaba is, it just went into the pre-market high there. I was actually waiting here to get out at 19s. It only goes right to 17 there. I don't know why I wasn't at 17, but that's that. Good out for me on the TQs there. I mean, there's the bump up. I mean, what else? Honestly, so that's going to be a good one. And then we've averaged into Plug as well. Here, I told you we were bidding 65, but here it comes down. A nice move to the downside there for Plug Power. I feel like it's gonna, we talked about this. Maybe it's up too much. I don't know enough about this to be like, hey, this is worth 8% or worth 7%. I mean, there's those grants coming through. Seems like what a name like this is waiting for. You're trying to break through some of these levels. 50 periods up here at 850. I like the name. Here we are, man. We're long at 68s. Let's go. My offer's at 75. My offer's at 75, yep, and then at 88. And then we'll see if we get a nice move to the upside right now. But look what the hell's happening right here. If you're not part of Sticky Note Nation, honestly, there's not, you don't have to be, but we have 88 long written out there. So there's 50 cents for you on Alibaba. What's good over there?
Chinese EVs, guys, to the upside in a big way. Li Auto here leading the way right now. Ton of volume behind this. 3% car sales in China. Data out suggesting higher than expected number, guys. So right across the board, Li, NIO, and XPeng back to the upside.
And NIO's broken that, $9 by 1 cent or two here, but that's 885 consolidation. It's trying to fill in that gap. was looking for a dip maybe back into 885, but this could just be a runner. It's got room till like 930. I think that can be a decent one. I finally got my dip into plug, got 65s. It's absolutely churning, but the first thing to get to a ridiculous level, is it surprising? It's Meta. Meta's at 325. It just broke 325 seconds ago. 326 is that monster level on the daily chart. If it gets up there, I think the first time through, it's probably a fade for me. It's way too big of a triple top there on the daily. Amazon, which I thought was going to be strong, nowhere near. It doesn't even break out yesterday's high. So Amazon not nearly as strong as I thought. Looks like it's going to be Meta that gets to the first like major resistance level, at least everything that I'm watching. My goodness, Palantir. Wow, Palantir breaks 18. It's just trading this at 16 last week.
Yep.
Yeah, it's crazy. You come actually, check that. 15. We're trading it at 15 last week, and now you're breaking out 18. Yesterday's high, 1840. If this market's going to be strong, Palantir every single dollar. When it breaks a dollar, it seems to try to get to the next one. Let's try not to make it complicated. If by chance there's a dip to get it in front of 18 again, then maybe we try to take that. I'm not sure that even happens, but I don't like taking early breaks on Palantir. Either you get this down here, I don't want to take that top break. I want to play the buy the dip game when Palantir is going up. That's the way it usually works. Brendo?
A big day yesterday for this one. Here we go again. Enphase, ENPH, was up to 127 yesterday. Just took out that and then some on heavy volume once again. Not seeing much on that. They announced a couple days back, October 26th will be earnings for ENPH.
Yeah, we talked about buying some, shout out to Reliable Rudy there, talking about Enphase. We've been talking about Enphase for a long ass time on the market recap show there, because we just noticed that it just kept on tanking, and then eventually found that bottom. Wow, 114, congratulations, man. We had talked about this name a lot, and here's a nice move back up to the upside. So, wow, traders stay late, and traders definitely buy Enphase down there at the bottom. Nice move to the upside, 4.5%. So we'll wait out for earnings on that one. There it is right there, 40 cents. We took some out there on Alibaba. We don't have the ultimate high of 50 or 47s, but we got 40s. Let's see if it goes back up now on Ali. There's 40s right now. Let's see if it goes, man. I'm at 88.80 just because it's ahead of 89. And then if we take that out, then it's all good as we sit here and try to respect what we're doing. The problem with Amazon is, honestly, man, it's taken off. It's up 1%. It's more aggressive than the market. But look at this dip buy. I'm waiting at 129.25. It only went down to 129.50 there, and that was it. Came back in right off the open. And actually, that tick is just before the open. Then we started to go right up to the upside, and now we're looking at that 131 possible break from was it yesterday? No, yeah, it was. So right here, we're right back to yesterday's high on Amazon. So if you're looking for a short and you think this market's overheated, which I do not, then Amazon, would be the one here. I'm also looking at a 131 break long on AMZN as well. So I think there's a lot of opportunity to do a little bit of damage here, especially if we start to break higher. On Amazon Prime Day, day 2 right now, this is the last day for that. So they'll come out with numbers tomorrow and in the next couple of days, and those numbers are gonna blow everyone's mind. So you get ready for 131, possibly as a long break here on Amazon as we continue to watch Plug. Good out on Plug, by the way. We got some out anyways at 75 there, as we stated, but here comes Plug Power.
Yeah, it's not going to hold that 750 area. My stop is pennies underneath it. Honestly, it felt like it was going to be strong in that. It was never breaking $8. Sometimes, some stocks on the squeeze play, you actually want it to break the level. Other times, you look for the dip buy. I find usually it is that breakout for 22% short. Just noting, I'm all over right now, not Intel, Refrain, this 2030. If it fails this, we talked about the fade there, and Meta just made that overplay at that 326, that big level on the daily chart. So if it can't take the $0.50, I'm looking to short that, but first things first, Refrain. End of the desk with Brendo.
JP Morgan initiating coverage today on Bitcoin miners, CleanSpark, Mara, and Riot. CLSK at overweight. Both Mara and Riot underweight. So CLSK not doing much, but Mara and Riot getting hit on that, guys.
Oh, Mara and Riot, huh? Okay, I was just looking here. Obviously, Plug back up. We're not going to get out until we break at least the 740, sort of that area right there. So let's just see what happens on it. Pretty good hold. It's holding pretty good. Let's just wait to see right now. But it did test that 750 area there. A name that we could. And yeah, guys, look at the time. It's 9:38. Pretty good, man. I don't really have too many positions here. We're still 60 cents in the money on the TQs, but again, we only have 20% left on that one. We have half left on Alibaba there. Sorry, check that. We have 60% left on Alibaba. Alibaba went back up into the 50s one more time, so let's just put an offer there. If we get that, we get that. Who knows on that one. And then I am patiently waiting, man. I'm waiting. I have the break now. For Amazon. So if the market gets back to the upside, I think 131, I like that. And then what I said AMD, didn't I? Yeah. So if you like the short rate here, you're right back in to yesterday. We literally touched 110.15, which was yesterday's high. So it came right in. Maybe we literally did it. Maybe we touched 14, but came right into yesterday's high before now getting this pullback in the market. So in AMD and a little bit in the market too. But if you're BTFD, AMD definitely has a chance to get going there. The 200 periods down here at 109.33. A little bit early for me to make big plays yet, but we're still here.
Well, guess what? That 326 on the daily in Meta. Well, we got there.
What?
Went short first. Said, look, I'm going to short it first because it's like a triple top in some ways. It's a double top technically on the daily, but it's a triple top. If you go all the way back to that earnings from a couple of years ago, 300 down to 100, that was the top there. So you're possibly on the way to 330. I don't know, but that 326 half, it just broke 327, so I did take some out on that. I'm out of plug. I might look for a consolidation buy down there, but wow, Meta. Meta is trying to rip some faces off. I'm not completely convinced this is like done because if you look at the future, like the futures wicked the high.
I didn't take
on the NASDAQ. You wicked the high, and now you're starting to pull back in. So the NASDAQ is respecting some resistance levels. I'm wondering why I didn't get my Affirm short. Let me go back over there. I'm on the offer of Affirm. Oh, I got in and out. That's right. Okay, Affirm took out that top. I'm like, oh, no. We're in that one. It was looking pretty decent, but I had to get out when it broke that 2030. There's no reversal long for me on Affirm. Really only looking one direction in that one, but Meta is an absolute rocket ship, that stock. Even, it's not the only one. Tesla made a charge through its high, didn't break it. Amazon didn't break its high of the day. Very much a Meta story, though. I haven't been watching Apple yet.
I'm pissed off right now because, you know, we have Meta written down here 325, and here I am like looking at Amazon, and I didn't even, honestly, I didn't cover it well enough in the pre-market there for me to be like obsessed with looking it off the open. We did say that we weren't going to get involved too early on this name anyways, so I can sort of hold that at least to say that we didn't have to make that mistake. But at the same time, that was a pretty amazing break of 325, man. It's giving you $2 clean all the way to the upside right there without even looking back at all. Right here. So I'm going to hold out hope that it does come back into VWAP right now of 325.25 and try to get long. I mean, meanwhile, at least you know what? You spin it at one time. You don't have one, but you have
another one.
And then
another one.
I mean, we're 50 cents in the money on TQs. Hard to complain about that. We've been making money on Plug Power, although it's kind of just back to where we bought it right now. And then Alibaba has been really, at least we missed this one as well, but it came back and gave us 88s. So that was good. We missed it. It only went to 88.15, came back. We were really patient with it, and here goes Alibaba back up to the upside. So for right now, it's all good, man. We're 3 for 3, and we're rocking, so it's fine. But we should be rocking harder than this because that Meta is going to bug me. But then I just looked over to Sharif, and he's like, dude, don't worry about it. It's still early. So thank you for that, Sharif, because we do not want to get carried away and get a little bit too hyped because we know what we're capable of. And it just takes one trade for me. That trade could come at 3 o'clock. That trade could come at noon. That trade could come right now. So let's just be patient, make sure that we get the right ones on board. I mean, Baba's 70 cents in the money, Q's 50 cents in Plug, right? So I think we're doing good. We just got to be patient, make sure we get the right trades on board for us. Hey, we're in 3 spots right now. I mean, it's pretty decent.
I'm going back to what has been working, which is if it doesn't work right away at the open, always be patient and wait for like that 10 o'clock or consolidation levels. Meta was a breakout reversal at that 326 half. It just failed 327. The futures just wicked the high. Let's allow the futures to actually break higher, and then we can worry about continuously taking out tops. I want consolidation longs at this point. So get in, get out. Same thing with Intel, which pulled back. The initial break gets you right into that 37 level. I tried to reload off the previous high, did not hold on to pre-market lows, so no need to fight it above there. Like, it gives you the early win. You try the reload, it doesn't work. Now I'm going to back off. If it can show me some more strength, fair enough. We never got into NEO off the $9 level. If you grab that 9, that's already looking pretty good. This is not pulling back at all. But what is giving a consolidation is Palantir. So Palantir off yesterday's high, for me, last day I traded was Friday, was 1840. It's showing you a consolidation underneath that level. So Palantir is setting up either dip 18. Now the break at 1840 doesn't look so crazy because it's giving you the consolidation in front of it. But you want to be patient with these types of names. Tempest is halted again. I don't think this is like a...
Which way this time? Oh, up?
Yeah, I don't know, it halted down, it halted up. As far as I'm concerned, until this thing can calm down and maybe stop halting every few minutes here,
Need to calm down.
then it's more tradable. Like, it's a $2 stock. I don't want to be trading from halt to halt. Like, you want to be able to get into this, understand the level, hold it to that level, and then not expect to be halted into it. Like 180, if it goes to the top here, and 180 is your stop, you could be halted down before it gets there. So until it starts showing a little bit more liquidity, I think we're going to have to sit, at least I'm going to have to sit this one out. There was another chip name I wanted to talk about, which we didn't really talk about, AMD. AMD has dipped once into the previous close, 109. It's dipped twice into 109 now on higher lows. Looks like this is an interesting dip. It showed you the liquidity grab underneath 109. Now if it can show you support at 109, that becomes a pretty good spot. So I want to go back to the well with a couple of names, be patient with them. Palantir, that breakout could be next. Maybe you just get a dip into VWAP as well.
Yeah, so we're 3 for 3 right now, which is fine, but we are now in, and it's funny you just mentioned that because we got into AMD right here, right now as well. Not as well, but I'm in it. So we're going to see if this can go up through 109. I mean, that bottom right there is 109.02. Obviously, you have a wick down here to 78. I'm not playing with those. Like, if it breaks it, and we gone on that one. So let's see what happens here on AMD. A little bit more of an average back at 109.10. Again, not a big one here. Like, if we can get it, great. Here it comes in. If we can get it, great. But look at this market. This is what I'm talking about. You do not need to stand in front of falling knives here, especially early on. And that was been a mistake of mine sometimes, right? We talked about that. Getting too excited too early on some of these names. So we'll sit here right now with some AMD shares off of that 109. But if we break it, then we're going to be out. And there it is right now. Let's go back up to the upside. We just took some out there at 21, 22, 23. Here we go, AMD. Nice little move back up to the upside right now. As let's go. Let's hit the damn sirens. Here we go, man. Let's go 4 for 4. You guys want to go 4 for 4? Then let's rock and roll right now. We're barbecuing it up. Nice little trade here on AMD. Yeah, man, we're just getting some out. Like, this is exactly what we want to do right now. Nice move back on the upside of AMD. That's it. Bang, right there. There's 40 cents for you on AMD. A pretty clean trade as we start to take some out. Came up to the 50 period. Let's go, man. We rocking here again today. So we'll put 4 marks on the board right now. I mean, look at Plug Power. Plug Power making the move back up to the upside. Maybe we take another piece out at 78. Why not? Let's do that. There it is. Alibaba also at day's high. Let's go, man. If you're rocking now. Thank you so much for enjoying the show and watching it with us. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe, because there it is, man. 4 for 4 right now today, but it's early. 4 for 4, 4 for 5. It's that 5th one that could wreck you as well, right? So here we go. Let's hold on to some AMD. We're actually out of half already, guys.
Yeah, I actually just got into Polestar finally. Look, if you're going to raise $1 billion, I don't like it. And we're going to short this one into yesterday's high. We talked about this, but we didn't really show you. It's actually a double top. This 290 on Polestar is a double top. If it gets through this, obviously $3 could be a breakout. Palantir, we waited for that consolidation, and now it's starting to come back in. If this market can get back up to the top, Palantir has room on the daily. If 840 breaks, 1840 breaks, then I think you can see that even $1.19. So it showed you the consolidation. We're in this consolidation long, looking for it to take out the top. It might be an ad up there, but I'm just going to hold and buy the dips. Seem like the better way to play this overall. Meta, not at the point where I wanted to get back into it just yet, but it is starting to show some serious signs of breaking back out here. But you're getting a lot of rejection off the top on the NASDAQ, and it's just whipsaw action on Meta. It would seem like the longs are tighter to 326, might be the go zone on Meta. Just want to be patient, guys. It's still early, and if you're still watching that Tempest stock, I don't think that's going to be a trade, at least for me, until after 10 o'clock. That really needs to calm itself down. Brendo?
There's a few names moving around on this Ozempic kidney headline this morning. Success in a kidney trial anyways for that. One of those is this one. Eli Lilly, 3.5%, just took out pre-market highs there, approaching $600 right now, guys.
You know what's hilarious? we're in the pre-market. I was sitting there reading some of those notes, and I was like, I'm just gonna put an offer on my personal account if it breaks. I didn't actually do it, so I'm not really. I will not be selling any shares while we're on the show, but I've been considering where I should get some out, and that it's a rocket ship. But Eli Lilly got to 600 last time, and this is what happened. It just feels like taking some off would make some sense. But again, not a day trade stock. I don't think it's ever really been a day trade stock. I think anybody looking at it, $600, maybe they'll split at some point, and that becomes more interesting. But we just got this thing. Palantir.
Yes.
More coffee, Neil. Palantir, I'm staring at him like, what is this
coffee.
stock again? Palantir, it just broke that 1840, but look at this. It gets up there to 44, got an offer in front of 45. Sometimes you put an order at like 44 or 49 in front of 50. It fills you and you get pretty lucky. I just offered that, and it's just a complete fluke. But it pulls right back into these quarters. So I think the dip buy is pretty good, but that is a rejection of the 1840 break. That is yesterday's high as well, so a little bit of caution on that dip buy. Gave you the nice win, but that is a rejection of yesterday's high. Want to be sure that we're strong above here before a reload. So this long starting to come back in there, and of course Polestar as well. Tesla. This is really starting to dip. The market is holding up well, and Tesla's not bouncing yet. So yeah, this is not looking great. I just heard the professor say neither is Apple. Apple I haven't even looked at yet. Oh wow, 178. I like two things on Apple. Well, okay, two levels on Apple, 180 and 178. On a strong day, I thought we'd be seeing the 180 level before 178. Yeah, we're here right now. If it can't hold on to this, that does not bode well for the market.
No.
I got to check out Affirm because I was like, this is my, okay.
Oh, we just missed it.
I'm going back to you, Affirm. I was in a bit early, that's the front end, but that's the level I wanted to see fail. So I'm gonna go for the short again, and Affirm, I knew I liked this one for a weak market. I'm going back to this one.
All right, so I'm trying to figure out, is this market weak, or it's not even 10 o'clock yet, and I find myself dancing here now with AMD. So we lost on that long, but then we just flipped into the short, and now we're up more money now than we could have even imagined on this. Not imagined, I mean, we can always imagine higher, but it's dropping a little more than I had thought here is what I'm trying to get at. Nice move down into 106, 108, 60s, and wow, holy shit. Sorry about that. Holy man. Nice move to the downside. I apologize for that. There it goes. Nice move. This is just collapsing on itself. I'm canceling all my bids everywhere right now. See ya Meta. See ya everything. Forget about this. We've already cashed out. Look at this, man.
Rejected.
Look at exactly. Market rejected 15.4 there. Nice move downside on AMD. This is what you want to do, man. You want to throw these out. Sorry about hitting the money thing again. Hit the banger trades. Like now, all of a sudden, guys, no word of a lie. AMD now the number one stock P&L wise for me. As we were long, we flipped into the short. Have that ability, man. If you want to be capable of sitting here and making a million trades a day, sometimes you are going to have to flip up your opinion on what exactly the market is doing. And sometimes you got to do that relatively quickly. And then we made that decision there on AMD as it faded out. And then I just hit Control B or whatever it was, canceled all my bids because I don't need to be part of any of this. If the market's going to come down, let's just settle it down, right? We've already cashed out now on AMD. We still have 35% left. But I didn't want to sit in here. Like, look, Amazon's going to hold. But if the market's going to break lower here, it's been a huge. The Nasdaq this year is up like what, 46%, 38%, something like that. Let's just say 40%. And it's been a crazy 3-4 days. Maybe today is finally the day that the Nasdaq gives something back. I mean, that's going to be a tough prediction to make, as it always is, because look at that Amazon. I canceled, look, my bid was at 129.50, so we didn't come close to it. But Amazon scared me when that market fell down there. I thought maybe we were going to be breaking VWAP and then heading back into 15.2. 15.2 is the level right now that I'm looking at on the Nasdaq, and we don't What I'm learning more and more, man, is just you could just chill out. You find those trades. Like I said, that one trade on AMD was wrong, reversed it, and now I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day, right? So sometimes you gotta be able to do that. But there it is right there. The 50-period moving average, here's 15.2. These are the levels that I'm looking at to hold. Remember yesterday or 2 days ago when we talked about, I don't even know anymore, like the market's so crazy. We talked about this little level back in September. Well, that broke and didn't even think about holding, but 15.4 for some reason did. I still think there's room up here to 15.5. But for right now, it's a little bit of a pullback in the market. Not much of one, but pulling back into VWAP right now on the 1 minute. I still say, man, we just hold tight on AMD. I do have more bids, though. I have a bid at 52, which just got hit right there. The chef is cooking right now. And it's been a very, very, very good day.
You know what's not coming to the downside, though, is Meta. Meta is like the...
Yeah, I canceled
Yeah,
that.
this one does not want to fall. So when the market broke down there, I looked at Apple. I was like, okay, I should be trying to get back into Affirm, the short that I liked. But I thought this could take us to the downside for a better dip on Meta, because Meta's the one that's still setting up like it's a great long. But yeah, we'll have to wait for it to get down to 326. Buying highs when the market's turning over doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But if it continues its strength, you just want to respect that strength. Apple is now through 178. It hasn't had a green candle since the first one at the open, or first couple
Really,
since
eh?
the open.
What the hell?
So it's been really weak. It's already red when the NASDAQ is up 0.4. If it can't hold 178, support turns into resistance to me. I said to myself, like, do not fight Apple if it's underneath 174. And it's holding this downward move to 174. PSNY, we're sitting in this. I just feel as if I want to be kind of net short into yesterday's high, but it's just going sideways. So not a heck of a lot of movement just yet. Oh yeah, Google as well.
Google's at 140.50 right now. Google is
What?
like absolute. Look.
Huh? I thought Meta was
I've already talked about.
No, Google is stronger.
Yeah, how in love I am with Google. This is my largest holding. But again, like what a monster move, breaking through the daily right now. It's too bad because remember yesterday we had 139 checked on Google. We took the long and it didn't work. Well, today it breaks it and absolutely no problem and just rips to the upside. So definitely, although today's a fantastic day, so many missed opportunities, man. If you're day trading and looking at tech names, like Neil just said, they're Meta, Apple the other way, Meta up, Google up. Definitely some of these strong names continue to hold fort here again today. What's up, Brendo?
PanW, we were talking about these cybersecurity names over the past couple of days. Here we go again, all of them. No real significant news here outside of cybersecurity. Has been pretty hot the past couple of weeks here. Is PanW, guys.
Wow, I was looking at Meta. I thought that was the strong, and I'm catching up on Google. Like, what the absolute heck?
It's nuts.
Yeah, Google through 140, 139 and 140 have been pretty clean here. You look at the daily chart. This is not dissimilar from the breakout on Meta. Above 139.5, above 140. I think this one's a trend long, but you're getting it. You got to put some stocks into different buckets, right? Because the market is going back and forth through the same range. We didn't break yesterday's highs. We haven't retested 15.3. So, Meta, Google in your strong bucket. At least for now, Apple rejecting the 50 period on the daily, or at least at the 50 period. If it can hold on to 178, great. That's great for the overall market if it does. I think if this holding 178 and all systems to the upside because of what I'm seeing in the rest of big tech, but note the weakness here. I'm back into Affirm because that was part of the original plan. A lot of times, it's like, that doesn't work. I missed the absolute top. Well, if we're going to roll over, sometimes you get a shot at the level you liked before. And, I'm pretty much always going to take that reload. It's not really a reload because I was out altogether. And then just jumping back in at that same level. That's incredible, that Google. I love you, Google. I just wish you had got me on board. NEO holding out really well, holding VWAP, stair step up here. So this looks like it can be a dip buy, maybe consolidation long, up 3% in its own right.
All right, let's. AMD is weak, man, and like I said, it's going to be. Well, my number one stock is still. Oh yeah, by the way, guys, we only have 20% left of Alibaba. We have that high tick there. I mean, we said we were waiting for 80s. We got 69 on the upside. Let's drop out. I mean, now. Like my stop is nowhere even near here. So let's just stop out if it breaks that bottom. 87, so let's do it right now together. 87, 84. Oops, right there, there we go. Stop on that if it does come back in. We've already captured all the profit on this. 20, 40, 60, 80, 20% left. We'll lose 20 cents, which basically means we've given back this tick if it does come back. So we'll give back that tick. All right, new position alert. You guys like that? Right now we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 here today, but position pending because brand new guy on board right here is Apple. We're gonna short Apple here. That bottom has been 60. Let's put a bid right now at 75, see if we get that. Then let's put a bid down here at 60, see if we get that. But there's the short against 78. Pretty easy. I'm averaging in and not getting out until we break 178.50 on Apple. Like I said, if this is going to be a down day, that it's not even 10 o'clock yet. So let's give some of these names a little bit of room. We were wrong by canceling Amazon. We didn't get the fill anyways. We were dead right about Meta up here, breaking through 325. But look at it pulling back down now. I can't be supporting Apple and AMD short and look to pick up some weakness in Meta because honestly, if Meta falls down, it'll probably help Apple come back in as well. So that would be really nice if this does fall back. But here we go, man. We're staying away from some of these names now as we start to come back. But for Meta, I mean, hard to ignore where the 200 period is down here at 323.50. Also these highs from yesterday, right? Or in the pre-market, sorry, we've already broken those. So that could be something as well. AMD back up. So like, we could sort of do the same trade. I'm going to wait. Everything's up here at 109.40. We're now out of 75% of AMD right now, but it's holding out pretty decently. Let's put another bid down here in the 7. There it is. We just put a bid at 72 right now. Hit the banger on. Wow. Okay, back into the 50s. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, by the way, remember I said 5 for 5 position pending? Apple right there. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, it wasn't.
We're trying to hold it, yeah. So now the market's looking like, Neil, that it may want to finally make a little bit of a move here.
Yeah, I mean, Apple 178, don't fight it off that 178 level was just, it's one of those things where when you pick an over-under price, you can like the long until it breaks, and then once it breaks, I think you just don't want to fight it. Here's 177. Had that marked off from last Friday. This is one time I'm actually using Friday correctly, but it was resistance 177 turning into support. So if we get down there, I think that's the next exit on Apple. Looking pretty weak there. The other short I got on is Affirm. Obviously, it would have been nice if it just did this the first time, but that's how the market is sometimes. Like a lot of times this is going to happen. You can like a short at a level, but you got to let things calm the down at the open.
Wow.
Breaks out. Now you're starting to roll over. If 20 breaks, I think we're getting 1980, and then who knows from there. But the market's, even Meta is starting to come to the downside. Right, like the shorts are starting to pay off here. So it's a little bit of flush city. At least we were patient. I was waiting for an opportunity where it looked good. Like I was looking for like a bull flag, whatever you want to call it, consolidation off that 326 area. Nothing of the sort on Meta. So no reason to get into the dip buy if it doesn't set up. But the shorts did. Super SPAC man saying CCL sitting on the low of the day. I actually don't know because I haven't really looked at CCL today, but I'll oblige. I don't mind. We can look at CCL. It's still on the New York though, Neil. It's underneath 13 bucks. I like the even dollar levels usually on CCL. But it's failed the even dollar level. Wow, is that really just not a short till it isn't? Stair-stepping to the gates of hell is what this is doing. Not a lot of movement, but it looks like it could be breaking down from here. I don't know. I kind of like what I'm in. I don't really see an obvious trade there in CCL, but hey, you haven't been wrong if you've been shorting it recently, so I don't want to tell anybody not to when it's trending down.
Yeah, some trending down names here in the chip space. I mean, AMD is at day's low, and we now have a 50-cent winner on this thing. Let's just check out TPST is now open. So let's go have a quick look at that one. Thank you to our friend there, Stan. What's up, Stan? Stan the man. Right there. Look at this, though. Halt, 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 halt. And I'm going to guess this is a halt band right now. And, oh, wow, it took that out at 196 right there. It was about to halt again, but they say no to that one. They buy it up. Look at the supply on offer here, right? There's 50,000 shares there. It's only a $2 stock, so it's not like we can't rip through that, man. It's done 78 mil on the day right now. We may be in the wrong name with Apple, so let's wait, man. This market is falling down and Apple's going up. Meanwhile, we're just cashing in on everything else on the short side. So let's be careful with Apple here. I'm being very, very patient. My next reload on this one is not until up here at the 50 period 20s, but we just hit 78 again. Maybe we could put a piece on there, but I'm going to wait and be less aggressive with this name, Apple, until we take some of those highs. All right, let's go back over to the desk right now and find out what's happening now with Brendan.
Hey guys, yeah, back downside we go. If you missed it this morning at 8:30, first of two inflation prints coming this week. Tomorrow we get CPI. This morning it was PPI, higher than expected on the month-over-month number for September. 0.4 was what the market was looking for. It comes 0.7 in line on the year-over-year number, 2.2 versus 2.2. 0.3 on the ex-food and energy side of things. Meanwhile, that caused that initial move to the downside in the pre-market. We come all the way back up to near yesterday's high before we are starting to fade out. Again, we will get some more Fed speak coming up later in the day as well. So keep an eye on that. It's been a little bit of a market mover over the past couple of days, depending on how the comments come across. If you were with us pre-market, we were touching on Amazon, Tesla. Yeah, Burke set to make its debut on the NYSE at some point today, indicating $46 right now on the open for BIRK. Amazon back to basically flat here. We were talking about Prime Day early on this morning. CLSK, I mentioned JP Morgan initiating coverage on some of the Bitcoin miners, CleanSpark, Mara, Riot. Out of those three, only CleanSpark with an overweight rating, both Mara and Riot, underweight for JPM, guys.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy, but I wasn't really looking at crypto this morning. Maybe to a lesser extent Coinbase, which I'll probably get into during lunch money. But Meta just made a huge bounce here off of kind of 325. It wicked it. Now you're recovering that 326. Let's be patient. Let's see what happens next off VWAP at this 26 level. If it holds on, that could bode well for Meta. But then that entire dip, Apple just re-challenged that 178. So got out some, it came right back into 78. If this can't hold on to VWAP, you could have a liquidity grab bottom. It was trending down with the overall market. Now it's looking like a little bit of a breakout. I keep seeing Netflix in the chat. Shout out to everybody that's been yelling about Netflix. Just yesterday's bottoms, it looks like. One liquidity grab below, another liquidity grab, and a higher low being put in on Netflix, but trend down overall. So you want to be patient, because if you do resolve this to weakness, almost all of these stocks that I'm looking at are at huge levels, wicked the high, so trapped longs on the breakout of the top, and are now just gravitating toward the bottom of the range where they're finding some support. The support on on Netflix is probably a little bit different, because you can see on the daily. Underneath 370, there's just been buyers at this price. We talked about this with Meta in 299, half to 300. It gets down there, and it's not really 370 that they're buying. It's the buyers underneath 370. So if it does get to the downside and break this low, you'll want to respect that if you see it get down there again. One last one. We got out of that Intel long, and now what I see is a failed break of that 3680 level. So failed breakout, I know because I was in it. You got to be able to take that profit on breakouts. That's why I usually scalp out of breakouts, because when they fail, they get pretty darn bearish. You're now consolidating underneath that high, which is not necessarily a good sign. If you don't bounce here, when I see Apple bouncing, I thought I saw a little bit of a bounce in NVIDIA last I checked it. Intel suddenly looks like a little bit of a short if it cannot break back and retest some of those highs. First things first, let's see Apple resolve itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for too. I was waiting for actually 178.25. But I took a little piece here at what it was at 15s. Yeah, so let's just see if it goes back to the downside right now. We're short here at 04. Like I said, maybe this is the wrong play for Apple. So I don't know. Let's wait. We'll take a dime piece if it breaks back down below 178 right now. Obviously, things are starting to crack. Oh yeah, just quickly here. Plug, I manually took this out. I was going to wait for right here. I told you 740, but I felt like it's not going, and I've sat here enough. Hopefully I'm seasoned enough to be like, if this is not moving, it could rip up now for sure, but we're still positive on the name, and it wasn't reacting. So we'll take a long 65 there and an out 52s. Considering that we got a 79 rate there, that's basically just washing that. So not much. Really, this was a good trade there early. Took some out at 8, above 8. It hasn't broke since. We've canceled our buy now through 8.15. If it gets up there, great, but I feel a sucker's bet because people that are long this name are loading up down here. So what do you think they're going to do when it comes back up to 8 and 8.15, right? They're going to get out of the shares that they currently have. So I don't want to buy into heavy sells, which may be up here near and around $8. AMD just fell again here. I feel like we need to put another bid on AMD. Look, if it continues to fall down, hallelujah, and that would be fantastic. Whoops. Oh, no. Oh, BABA. Okay, I thought I just got filled there on. Okay, good. Whew. I thought I just got filled there on AMD. I put the wrong price. But there it is. So Alibaba, again, great trade, man, for that one. It was actually a chicken dinner winner because straight off the morning, man, good win all the way up there. We talked about it, the high of the day being 80s. We were waiting at 80. It didn't print. It went Boeing printed 79, which kind of sucks. But we get out there at 68, 69, so we pay 10 cents less, then take that out for virtually flat at the end. So let's see if that one will continue to print later on. But for right now, we are out as the market's still below VWAP. But honestly, this Apple is really starting to bother me because other names are falling down and Apple's kind of holding fort here.
Well, the thing is, Apple had sold so much into the move that it's like everything is catching up or down to Apple at this moment.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I want it to consolidate, so I'm trying to be patient with it because if the market breaks 15.3 on the NASDAQ, I think Apple will start it out weak. I think it just continues to be weak. I'm talking 15.3 here. Obviously a big level. NEO, which was holding up pretty well, just dipped into 9. We're looking for that dip. It got right in there to like 902 and then bounced right back to VWAP. So I wet the old beak here at 906. And we'll see if we can't get something tighter to $9. If it breaks 9, I'll just an easy out for me. Big even dollar level. Sometimes it's just that easy. I am into Intel now. If it's going to be a fail day, then this is one of those. I like a fail breakout. If on a red day, failed breakouts can be a good entry point. You can see it now consolidating underneath VWAP, which is at 36.70. So I'm working into short there. It's that Tempest, like I said, I don't know if there's going to be a trade in it. It is open for the longest since a while, but I don't know how long that's going to hold up. Probably go back to that one a little bit later. Apple still holding 178, but into a couple more shorts now as Intel joins the club for me.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Oh
okay.
God.
We talked about waiting for 178.25, right? Well, guess what? I mean, we're short now at 178.22, and we're only taking. Well, we just took 15 cents. You could take a dime right now. Well, you could have if you wanted it. So we got out of some right there. That actually, the only reason why we hit, oh my God, is like, oh my God, that went right into the money for us. So again, remember that Meta call that I had that's here on the sticky note? Let me just read what it says. Meta 325 long. Okay, so there's no, 3 times the charm. Like, I have to start looking a little bit more specifically at names that I even have marked on there. So I hope everybody's there looking at that because that was, again, a huge missed opportunity. Like, it just came back in again. So we're going to sit there this time, but is 3 times the charm or what on that one? We're at the highest spot we've been at all day right now. And that is thanks to your boy here, Apple. And thanks to that level that we called out right there into the 50-period moving average. We took it. Nice move down. It's VWAP to be specific as well. Here we go, Apple. Let's just crank lower, man, and I'll just feel a lot better about this. Yes, Apple. Yes, Apple. Nice move to the downside right now. We'll take some 97s. Again, 30 cents, man. Let's put that in our pocket and spin this for everybody. Because there it is, man. We gave the trade. Right now, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for 5 for everybody here today. So I hope you're following because it's been a good day, and every trade to me has made a heck of a lot of sense. Everything that we've put on is making dollars, but it's made sense up here. So that's the most important thing right there. Pretty easy to follow. Today. We're not in and out of anything real quick. The only trade that we really did go back and forth with was AMD on the reverse short, which is now obviously cash money. That Apple is huge, so hopefully that'll be good. We got our TQQs on the 200 period pullback. right there. So we're now out of the market. TQ's one of the #1 names, so pretty happy with that. And there goes Apple. Let's go Apple, man. Yes, sir. Spin it right now, man. We have enough shares to start to get out of this. So if you want it, man, hold it. But there goes Apple trying to get back into day's low. And there's our tick right there. So far, so good there. Meta's still holding out 325 as well.
Yeah, John, you're right. That was a pretty decent reversal in the market. We're getting to 15.3 on the NASDAQ, so when that happens, start to take some profit out. Intel, a lot of times it's just the setup. Like, I wanted this to be a long on a breakout, but the breakout failed, right? So when the breakout fails, you turn into a head and shoulders, wait for it to consolidate, short, hopefully tighter to the top end of that range so that you're risking less. And that's what happened. So we just got the bid at 50. I'm going to get the bid at 40 as well. Apple, I have a bid at 80s. Yeah, 177.80, and then I'm looking a little bit lower than that. So there's the curl on Apple. Because I'm adding elsewhere, don't necessarily want to add there, but you got to be patient with it. Now it starts to come back in. Affirm has been good the entire way. There was something else I wanted to get to. Meta's still, so Google's dropping a bit, but Meta's holding 326. Remember on the daily chart that this is the big level on the daily. I don't know if this is going to go, yeah, let's go back far enough. This is it, like 326.5. Has been that big resistance. This wick up here is kind of fugazi. I think it's like a pre-market level that day. But you're still holding a lot of strength in Meta. This is not the one I think you want to fight. If you're looking for shorts, sure, sometimes the stock that goes up the most can be the best one in terms of retracement. That could be also true of Alphabet, but look at it. Just hold on. It's bouncing off VWAP. If it holds on to 140, this can be a good one to that long side. I still want to say these are in the strong bucket, but as I said, Intel, you can want it to be a long all you want, but a fail break's a fail break, and sometimes you got to flip that old bad boy to red, and then you get a little bit of flush city. NEO is the only long I have on, so I'm kind of hoping that the Chinese ADRs do their own thing. Bouncing off VWAP and $9 hasn't really done much on that dip. The downside to this trade, it's a good level at 9, but lower highs into a potential falling knife. So if it breaks 9, that's an easy out. I'm not holding past that 9 level.
Let's just be patient. It's 10:15, man. I mean, like I said, there's not many days where we're going to be, reading it the way we are today. Like we have 5 different names today, like Plug Power, BABA, AMD, Apple, and the market. And they're all printing for us. So it's been a great day. Let's just continue to hold it. We did just one quick before we go to Brendan. I got out at 50 again on AMD as we approach the day's low. So I just didn't want to keep on holding this. It's been resisting this level over and over and over again. I'm canceling once again here, I'm switching my mind on Meta. I just feel like if it breaks this 325, it's Deadsville on this name as the market keeps coming down. Maybe I'm too biased to the short, but I want to be short right now as this market's moving around here, especially Apple just made a move higher, which doesn't make too much sense. So let's take something out here at 02 if we can. We just got some more fills in the 70s on Apple, but I don't know what's up with that right now as it's making, 80s as it's making a move back up. What's up, Brendo?
Pretty impressive here for Polestar, guys. Market about to go red. S&P anyways, just testing break even on the day. Here's Polestar about to go positive after that huge gap to the downside, $1 billion in a mixed shelf announced if you missed it.
Until this breaks a double top, I ain't giving it up. And I haven't really added to or anything like that, but this is a double top. It's 291 here, but it's 294 over there. So until you break that, you're still, 290 is the actual close, but 294 is that level that it had last week. So if it wants to make a breakout locally, that's the one obvious and big level. I think there's room to 320. That's a 50 period. But again, want to give this one a chance up to that level. And it's an easy when we get there. Apple just bounced. Intel just bounced as well. So I just took another leg out of Intel. Got to respect it. Just bounced pretty much off of yesterday's close, which is 43s. Kind of bounced off 42s technically, but took another leg out there. Anytime you bounce off a support level, usually I want to get out. If I can't get the bid, which I tried, missed it by a cent, then I'm going to get out in front of it. But this is a time to be patient. 15.3 just bounced on the NASDAQ. It doesn't necessarily mean the market's going to scream from here. On the 60-minute chart, I still see fail break of yesterday's high, wick above, liquidity grab, and a bit of a downward trend. So it's still kind of looking red there with a bounce off 15.3. 15.3 gets taken. I think the shorts are still valid. Not really getting into any longs. And if I get into long, it still feels like it should be Meta or Alphabet. Those are the two that have held out this entire time.
Again, the market, I hate for this name to be into sleepy mode already there, but thanks for the update there on Polestar, which reminds me about Rivian. We've been trading Rivian in the last couple of days right now, so 20 bucks. Ooh, we had this short yesterday. Or no, it was long. We had the dip by long yesterday on Rivian right there. We were long into this level there, and then had that move up to 20, that's correct, bought it back, and then it held sort of the 200 period of VWAP the whole time. So right now today, this is just a minute chart for Rivian. This is pretty, I don't know, like not much going on right. So Super SPAC man, I want to say thank you for your comment there because it was pretty fun what you just, and as I read these, man, thank you so much for everything. I know that you guys are seeing the positions at the bottom, and that's what someone said, how do you know we're 5 for 5? I mean, it's hard to track those at the bottom. We're trying to think of ways to get that a little bit better, but you could just see some of the positions. That's why I'm not trading too much. I'll try to review all the positions that I've had throughout the day, but this is it right here, Super SPAC man. I like to hear the Triple C, CCC, the classic Katina changeup. I definitely like that one. And that's what we did on AMD, right? We sort of had our momentum one way to the long, and then now AMD print. AMD, all these stocks, my number one stock is going to be Apple because we traded that with, you know, a good amount of shares there. AMD is going to be number 2, followed, well, yeah, I guess so. Position pending. I mean, AMD's right now $1.50 in the money, as here comes Apple back in as well. And then the NASDAQ, that triple Q position was a great one as well. They're all pretty even. Oh, and then Alibaba, yeah. So they're all, well, now Apple is really taking names right now back in for P&L for me. So here it comes back. We just touched, I'm bidding 84. We just touched 88. So let's just put a bid there. I'm going to cancel my 84, put in 88. We had this yesterday with Obi when he sort of switched up his game plan there and started scalping. We talked about the benefits of scalping versus holding on. So again, if you see some bottom wicks that are bought up, you should probably put a bid near that level just in case that happens again, because you don't need that to go against you, especially when we have 40 cents in the money. You don't want like Apple to all of a sudden make that move back in like it just did right there, and we missed it, right? We only went to 90, so there we are. There we go, so that's it. That's the kind of talk that we're doing right there. See, we get the 88s. Now if it bounces up like it's doing right now to 95 or so, then it's like whatever. But either way, man, by sitting there, and you can only do some of this trading if you're live, or if you're at Day Trade the World, you could definitely do it. Some other platforms will give rebates as well. But like I sit there on ARCA or NASDAQ or whatever it was that time, and when I get hit at 88, I actually get paid to make that fill. So that's why you're seeing me getting involved like this, because see, so that's why I sit there, take those fills. If you're paying like $4.99 a trade or something like that, then obviously you're not going to be traded the same way. But like right there, by getting some out at 177.88 right there, like I've just saved myself 20 cents. So that's, you know, there it is, right? So I'd be pissed off if I didn't do that trade, but I did it, so we're all good now, and that's life of a scalper. All right, let's go back over now to the bridge with Adara.
Trading news provided today by Benzinga Pro, the official news source of Trader TV and a game-changing tool for active investors. Take advantage of their Halloween sale early now by clicking the link in the description and using the coupon code TTV for a whole 50% off for life. So this is the big small cap we've been talking about today at Tempest Therapeutics, TPST. So this one was initially trading because of a positive results in their study for carcinoma treatment. It also just received a price target upgrade from H.C. Wainwright, which maintained a buy, and the price target is now 47, so that one's absolutely of note. We also have Guacho Group Holdings, Vino, V-I-N-O. This one has been trading higher because it's said that it's looking towards organic cultivation for some of its vineyards. And then last but not least, we have Phio Pharmaceuticals, P-H-I-O, basically announced the presentation of key preclinical studies, for its Intistill treatment for, at a cancer therapeutics conference. So that's another biopharmaceutical related one. Keep an eye on all of these names heading into the rest of the day.
Dara, and look, that Tempest is completely insane. That one, I think it's probably going to be a little bit more reasonable. Who knows? It might not actually be reasonable at any point today, but during lunchtime. Sometime when it slows down, that's when you can get the better trade where you can find the risk to reward. A lot of times you look at the big cap tech for that reason. So Apple cannot seem to break down. Again, style is your thing. For me, I'm in it off 178. It has not broken and held above VWAP. It hasn't broken the low of the day. Not a heck of a lot to work with. There is a market bounce happening. That did at least give me a chance that NEO could go, but look at it just hug VWAP. Don't tell me the Chinese ADRs are going to sleep already. It's a good level at 9, but it'd be a lot nicer if it would actually break away from this level. I did get out of a firm.
Oh my gosh.
It broke that top again, so I still like the level on a firm. But look what it just ran the exact same level and comes back in here. So first time we just got in, broke our level, we get out, don't really average into it, get back in off that short. It gives us into 20, not bad. Then it gives us a 10-cent hit. I still think a firm is on the way to the downside. Like I'm only looking one direction off of this level until it proves otherwise. So that $20 level still looking like a decent one for the south side of the trade. And that Polestar, it's not really doing much. It's Meta that's a rocket ship. Meta now 328.5. Meta is absolutely churning. So maybe a little bit too patient looking for the long. And then by the time it looked good, it was busting 327, which I didn't want to chase. Now any dip is into the previous high because you're stair step to the upside. 327, 327.5. That's just what it has to be. Meta, you win. And I've seen a lot of questions about Tupperware. I'm not aware of a catalyst here. So if there's a catalyst for Tupperware, I'll have to double check it. I have not seen it, but up 28% on the day. It's not bad. It's got a decent sized short float, and $2 is a pretty big thing on Tupperware. There's two, here's $2 right now. I'm gonna go pay for some locates on this because I think a fail at 2 or up at 250 would be good, or 250, 260 it looks like actually, would be good opportunities for a retracement trade to the short side. The 2 short probably already happened. So now if it busts, I'm looking at that 265 level up top. But I am not looking short Meta, Miss Rachel Charles. Above that 326.5, which is a monster level on the daily, I think all roads can lead to this 330. So I'm not really looking to short that one. I'd rather be looking for a long in Meta, not a short. As a matter of fact, Apple just took out VWAP. So I'm out of Apple. And I'm looking for longs in Meta and Google. I don't know about Apple, but Meta and Google are the 2 strong ones in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm still, I mean, it's my party and I'll cry if I want to, because honestly, man, this Meta, like, we only have 5 ideas on here. Boba long, we got that. Amazon long didn't come into 129. But Meta hit our 325 level. I know we talked about that in the pre-market as well. So that's kind of a little bit of a kick right there. Plug we're up on, so I'm okay with that. And then XOM, let's have a quick look at that because we have 106 long on there. Like, hopefully this name's like at 105, because if it's just bounced off 106, okay, good. All right, so this is a name that we put down 106 long. We didn't take it, so thankfully, as it broke below. But again, if you did take it, let's just have a quick look at what it did at 106. So it came in there right off the open, and there's the 106 buy. It goes up to 106.60. That's about 940. Then it comes back down, hits 105.70 right now. By the way, I know Neil got out. It broke the level. I still feel like Apple, I want to wait till this 200 breaks. So we're going to give it a little bit more room. We are now short Apple at 22. We love dimes, but hey, I'll take 7 cents right now on what's, been a strong name here in the last little while. There is no doubt about that. So we'll just continue what's been printing for us. It's been Apple. Apple's enough. So the number, Apple, AMD, BABA, TQs. Like, those are all big names here today, and let's just keep on going with that. We could get squashed on Apple. We talked about where we're getting this last position in at 38, which is right there, and I'm just going to give it to 50. Like, play an even $50 level, which is why every time it dips down, we will take a little bit of profit because it's been holding, right? It's been holding bids. So let's see if we can't just, honestly, take 5 or 6 cents and just continue to top up what's been going on here today. It's been a good one. Apple pretty strong against, against a relatively weak market, I think. It's holding for sure, but it's holding lower. At least we're not up here against the 50-period moving average or anything like that. So we're a little bit below it right now. The 50 period's at 15,330. There it comes right back up again. So this is the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about. You got to just be very specific and very careful with the trades that you're in. We know we have a banger. AMD's at its lows. So you want to talk about something that you missed a reload on, it would have been AMD. Because that just came in right to that level again, 108.85. Here I am taking more short in Apple, which is fine. We're winning on it, right? I mean, it's hard to sit here and we talked about this yesterday with Obi and stuff like that. You know, Obi maybe only traded one name, Amazon, but he won on it. You know, and I think that's the whole point. You could trade 7, 8, 9 names, sort of like what I'm doing here with 5, and you could go 5 for 5. You could go 0 for 5. But you got to make decisions that make sense to you. That is, you know, the number one thing. For me, AMD today, once we broke that 109, we were long, and we were like, yeah, let's go, because this was 109. We got some outs in the 40s and 50s there. But then once it broke lower and the market kind of was hanging out, we knew that the relative weakness in AMD would hit. So that's why we're doing this dance here today. We're going to hold AMD, see if it does crush a little bit lower. It's 10:28. We're going to do crypto soon. So let's just have a quick look at Coinbase. And again, I want to thank Adrian Zadunchuk for coming through one more time on the recap show. Like, you're not going to get Forbes 30 under 30, and like now he's a friend of the show. Absolutely amazing to be able to get insights from that guy. We talked about Coinbase. He's not an investor in exchanges. He's just trading the coins, right? And so investing in the coins. So we did get his opinion on Coinbase on Monday, was it, or Tuesday? Monday, yeah, today's Wednesday. So it was Monday. It was great to have him there. And here we go, Coinbase again, down 2%, looking to hold the 78. But if you break this level, more weakness probably coming in coin as well. So yeah. Apple, man, Apple's still holding out as AMD's still holding out. So right now, a bunch of nothing other than me lamenting not having Meta when we clearly could have had that 3 times.
Yeah, and if you're anybody that's just tuning in now, there is an IPO today. It is Birkenstock, yay, BIRK. It's still indicating 46 opens, early look, not a lot of interest. It's actually still underneath 1 million. Paired volume 750. You can see a buy balance of 200,000 shares. So just a little bit less than 1 million shares on the opening print. I'm going to say that's not a lot, so it's not going to open anytime soon. We'll let you know, but my bet is on sometime during the middle of the midday show because that's usually how it works. I just want to respect that when it gets there. I'm not taking the opening print on this one this time. I'm probably just going to sit it out and then look for support and resistance. If I see above 50, I actually said if it was like 55, 60, which is not going to happen, it looks like. That's an easy short. I don't think you're getting the easy short on that one. Neo still holding that channel. I got one dip in there. It got right down into that 9 level and printed some 3s. Not bad. My average price now 4s. Got back above, printed 10s. So if it's going to do this dance from 9 to 9.10, we're going to scalp some out while we hold it. Intel not doing a heck of a lot, except kind of refilling the same level we had. Hit enter again. There we go. Same level we had in front of 36.6. Takes them out 36.5. Now holding for that low. I just look for the head and shoulders. If it consolidate breaks down, I'm looking for 15.3 to break. It's like, what do I want to be in if 15.3 breaks to the downside? I haven't given up on the idea of Apple. I should still be in a firm. I'll acknowledge that one, Esteban, in the chat. Should still be in that one. That was the one we liked. And we're about to do crypto with Adara. Okay, fine. I was actually going to go to Coinbase next. But that's fine. We can still talk about it. Look at Coinbase, weakness, fail 80 break, consolidation to the downside. As we're going to the desk, Coinbase is literally failing the 50 period on the daily with a liquidity grab above 80. That's a nice reversal candle. Now let's see what's going on in the rest of crypto as Coinbase looks bad.
Yes, just some news in the world of crypto right now. Yesterday, during the ongoing Sam Bankman-Fried trial, his ex-girlfriend, Caroline Ellison, basically pointed to him and said, you know, like this was all Sam. He directed me to commit these crimes. So just kind of an update on that trial going on right now. In terms of crypto itself, Bitcoin and a lot of the other currencies are down right now. As you can see, this is Bitcoin's 4th straight daily candle to the downside. And yeah, here we're seeing Bitcoin is just above the 27,000 level right now. Ethereum is quite a bit below that 1,600, and most of these currencies are trading down about 1 to 2% right now on the day, guys.
Yeah, it's a little bit of theater. I don't know, there's some amusement. Well, you know what? It's not amusing to people that lost their money, but it's just theater out there. He's screwed. That's all you want to take away from that. But in this potential weakness, Coinbase, we're just mentioning, failed $80, consolidation lower. It looks like this 78 to 78.5 is kind of a shortable zone in there. PSNY is starting to come back in, but I'm not bidding to the 60s. We got the 277 short. The top was at 290. So when it gets in the 60s, it looks a little bit more interesting. Intel, though, in that few seconds, just bounced right back into the high. I don't like reloading levels like this a third time when you get a higher low. So first time you dip down, you hold a pre-market low, then you get a higher low. Don't want to be reloading a third time unless it's going to fail VWAP. Like liquidity grab above, fail VWAP, then I want to look for it. So patience with this Intel position. Meta, look at the hammer. It just dropped into VWAP itself. So this is giving you, and this is with the market holding 15.3. Suddenly, like the market bounces a couple of handles higher, and Meta gives you a big, big pullback. So it's a weird counter trend thing Meta's doing, but overall the trend is to the upside. It's now holding on to 326. That was that big level on the daily chart with the market bouncing. I like giving it a shot off of VWAP if it can start to hold VWAP again. Once it's holding VWAP like before, then I'm going to jump into the long on Meta. Just want to get that spot absolutely correct. And then the other one is Google. Like Google's super strong. It's already holding out higher lows. If I were to draw a trend line, that's well above VWAP in the 140 level. Still looking pretty good, Google and Meta. And your Tupperware, not your Tupperware, but it's certainly not mine. I wasn't really trading it. Right back up to $2. So we're kind of highlighting that it needs to hold that $2 level. If anything, I thought the first time through that would have been a fade, and then 260 would be the next level it could get to if it were to break $2. Still not really sure what's going on with this one here today, but it's got a big short float, and sometimes that's enough.
All right, so we're in right now. I mean, I like Google, I like Meta, I like all of that. Right now, we are getting threatened here with our Apple position. I'm going to get out at 40. If 40 breaks, we're gone on Apple. We're short at 29s, so let's call 11 cents, well, 12 cents maybe with slippage. There's enough liquidity here that we'll just get whacked out once it takes that level. So we'll wait to see here. Here it comes. So a little bit of that. You came right up. There we go. So we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on the last piece there. Still net positive, obviously, on Apple, but there it is, complete change of pace now for Apple, trying to break back above, and looks like it wants to go. So easy out for me there. That's why we talked about it, right? Take some more profits, and then as it breaks higher, we get out. So again, another positive name for us here, Apple, but we did give some back right there, so we got to be very, very careful with exactly what we are doing here now, because it looks like everything is trying to go off to the races. Amazon was a name that, again, we could have dip bought this many times, should have done that. We were looking at it earlier, didn't. Meta coming in, I said, 3 times possibly a charm. Again, market just hits VWAP, Meta coming down, not a good sign for the Meta long. We've canceled our bids on Meta, and you guys can at me when it hits 325 again and then rips to 329, okay? So we'll wait to see that happen. I'm not going to take it. It feels weak now on Meta, especially considering that the market's done this. The high of the morning here, up here at 15,388, and the bottom coming into play maybe again right now at 15,300. So not a huge range, right? Make sure I'm telling you guys right. Yeah, that's only 80 handles, so 90 handle range or so here this morning. Not a huge one in the first hour of play.
It's a tight range.
Right now. It is a tight range. So watch out for that there today. TPST right now. Let's see what's going on here. So again, Halt Fest Nation, but it's not stupid really at all, Neil. I mean, it's kind of
180 is still a level.
Yeah, like it's still holding. I don't think you would have been stopped out on this yet. I mean, if you did, you probably were a little cautious on it, which is fine, down there at 180, but it's still holding. And the high side, if you were short, if you didn't get blown out there, it halted in lower, then it halted in lower again.
I don't think you want to be short this right now.
No, you definitely don't want to be short, but I feel like that's the only spot you could have lost, maybe.
I'd have lost on the long.
Should have held that 180, yeah.
Because I have a rule. This is why I'm not in it.
Back in.
I have a rule about these. Like if the support level, which is down here at that 180, the problem is if I was in it long, it went into the halt band. So when it starts going up off that 180 level, I move my stop so I'm not trapped in a halt. So it does not break to support, but it did halt down, which means I'm probably out here before it gets into that halt. That's what makes it tricky when you're trading off these halts. When it opens back up, maybe you can get a 190 long into that 180. I just want to see it consolidate tighter to that 180 level so that you can get a long where suddenly you just set it and forget it, and then when it breaks a halt band, when it gets higher, you're starting to take profit out as you move the band up. But these consolidations are no good because you had to hold it through a halt down. And I'm never holding one of these things through a halt down. Not my cup of tea, because it could halt down here and open up at 150 for all you know. And that's just a coin flip, man. And you don't want to be caught in a coin flip. Well, maybe you do, but that's not my cup of tea. Let's go to the desk for Brendo.
Market back to lows. We're trying to get back to lows here. Just be aware, Fed's Waller speaking right now. First of a few Fed speakers today, so just be prepared. ChargePoint having a tough day here. Right back to yesterday's low. Gives back that entire move yesterday. 232 million priced in an ATM for CHPT.
So I see you, Jacob. Man, the Affirm wicks stopped me out too early. Today's wicks don't do well with the stop loss. Look, that's par for the course, man. I've been out of Affirm twice, and look how good the short is. Like the first time through, like there's nothing that never feels bad if you have a relatively tight stop and it just runs another like 1.5% against you. But then I got in it, looked pretty good, ran the stop on the lower high, and I never got back into it. So while it's easier to rinse and repeat a level on Intel because it doesn't move as much than it is to do it on Affirm. Because Affirm will give you that and then just flush. It's just a little bit more volatile. So, you can slap the fail on it, but that's part of you're going to have a stop. I think when you're shorting a stock, which can be explosive, usually you're going to have a stop, and sometimes it hits that stop level, and then you don't necessarily able to get back in. Been hanging on to Polestar. That's not really moving right now. As I said, like it's a very big difference between trading something like Intel and trading something like Affirm. The day that you don't adhere to that stop, Affirm can be blowing out 2060 and on its way to 21 before you can even bat an eye. Speaking of $20 levels and all that good stuff, Rivian failed 20. Like this was actually very, very clean of a fail break, but I wasn't looking for a fail break on it. But you fail broke 20 even. You're now lower highs off 1990. What's wild about Rivian is the barcode action that it did yesterday. 19.5 about to 1990. So if it were to do that, I'm not saying it's going to do the same thing, but if it starts doing the same thing, I don't know why you wouldn't just short VWAP in 1990 if it gets back up there and just play the action that it showed you yesterday. I don't know if I like the long off these levels as well, but 1950 to 1990, that's a couple of points that you can scalp back and forth. As that happens, I'll be in Neo, still looking for it to make that break, but it's holding out strong, at least for now, over that $9 level. So it has all kinds of chances to take out that top, which is what I'm looking for patiently. As we go to Sector Watch with Adara.
Super mixed board right now. We have a lot of weakness in consumer non-durables. Some of those names like Pepsi and Coke now going downwards after some strength yesterday. We also have energy minerals weakness, including XOM after that PXD acquisition. And health technology notably really weak after a lot of these kidney dialysis names are trading lower when Novo Nordisk had an early end to its kidney study. But yeah, lots of strength in technology services. A lot of these mega cap names are trading higher. Microsoft, Google, Meta, NVIDIA, all up 1 or 2+%. And then we also have just kind of mixed across the board. Finance is another one of note with some green names heading into a lot of these banks reporting their earnings on Friday, guys.
What do you call it? Like the bumpers or whatever. It used to go like flash back to us or something, or just right back to us. Is that
there was that cool.
Has that always been the case there? It feels like it was like back to you, and it's like right back to.
Well, there was that. I forget the one. Like there was one where like it kind of.
Yeah, like switched or one like.
No, it like zoomed into us.
Yeah.
It was like a circle or something.
I like that one. Fabian's working hard over there getting that figured out. So, okay, well, we finally did a reload right now a little bit here. So we'll reload it on AMD. AMD made a move all the way up. Can you believe what just happened? It was $1 lower about 15 minutes ago, Advanced Micro Devices. So we average it in against VWAP here of 109. Then we just got some out at 73 there. So, I mean, it's Scalp Nation right now. But the one thing that I have to tell you is congratulations right now. Obi's doing quite well behind us, but it is lunchtime right now. And the thing about it is why we bring this up is we already heard yesterday that Obi's really excited when it's hamburger time. So today we have AAA beef sirloin burger with cheddar and jalapeno.
AAA, yeah.
Yeah, AAA, why not? It could be AA, who knows? Right now, served with side French fries. So nice little opportunity there for anybody that's liking fries and burgers. Yesterday, we were able to have tuna on the salad, which is my absolute favorite. Dollop of tuna, dollop of egg salad is what I really like on top of there.
You gotta have more than a dollop of tuna.
Yeah, well, it's like an ice cream scoop is what
that's
they put
like
on there.
isn't it like a cup? I think it's a cup.
It's probably a little bit less than a cup, but yeah, you could say a cup.
It
Why
should
not?
be a cup.
You could say a cup. You could say a dollop. You could say some of those other ridiculous words.
I
like
thought a
you're
dollop
on the
was
Midday show all the time as well.
You guys, so first of all, I didn't know the whole joke is I didn't know what a dollop was like a year and a half or 2 years ago. But I feel as if you guys are changing the goalpost on how big a dollop is. Like first, it's like a little spoonful that you put into a coffee or something, or
Oh,
blood or
no,
something.
yeah. Dollop is always like you put like.
But now it's like a cup is a lot. A dollop,
Yeah, that's why I called it a dollop. You called it a cup. What I'm saying is like a dollop is like a, you put like sour cream in your butternut squash. Shout out to my wife, by the way, who like honestly, man, butternut squash soup. Very, very good. There we go.
Mark from a ladder like he always does. Of course, Mark's on a ladder. Like seriously,
Yeah.
Is he always on a ladder? It's ridiculous. You scale it to the size of the dish. So a dollop relative to, he's like Wilson. You can't really see him. Scale to the size of the dish. That makes a lot more sense to me.
Never see him.
He is like Wilson from, what was that, Home Improvement?
Yes,
I was
yes.
struggling with the show for a second. So a couple of things have happened. One, Intel just broke out. If you're watching the market, it bounced to the upside. Remember we said XOM, not ZOM, XOM, 105. 105 broke, held 94. There's your dip buy. Look at the acquiring company, allow it to get to a support level. Generally speaking, after 10 o'clock is my rule of thumb. It bounces off of 105, prints 30s, prints 40s, prints 60s. It's already a nice little bounce play. I'm going to hit this one because I'm going to say an interesting fact. It doesn't make me feel that much better, but it makes me feel a little bit better. The American League East had 3 teams make the playoffs. 3. It was the strongest division. None of them won a single game. One of those, of course, was the Blue Jays. So I feel a little bit better that Baltimore and Tampa were absolute crap as well, but not that much better. They still stink. You know, the only good thing about it, at least we have some potential franchise players. Like the book isn't written on Vlad and Bo Bichette the same way the book has been written on Dak Prescott. So we still have a chance, right? Like we're not like the Dallas Cowboys, whose franchise player is not a franchise player.
I mean, Dak has made it further than any of those guys, but yeah.
Don't compare the Bills losing in a home game where they had to go and, first of all, the Bills shouldn't have traveled on Friday. That was a stupid decision. But that's not comparable to what the hell happened to your Dallas Cowboys. You guys got destroyed.
Everybody had an away game.
You got destroyed, okay? It was embarrassing. The Bills lost.
Oh, man.
The Cowboys got embarrassed. There's a difference. There's a difference.
It's all going to get settled when Dallas goes to Buffalo.
December 17th. Mark it down.
Yeah, mark that
I
down.
will paint my face. There will be stars here and here if Dallas can cover the spread. Of course, the Bills are going to be favored at home. That's obvious to everybody. Doesn't matter what happens from then till now. Doesn't matter that we've lost 3 defensive players for the season in the last 2 weeks. We're still going to beat you anyways, okay?
I mean, they lost Diggs.
Yeah, but we lost Milano. We lost Tre'Davious White.
Yeah,
we
I know.
just lost
Injuries,
the defensive lineman. I don't care, though. We're going to...
I just don't know why the Cowboys are treating CeeDee Lamb as if he's like a wide receiver 3 or something. Throw the damn rock to that guy. That CeeDee Lamb is amazing. Just put it up to him. Let him do everything.
And whose fault is that?
Mike McCarthy, who's a loser coach.
Well, the quarterback's got to get on the
Green
ball,
Bay. Okay, all right. Hey, I would love for them to cut Dak, man. We'll say, let's start this Trey Lance era all over again. Did you hear them chanting Trey Lance in San Francisco? That was hilarious.
You don't want that.
No, that's why they were chanting it because, they got Brock Purdy, of course. All right, let's go to the downside right now. Yeah, I think it's going to be, look, in the AFC, I'm not sure who's going to represent it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be San Fran, Philly. If Dallas gets their stuff together, they do have that defense, so that's the one thing. San Fran's going to be
They look so good.
pretty much impossible. The only thing is if Purdy gets hurt, then I think they would be smart enough to probably grab Cousins, but we'll have to see what happens there. Okay, so here we go. What a great reload, man. I mean, this is the thing. You spin it around here today. We'll finish today, obviously quite nice. And that's about all I have to say on that one. As there's the reload on AMD. We only have one position on. We don't have any red names today. So what a difference a day makes. We talked about that yesterday. Yesterday being in last place at this time. Today, obviously doing much, much better. So it's a good one here, and let's just continue it, man. Nice move to the downside happening right now. And the good thing about it all is, this is Super SPAC, man. This isn't the triple C's. This is not the classic Katina change up here. But what it is, that's so stupid, that thing, but it's funny. We got out of Apple noticing the strength. So you see that we didn't short it here. It's not moving down with the market. But look what we do go into, AMD. You need to come up with something Super SPAC, man, for me looking at relative strength, because that we look at support and resistance. We look at levels like VWAP and all the levels that we have on our screen as well. We don't go too fancy with volume or Bollinger Bands or MACDs or anything like that. We just play off emotion, we play off levels, and we play off relative strength. So Birkenstock indicated 48. Oh, I haven't even been listening today to the radio. I should be doing that. Looking to 46 to 48 IPO price. So I don't know if we're getting close or not on Birk right now, but it's still saying 46. We can check the imbalance. I'm going long. My bid is in there. I already have a market on open order. It's at 70, so that's a market on open anyways. There it is right there. We can get rid of everything else, but you can see Birk. Ooh, it was just up there. There it is right now. So here's Birk right here, 185,000 with only 1 million paired. Not a whole heck of a lot of interest coming with Birk right now. And then I just heard in my ear as well, TPST halted now at the high. So congratulations for anybody there. We just talked about not wanting to be short. And there it is. And we also talked about buying this thing off of 180 there for TPST. So halted now off of a great little 180 support area right there. So that was a good one, man. TPST now halted to the upside. So attention on that one. And then we got our last fill was at 62. I thought we got a 50 fill, but we did not. Let's put a 50 fill now on AMD. We actually don't have any bids. That's my bad.
And the stock of the morning that has not been mentioned, but it's been mentioned in the chat, it's WeWork. We'll get to it. We always get to it eventually. So there's no catalyst to WeWork except for the same old nonsense. It's not really nonsense. It's reverse split. Its stock eventually falls because there was a big squeeze on WeWork. Falls down after the reverse split, finds a bid level, which happens to be $2, and then starts breaking out. So the breakout, 250, kind of an obvious level. This is 330 or so, which I'm now paying locates for. If this breaks 3, I think 330 is that obvious place. Like a fail break of 3, getting into the 20s, 30s, the money fills would be in there, maybe giving it to 340. But I'm not believing in WeWork. At the end of the day, like this is just that play that you've seen time and time again with reverse splits. They fall. They catch a bit of a bid, and then lower float. Stock has a chance to get to the upside. XOM, I still hold on to the last 20% of it. Off that 105 bounce, I don't know if it can get to VWAP, but if it can get to VWAP, it's a stair step to the downside, and I'll trail it at that 106 level. NVIDIA was one that we have not talked too much about. It is still holding on to some relative strength here. Stair stepping to the upside, not a huge range. For NVIDIA, $3 really isn't much, and for most of the open range, it's only been that, but it's almost like it's a sleeping giant. The market is holding green, and NVIDIA is holding above, like now holding above that breakout of yesterday's tops. We've seen 2% days turn into 4 or 5% on NVIDIA a lot, and this is looking pretty strong. I don't know if it can fill in. It's a pretty sizable gap above 465 into like 480. Maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. Ooh, I just got Coinbase. The market coming right back up to the top. Remember we talked about coin? Like coin into VWAP. So wait for it to get back into the top of that range. Initiate the short. If it breaks above 60, we can get out of that one. And NEO just holding on to that $9 dip. So that one could go to sleep, which some Chinese ADRs do, but it's a scalp trade at least until then.
I'm flipping everything on its head right now because I don't even want any piece of this short anymore. The market's upside. We've seen the market rip people's faces off, including my own, over the next little while here. So let's just wait. If we take 109, let's just do this so everybody can see. We're going to get out on this break of 109. So that's it, man. We've already, the number one name here today, AMD, followed by TQs, followed by BABA. I'm not letting AMD get carried away right here. This name can go. That is for sure. So a break of 109. Neil just hit on NVIDIA there. So we're going to step back away from AMD and not make this day turn around for us. So we're just going to sit where we are right now. We're short at 86. I mean, guys, we're almost out. Like, we don't even have that many shares left. So we're going to be pretty cautious right here. I do have a bid down at 108.80, and I do have notes to go to the desk right now for Money Talks.
Continued weakness so far with the U.S. dollar today, despite this PPI print this morning. And it's interesting in the sense that you get a inflation print that comes in the wrong direction. Typically, we see strength come back into both the yields and the U.S. dollar in that case. Not today, however. Dollar downside, both the 2 and the 10-year starting the day downside as well. We have seen a bit of a recovery for the 2-year. However, we'll see how the rest of the day plays out here. If you missed it, 2.2% versus the 1.6% expected number that was on the year over year. PPI print this morning on the core, 2.7 versus 2.3. So both sides of the equation to the upside. Again, CPI, the more closely watched number, will come out tomorrow morning at 8:30. We also get this coming up later this afternoon, FOMC meeting minutes from the last time they all sat down together. There it is. That's the dollar on a daily chart. Again, still red on the day. We're seeing a bit of a bounce underway currently, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row now, straight lower for the U.S. dollar. Yeah, that's NVAX, straight higher. But euro, pound, and also the Japanese yen I saw all downside as well today, guys. Interesting ahead of more inflation data tomorrow.
So I see look, Tempest is halted. It's 5 minutes or 10 minutes is a resumption time. I know when people are like, it's going to open up at this time. It can be a 10-minute halt. This is a stock which is essentially been going from halt to halt, but it is back open, and it is a 5 minute at least for now. But don't always assume it has to be a 5 minute halt. It can be 10 minutes, and you don't always know going into it. Apple is now through. It's not yesterday's high, but it's the lower high that got put in at that 179. All roads leading to 180 at this point. Now, suddenly, this is looking like a pretty decent long on that breakout. 179 looking pretty darn good. XOM might not care what the market does because it's an oil name and it did that buy. So I have to respect the fact that, you know, the NASDAQ can be going up here, but that doesn't mean XOM has to have a strong day. Right. So the 105 long, it's into a downward trend. If this gets back into the low, I might reload it once, but this is a name which I'm not completely certain is going to follow the market today. I do think if the market holds up, Meta is going to look pretty good here above that 326 area. That's where the support has been, like Meta does. When it breaks an even, look 50 cents lower. That's what it did at 300, so the same thing at 326. For whatever reason, when it gets to an even dollar level, it's been finding support underneath that level for liquidity grabs on Meta. TPST, did it? It
just halted again.
This is yeah, it is what it is. Like, you could really just be playing, like, really?
8 halts, I think.
Yeah, yeah, you're probably right. It might be more than that. I think it's actually 10 halts. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, this is an absolute monster. I don't think you want to be short this, at least not until something really ridiculous happens, because the risk to reward, like, you're just getting your face ripped off.
Well, it's not even up that much yet.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm zooming out the daily chart so you can get an idea of where it's at, like, okay, where would I at least think about shorting it? Not till it breaks $4. Like this 420 level. Why is it always 420? Like 420 here, and then this up here is like 450. So it has to break $4 before I'm thinking about a short on this stock. That is a good 50% from here. That doesn't mean I'm going long the stock. It just means I wouldn't touch it on the other direction until it gets to that price. I paid for locates because in case it went out of hand, I wanted to have them in the back pocket because they're always more expensive the higher it goes. So now up 1,000% or close enough to it is TPST. Wake me up when it gets to 4.
Yeah, well, you might get woken up soon. I'm actually surprised it's not actually going up even like faster. That, like, I know it's up 1,000%, but it's only a $2 name with pretty low float, I guess. Actually, no, have we even checked that out here? Let me see this. TPST. We're probably TPST. I just don't remember. TPST. Right there. Okay, Tempest. Right now, okay, so no short float right now and float of only 8 million. So it's already done today. I was going to look at Palantir. So it's already done 10x its volume. More than that, it's at 106 million shares right now with 7.5 as the float. So turned over a couple times. All right, so Palantir did a dance. I don't know why I'm sometimes miss this, but yesterday's high, you know, let's not look at it on this chart. Let's look at it here. I was actually checking out Starbucks as well. PLTR right now. We just came in right there. Look, 1850. So it came into 850 again. Now it dropped back down. So you got to watch out for that 850 marker right there again on Palantir. So if we do get going, I like that short 850. So we'll see if that is something that eventually will print for us there on Palantir. So 1850, I keep saying 850. 1850 there on the upside right now. Look, it's only a little bit of time left before we go. I had a great trade on AMC yesterday. Is it moving?
I didn't really. Okay, so you know what? I didn't look at AMC today. Look, I missed a couple of days. It's not the first stock that I think about when I'm going over charts. Actually, I never think about it when I'm going over charts, but it broke $10. It broke the 9. Obviously, it broke 9 if it's at $10, Neil. But what I mean by it broke 9 is this one. Like, look at $9. Last week, this is what we were talking about. The dip into 9, it only gave you 20, 30 cents. That kind of sucked. There was enough time for it to go. Then it dips and it goes almost a full $1. Look at it hold 980 and now breaking 10. This is a great consolidation move on this. The Taylor Swift, that's this weekend?
I have no idea.
You guys tell me. I don't know. The Taylor Swift thing is why this is. Ramin's telling me it's this weekend, the Taylor Swift movie. That's the reason I feel like it's breaking. The other one is reverse split fall and then bounce. So it's breaking out. The gap fill gets you to 10.75. So a $10 break that gets you to 75 and still has even like today's high it could consolidate at. Friday's high is still not unbroken. Yeah, I think you buy the dips on this one. If it holds on to $10, why not? That's a nice even dollar level. Kind of the same thing as a NEO with possibly more potential. So let's look for the $10 dip. Congratulations, anyone that has it, and thank you guys for pointing it out. Finch Jane, Madonna fan for me. I don't know if we can compare those two anymore. And it's apparently already out, the movie? Okay, I stand corrected. I just went with what Ramin said in my ear. I thought it was this weekend, but if it's already out, you guys tell me how. I thought it was. Okay, I could be wrong. Look, I don't know. I thought.
I just know it's out when my daughter's like, "Let's go," and I'm just like, "Okay."
Well, I thought I would have heard more about it if it was already out. That's my only thing.
Yeah, well, there's been talk about it. I just it doesn't pop up on my feed. Maybe it pops up over there on the Midday show's feed, but we'll wait to see there.
Sharif's, yes.
Yeah. Let's make Sharif could do his Instagram thing again. That was funny. Oh, we didn't. Sharif, we didn't do the ask for likes yet.
Oh,
so
that's
part
my
of the
bad.
Contract, so yeah,
that's my bad. We're about to send you guys over there, but before we do,
like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day.
Sharif,
to the heart of the market.
Wow. Okay.
We have to, and we didn't do it enough. Tupperware's at the highs. AMC's at the high of the day. The market is near the high of the day as well, as we send you off on a high note to the midday with Obi Trice and the professor himself.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi, Obi Trice, Obi once, twice, and thrice. I'm Sharif, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profits. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader, who right now, by the way, have a trading contest for October with a 100,000 audition and $1,000 cash. So that seems like an interesting little play there, Mr. Kenobi. But, I digress because we need to get to the most important part. Show them the top wick, Mr. Kenobi.
No. It's still much more room to improve on there. I'm watching Apple blast to the high side there. What's going on, everybody? Hopefully you guys are having a good trading day there. So I took a little bit of a short here on Amazon. We saw what it did. I like the level, and if you know, you know. This is not a bad level to kind of interact with. And got short underneath that 131. Kind of covered it all into this 129.80-ish area. And I was looking at the defense here at the 129.80s, pretty distinctly strong. And I'm noticing just now that we held that 15.3 as well, kind of pushing back up into we talked about kind of these sellers that showed up in and around that 15,400, just underneath there. And they showed up again yesterday. And they show up again today. So hello. Good reasons to short there for sure. Bit of a lick grab as well, which kind of fortifies that short idea even more of yesterday's high. But I'm watching Apple as well. So Apple very, very strong on the day. I got to get some more charts up here right now, but
It just started getting strong. It was weak.
Yeah, it was
AF
pretty
all
weak.
day.
Yeah, it was pretty weak, and I've been watching. But the fact that the NQ is raging to the upside there, that'll definitely push a little bit of Apple, as Apple is the largest constituent, right, Sharif?
Absolutely.
And,
what is it, like 13, 14% or something like that?
I honestly haven't checked in a few
we'll have to
weeks,
look,
so I don't remember what it is. But after that recalibration of weighting there, I don't know if you guys remember, Softy was actually contesting Apple for the #1 spot, and after that bit of reweighting, Apple just was pushed much higher than Softy there as well. So that's all I have. That's all I have for now. We're gonna be waiting and watching. Again, reiterating the concept of reacting to what price does relative to structure. That's kind of how I'm trying to push my mindset as of late. And that's just kind of what we're going to be trying to do going forward there, Sharif. How about you? How has your morning been?
Well, before I get to that and start yapping, I haven't traded. I'm in a trade right now on PHIO, but before I get to that, Eddie R says, tell Obi that Amazon options are boring as hell to trade. Stocks are more fun. I don't know. Did you say anything about trading options?
Options are great to trade, but here's the thing: if you're buying options, you're already in a losing trade, as option sellers tend to have a much bigger edge already, and I think options buying is a little bit of a more of a precision game. Now, shout out to one of my older mentors there, Sniper. I know he's still trading options on the SPYs pretty much every day, kind of consistently pushing that envelope and trying to get bigger as well. We were just talking earlier this morning, and he was just talking to me about some of his SPY option trading, and I was like, yeah, man, definitely good stuff. I like it. Got to get bigger on the stuff that does work, and got to manage the risk a little bit tighter on the stuff that doesn't. So no, options trading is definitely a valid option, and but definitely got to study up on the structure there. I really like looking at options charts as well.
Okay.
I don't know which brokers do this, but I know that Questrade definitely does, where you can pull up the chain and actually look at the option chain as a chart, seeing the volume bars, looking at the supply demand within the intrinsic chain, and I think there's some edge there as well for those who are willing to find it. But we're still holding a little bit of a piece on this Amazon short. I didn't expect it to kind of pull all the way back.
I can pull that up. Look at this. So Amazon, October 13th, 2023, 130 call.
There you go.
Right, and I can do it. So here's what
Nice.
So what I do is I go into my options chain over here. You load up AMZN, and then you have the multiple different contracts. October 13th, let's go October 27th. It's a little bit longer dated. Looking at which one has the most action here in terms of volume, looks like that, which at 130 call, you click like that, and then you get a chart. Obviously, this one's sparsely traded, so looking maybe at the 15. There you go. So you get an idea. I like that. Good call. Something that I definitely haven't done looking at options charts. I'm not a great options trader, know very little about options. That's one of the things I have to apprise myself more on. All right, TPS dang T, open again, 297 high. At the moment, just opened up. Where was the halt level, Mr. Kenobi? Give me 1 sec here just to look. It was 279 or 280. And then we popped up into 97s, just a smidge above. Here we go, 98s now. That was a false halt, by the way, at 79. And there it goes, $3, baby. This one is up 1,150%. It doesn't care about your feelings. It is continuing to go, but it's finding resistance right now at $3. Can print 301. I haven't seen anything come in at above 3. It looks like we may be halting here at the $3 mark. Is it going to be another false halt, or are we going to halt again? Look, 3, 2, and 1. Give me the gray. Where's the gray at? And there it is. We are halted at $3 officially. I will tell you the tap in just uno momento. TPST. The tap at the moment $3, so nothing really above or below the current halt price. But this one, an absolute rocket ship to the high side. And I've been like thinking, maybe is FIO going to get in on any of the love here? I mean, especially if this one keeps halting. You know, a lot of people get that itch. They need to continue to trade, especially while this halted. Got into FIO here at top at 221. Have a dip trade set up at 205 to defend that level. Looking to see what we get. It's been stair-stepping up. It hasn't been the monster TPST is, that's for sure, but up over 50% at the moment. We shall keep our eye on that one. And obviously, we're going to talk about the big cappers because, well, looking at my watch list today, Brett is a real issue. Brett has been a real issue earlier in the year, and it is one again today. It's almost essentially big tech lifting up this market. Not much else is green, man. I mean, you can look everywhere else. Energy is weak. Airlines are weak. Banking is mixed. Consumer defensive, uranium, whatever. You guys get it. Infrastructure. The whole list there is weak, save and except for the big tech names, and they're running again today. So keep an eye on that, and we'll let you know what is going on. Let's bring in the side charts now and talk a little bit about the 8 side charts. All right. So first and foremost, obviously, you know about TPST. It's halted at $3. We need not rehash that. PXD was another one that I was watching. This is obviously the buyout. Pioneer being bought out for around $60 billion from XOM. ExxonMobil looking to make their biggest purchase since the 90s. So, you know, this one actually gapped up big boy. It went up to 246 from yesterday's close at 237 and change, but it's been trending down the entire time. Finding, though, support at yesterday's close at that 237 and change, now popping up into that 239.5. Yesterday's high, just a smidge above where we are right now at that 240 level. If we can get above 240, this might be an interesting long, especially with this double bottom here brewing at 238. But it hasn't been a great day for energy. The barrel, the CL, November 23 contract down 2.92%. So I'm assuming this has something to do with it. You know, as you know, this is probably good news for shareholders. They're going to give it two shares and change of XOM. PHIO, the one I'm currently involved in. This one clearly found a base at that $1.60, $1.50 in the pre. Then the opening print came, and we've been stair-stepping up, finding resistance at that 2.25 right now. The 7:30 a.m. high is at 245. We haven't made it anywhere above 2.25 since the opening print. So looking for something to continue there, especially if PHIO really starts giving up the ghost and starts trending to the downside, whether the bulls will be interested in this name. But all the rave, guys, has to be the NQ. The NQ, a rocket ship today, even with the higher than expected PPI print. Again, PPI not as closely followed as CPI, but you know, I would suggest to you that you should keep an eye on it because producers, when they pay more, they're going to pass that cost over to the consumer, and so it will likely be as important, maybe not in the short term, but definitely in the intermediate and mediate term. All right, Obi, 15,381 is kind of the level the level that I'm looking at there. 15,380, I should say. Sorry, finding a little bit of resistance there. 15,387.25. The HOD, that is the IB high. Shout out to Dan the Man Emmons. Saw him in the chat earlier. We're finding some resistance there now. Definitely not through that IB high on the morning. So we'll keep an eye on the future and on these big tech names.
Yeah, so we were short in and around these 130.70s, and I pretty much had to stop for break even on the last little bit of it. It comes all the way right back up, stops me out, and I'm like, okay, that's fine. We'll take the break even on that. I want to see what prices do here. If the NQ is going to rage to the upside and those buyers that we've been seeing are going to step back in, then I don't necessarily want to be involved. But it seems like we may be doing a bit of a range here. So I did get a little short here on Apple, but the Apple is screaming to the upside as we speak. as soon as I kind of got short there. Maybe not the best area to get short at the bottom of a range consolidation there. But here's the thing: if these sellers kind of come back in these areas that we've seen across the board, even the ES and the NQ, yeah, sure, we're blasting to the upside, but we were like, okay, sellers kind of come in whenever that 15.4 shows up. And yeah, it seems like we're right back into that area. Lower highs on the ES as well. Not really making a new high here yet on Amazon, but did get out of the way. If the buying wants to get that strong, I definitely want to step out of the way and give it some more room. I'm still interested in interacting with this level, whether or not it's going to fade off or not, or we're going to continue to the upside. Apple is hella strong here as we speak. And yeah, no, so let's see if we kind of continue back to the upside there. That selling was pretty decent. We saw that defense here at the 129.8s. Let's see if those, if the buyers that we've been seeing pretty much every morning, kind of grinding stocks higher, are going to continue to be here. Now, as I say that, I'm reminding myself that I should probably be watching the DXY. I know we've been watching that more and more over the past few days, and yeah, no, a bit of a chop and churn, just a sideways thing there on the Dixie, kind of just churning right there for the past since yesterday, just in that range. We kind of identified a bit of a channel there that's been happening over the past couple of weeks, and we're well within that channel, kind of churning that core price there on the Dixie. Now, again, I don't want to speak too much about it because it's not really an asset class that I have been using as an indicator, nor do I trade it. But definitely the chart speaks volumes. Sharif.
It does, eh? Is that a pun because you have volume bars there on your chart?
I see.
Was that intended? Ah, Mr. Kenobi, you kill it, man. All right, TPST. You know, it's the gift that keeps on giving if you're along, but right now it's taken a little bit. Because it has halted to the downside, 295, guys, the halt level there after making a new high, 317, 1,130%. What a rocket ship this bad boy is. In any event, going to keep watching it. Not going to involve myself in this one. Trying to get a sympathy move here on PHIO. Still, it doesn't show it on the position board, but I am long on this bad boy, guys. I will tell you the exact price. Uno momento, please. Long 222, so 1 penny out of the money at the moment. A bit of a top forming here at that 21-ish area, but with higher lows. So we know usually how this resolves with a flat top breakout of sorts. We have a 225 high, but that's only a quick wick. We're looking for a sustained, calm move on this bad boy. I'm going to try to be patient on PHIO. In case you're wondering what this company is all about, let's get to that. Biopharmaceuticals, first and foremost, what's the share float? 2.2 million shares, very small, and therefore subject to possible crazy volatility. Biopharmaceuticals is a clinical stage biotechnology company. The company is focused on developing immuno-oncology therapeutics based on its self-delivering ribonucleic acid interface, RNAi. Ooh.
Nice.
Inticell therapeutic platform. Don't know what that is. It's Inticell compounds. That's beyond my scope of comprehension. Does it have a headline? Here it is. Here is Biopharmaceuticals. It's not saying why it's moving, so I'll just cancel that one. Let's see if there's, yeah, here it is. Biopharmaceuticals announced the poster presentation of 2 key preclinical studies of its Inticell compound PH894 at the ACs. Okay, you guys get it. There's a, Sean wants me to explain it. Yeah, bro, that's not gonna happen. Anyway, in any event,
that reminds me of the. I don't know. I forget what the guy's name is, but there's this dude on Instagram. He goes around to people. He tells them a joke. The joke doesn't really make sense, but the people will laugh just to kind of like get along with it.
Okay.
And then he'll laugh along well, and then he'll stop. He'll be like, "All right, you get it? All right, explain it."
Yeah, I know,
and they'll
right?
be lost for words because they were just laughing.
Yeah, well-
Take a look at that. We got back into that short right there. We talked about those sellers kind of getting aggressive in and around those levels at the NQ. So I got I got back short on Amazon, and I got short on Apple as well, right above that 179. And those sellers kind of show face a little bit there on the NQs as well. So let's see how far we're going to pull back. I have this consolidation range marked out from the pre-market right there. This 15,340 to 15,300. The bounces off the 15,3 were really, really nice. Very, very strong. Let's see if we can make higher lows and kind of continue. But the selling that's coming in right now, it seems like this is a great place to sell, as I got short both Apple and Amazon at the same time, and we seem to be quadunking right away. Take a look at the ES. ES is pushing consolidation, pre-market consolidation lows right there, 43.90s, and if we crack that, oh boy, are we going to get a little bit of a sell-off there? But yeah, no, I think Sean, you're right. Is something happening? Like, is it some market news or something? But that selling is definitely distinct. I like that the sellers are showing up at the same places over and over again.
Yeah, I'm looking at my news blotter here.
Yes, sir. Once again, they stopped me out, but I was like, no, not without me. I got back in.
Well, the Kenobi one is the Amazon Whisperer. He is the Amazonian. So
But I'm short from 70s.
There you go. All right, guys, we're printing nicely here on PHIO. A couple of outs there. 8-penny winner on a $2 name. It's nothing to celebrate. I'm layering my my outs there. Next out, 33. The out after that, 35. Let's see if we can get something. I really wanted this dip trade in here. I had it set up to print. Look at this wick. I mean, this is what's frustrating about trading. Again, you're always mad as a trader. I'm going to tell you the truth. At least I am. So this
my
dip
secret.
comes
I'm
in
always mad.
Say it again.
So that's my secret. I'm always mad.
There you
Or no. The quote goes, from Hulk, from the Avengers. He's like, oh, that's my secret. I'm always angry.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Shout out to Mark Ruffalo there.
Yes,
I
sir.
like that.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but
it's
that was
okay.
reminded me of that.
You're Obi-Wan Kenobi, bro. In any event, guys, I really wanted to get this print here.
It's getting
at
lucky,
06s.
Sean.
I
It's
should
getting
have put
lucky.
it at lucky number 7. I would have got filled. In any
It's
event,
little
the
bit of
cost
luck.
base for me a
That's all
little
it
bit
is.
higher than I'd like. We're at 32s, 10 pennies in the money, nothing to celebrate. The next out, 33s, if we can get that print, and then above that, 35. So we'll see where this one goes. There it is, Mr. Kenobi. We get the 33 print. Now we're printing 35. There we go to the high side. But again, this is kind of Mickey Mouse stuff. We're gonna wait for the bigger move here. So
I should be way bigger. I should be way bigger. I don't know. No.
Okay. You guys. All right, these two guys are bantering back and forth while we're watching here as PHIO makes newer highs. And as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We are halted again on TPST, down $2.75. Second down halt in a row. What is the tap, you ask? Nobody asked, but I'll tell you anyway. 250. Oh, baby. We could be headed south here, 25 pennies lower than where we currently printed, still up 1,000% on this. Now, again, I've talked about this a lot with these halters. Look for the halt levels as areas of support and resistance. That's, when I trade these halters, I don't typically trade them all that much, but I usually look for support and resistance at the halt levels. We'll wait and see. PHIO, being patient with this one. Nothing else on my scanner, guys. I mean, I had a few here, but they're dead. WHLR did absolutely nothing. It sold off. Come to the chart if you're able to. It sold off after that 4 a.m., 5 a.m. pop. That 420 actually. Oh, interesting. 420 it really got going there, Mr. Kenobi.
Hey-yo.
In the morning, it popped up from that $1.40 all the way up into $3, rejected that level, then made another newer high at 310. But it's been down and to the right, lower lows, lower highs throughout. So, it's not really doing anything. Vino was the other one I was watching, very similar to the other one. 425, 430, it makes a big move. That's in the morning. That's not a price. Breaks that $1 level, goes all the way up to 190, and then basically sells off. And it's been below VWAP, rejecting VWAP the entire morning. So I have no trade on it there. We're going to keep an eye on that one. On those two, pardon me, if they do get going, we'll participate in them. But for the moment, involved in this PHIO trade, We'll see if this one can continue to head to the high side. And we'll do some charting on it. Let's go to the daily, figure out where we could find resistance should we encounter it. For whatever reason, it's taking a long time to load. Here we go. Watch, it's gonna do it again. No.
ES knocking on the door of
1 second, let me just chart the daily here. What? Apple's doing what?
No, ES is knocking on the door of pre-market low.
Okay, I'll get to that in one quick sec, Mr. Kenobi. But that 250, you know, it's really hard to find any levels here. I gotta tell you the truth, because you have so many different peaks and troughs. It's like, what could I chart here? 265, random level. Maybe here that 240. We have multiple tops in late August at that 240 level. So that could be an interesting area. But when you've got like random price action like this, hard to chart for support and resistance. So we're going to have to go by feel on this one. All right, let's get to the ES and see what Mr. Kenobi is talking about here, because ES just came into yesterday's close. And as you can see, I chart that bad boy, October 10th close, 43.91. We dip below there, Mr. Kenobi. We get into 43.88. But look, the buyer's stepping up, propping this one back into 43.91. We'll see if we can definitely hold this level. You know, what Arun used to show me is when you get to these critical levels, look and see how the buyers, or in the case of a short, the sellers are dealing at these levels. Are the buyers overwhelming sellers at this 43.91? Sure, we dip low. We broke it. That's fine. But how many times do we dip below and then you see, you know, the wick, the candle with a long tail, a long bottom wick, and then it closes to the higher end of the candle. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And it's not just one or two candles that I'm looking for. Maybe on the 5-minute chart you're looking for 5 or 6. It really depends on the day. So I'm going to see how buyers are dealing here at these levels and whether they can prop up the futures contract every time we dip into that 43.91. Again, that's yesterday's close. We'll keep an eye on that, Kenobi.
Yes, sir. So yeah, I did cover both the Apple and the Amazon there. As again, that selling was quite significant. It was pretty heavy right there. And I was talking about how the ES is knocking on the door of lows, and then it started wicking up. And I think somebody in the chat, I think it was an Elite Trader, also pointed out, oh, Amazon at VWAP. Yes, sir, I'm watching that as well. A little bit of consolidation right there from before and confluencing with VWAP right there at the 320, 130.20. And I'm like, okay, if we're gonna sell off really hard, and really you guys are going crazy.
Bro,
with
are
those,
you watching this on PHIO?
Confluence. Let it stack. All right. So nice. I think it's a great place to get long when VWAP gets defended like that, right? We were talking about just like, forget about long or short. If you have reasons to buy and reasons to sell, I think if we can boil it down to that simplicity, like that's all you kind of need there. Regardless of whether you're long or short, it helps with position management and position entries as well. So yeah, with confluence, of course. But yeah, so that VWAP seems like a nice area. We're holding above that consolidation. That quadrunk to the downside was quite heavy, and it came in real hot, but it stops right away. And I am aware how well this 129.80s was defended in the morning. I was expecting this to look or to get down. It was looking weak. It looked like it was going to get low, but we only made higher lows respective to this initial reaction low. So I'm going to cover on VWAP. I think I like that. So yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading today. Nothing too crazy that I see. A bit of a chop and churn. Again, we're interacting with that 15.3 again, right? We talked about how that 15.3 has been kind of a decent level to work with over the past couple of weeks. And yeah, it comes into play again, a little bit of a defense off that 15.3. Same reasons to buy and cover on this short. Could be reasons to get long on the defense of the 129.8, right? So again, we don't really respect that reason. We let our last little bit kind of come all the way back and stop out, but we get back into the trade when it kind of comes back in, and then let's see if we're going to get that continuation back to the downside. I'm done with the short for now. I want to see how this consolidation goes. Again, it's about midday. I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
My man, look in the chat there.
It's only the trader life for me, man. It's,
I don't know how to say his name, but he's voting you for president, my man.
Thank you.
By the way, listen to the Joe Rogan, Sam Altman podcast. On Joe Rogan.
No, on what topic?
Oh, well, you know how Joe Rogan is. He kind of freestyles into whatever he feels like Joe Rogan.
It's been a while since I listened to him.
In any event, they were talking, and I was talking to the Neil about, oh, baby, here comes 250 on PHIO. Just took some out there. Sorry, I got excited.
Nice.
I was talking to the Neil about that this morning. Joe Rogan wants this AGI, which is artificial general intelligence, to be the president, so that it can be, you can take all the human decision making and the vices that come with human nature, like greed, fear, jealousy, lust, all the different things that are involved, right? I know, I had to throw that one in there. Well, Joe Rogan kept saying, if Joe Rogan can say it, I can say it too.
Sure.
So, in any event, to take it out of that and just have a purely, an emotionless kind of AGI making all the decisions. And then Neil responded to me this morning. He's like, yeah, they did that before. Have you watched Terminator 2?
Oh, yeah.
Which I found to be funny. I'm like, come on, man.
I think I heard, this was a couple of years ago, that they wanted to use AI and that kind of structure in courts.
Oh,
right? So because you remove that human element and you give it, so you're like, these are the parameters for justice and these are the societal rules. So then now you make that decision. Now there's a whole argument you can have. Is the system going to have like empathy or sympathy that a lot of humans have been exhibiting over the many years, or is it just going to become like a hard-cut justice system where it's just like, okay, these are the rules and the AI will follow the rules regardless, and it'll be indiscriminatory, like the sentence is a sentence, and it'll be equal for pretty much everybody. So I think
very interesting.
I think
and like I tell you, in law school they taught us basically everybody comes with biases. You can do the best you can to remove your personal biases, but at the end of the day, you're going to have them. And I'll give you an example. There was this judge in Guelph. It was criminal court, the Ontario Court of Justice, and this judge, his son died in an accident with an impaired driver. Okay, so an impaired driver killed his son. All right, and any impaired driving case that went in front of this judge in Guelph, it was almost an automatic conviction. Now, I'm not saying that, that doesn't happen. It does. That, if the merits of the case warrant it, it should be a conviction. But this guy had a 100% record for convictions on impaired driving. The Judicial Council had to you can't listen to any more impaired driving cases. You know what I mean? Whether or not that was fair, that's what happened. And that's an extreme example, right? But there are lesser obvious examples where people have biases that come to the forefront. All right, let's talk a little bit about trading, because it is an absolute print factory here on PHIO. We just got top wick there at 63s. We're long 22s. It's been one symphony of outs. This one's really going. This was my theory to begin with. Once TPST started giving up the ghost, that traders, especially the intraday traders, they're really going to be or the small cap traders, pardon me, they're going to start looking for something a little bit less, let's call it halty. And PHIO offers that opportunity. So there we go. We get the 22 longs. I'm still really disappointed I didn't get that add at 6. That would have given me a way better cost basis. But in any event, new high day, PHIO 260. Really happy with this trade. Not 260, yeah. This is wrong on my side chart here. In any event, I'm going to keep an eye on this one. It's retracing now back into that 238. The majority of the position is out, by the way. So I can let this one come all the way down into my entry. And my entry is interesting because it is actually the resistance level from prior. This was the 220, 222-ish level where we couldn't break out. You'll see this come to the chart, guys. This crest over here, we couldn't break out initially. We make a newer low and test that level again, reject it again, and then on the third time as a charm, we break it. So if we come back into my level, that is actually a good area for a stop. Seldom does that happen where your entry is the appropriate area for a stop, but we'll keep an eye out on this one. I might give it a couple of shekels south just in case it wicks and pops back up. A good move here on PHIO. It was up like 70-something% now, retracing into 67. So.
Yeah, so I did piece off, and it was giving me a little bit of FOMO here, so I'm catching myself, and I was like, oh, we do break below VWAP, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting that bit of I guess, well, getting affected by the emotion, of course, a little bit of FOMO. I'm like, oh, why didn't I hold the short? The NQ is slapping back down towards 15.3. I could have gotten like 10, 15 pennies more. And then we kind of look a little weak, and then we start ripping right back up, and Apple holds VWAP. So I'm like, maybe you don't want to get caught up kind of giving into your emotions and pushing into a trade just because, you know, you're getting a little bit of FOMO here. Got to remember the bigger picture here. 129.80s was defended well. We are making, technically as of right now, we are making higher lows, even though we've double topped on the day just underneath this 131. Apple is holding kind of, okay, so the reason to kind of get out of this short here on Apple was we kind of came into this top from before, kind of pre-market consolidations as well. And yeah, it was kind of not really getting a follow through of this strong selling. Now, we could just stop here for a bit, consolidate, and make a little bit of consolidation and then continue the move, or we can consolidate, which we are doing right now, and then pull back up. But as of right now, with the limited data that's been printed on the chart, we are technically making higher lows and kind of building back up in towards where we keep seeing these sellers get very, very aggressive. But this, the NQ, that past 15-minute candle right there on the NQ really kind of gives into to the fact that, like, we've been seeing sellers get aggressive over and over again in this range, give or take like a few points, like give or take like 20, 30 points, whatever, right? In and around that 15.4. And we see them again. As soon as we kind of pull back up towards high a day, 15.380 kind of comes back in real hot, and it gives you almost 70 points to the downside. Very, very crazy, wiping pretty much this whole grind up that we've had since about, what is this, about 10:15-ish. So like 10:15, you kind of make these, you kind of hold that 15.3, you push up like 80 points off of that great defense of the 15.3 there, and then now you get that strong selling back into this pre-market kind of range there. So I kind of don't want to be involved as much right now. A little bit of tugging on the strings of emotions, I feel, is what this price action is doing to me, and it's probably doing that to others as well. So I don't necessarily want to get involved right here. It's not really tearing up my heart, but no. It's sometimes it makes it flutter. That's all, you know. We have a love-hate relationship, the market and I.
You're a good sport with that kind of stuff. I love it. Neil started jamming because he knew exactly what I was trying to get at there. Shout out to the NSYNC boys. All right, PHIO, Obi, the one that we're involved with there, still doing its little dance at 230, 235. In any event, long 222s waiting to see what we're going to do here. We're going to find support, or we're going to start huadunking. Have we made the move on this bad boy, and is it just downward from now? We are halted again on TPST, this time to the high side, so two down halts. We had a 10-minuter, the last one on the downside. Neil warning you guys, don't always assume it's going to be 5 minutes. It's not. It's usually in increments of 5, 10, 15, etc. That is, unless it is halt pending news. That could be anything. But usually when it is a volatility halt, usually they are in increments of 5. So we're halted again, 288. I'll tell you the top in 1 second, 292. So for the moment, we are slated to open up on TPST 1,100% up on the day. PHIO, a very, very distant second of 66.19%. Trying to find some support there at the 230. We're waiting. We've gotten big boy outs here. Now just waiting to see, are we going to cut the trade on the stop loss, or are we going to curl and possibly find some support here. Looks like it may be basing out at that 230. As I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. ES continuing to find its support at that 43.91. That is yesterday's close. However, don't be quick to start buying into this one because, you know, we've printed several newer lows and several lower highs on the day ever since that big move up, and you had a bit of a double top here. You have lower low, lower low, lower low, but now we are at that critical 43.91 level, yesterday's close. Let's see if the buyers can get this one pumped back up, maybe into 4,400 again. Don't anticipate, participate, as our friend and now departed floor manager Gregory used to say often, especially in the newer trader meetings, he would drill that. Shout out to Gregory, who now resides in the MTL.
Yeah, Montreal. Yeah, take a look at TUP here. I see a lot of people in the chat calling out TUP. So I'm like, oh, didn't mean to do that. Okay, so yeah, definitely. What's going on over here with TUP? Tupperware, we know that it was in the news a few weeks ago, and remember we talked about the swing short on the backside. Take a look at this backside here, Sharif.
Eh?
Oh, gotta love it right there.
Backsides.
Look at that, expanding volume. You could sell. I mean, if you got deep pockets, you can literally sell every RVOL day. Try to piece into every high RVOL day on these little small caps that do that I like to call repeat offenders. And take a look at this backside. $5, $6 highs, kind of exhaustion into 7, and then take a look at this nice $5 break, $4 break. $3 break, retest of the 3, can't really make it, bleeds all the way down to right above 1.
Yes, sir.
Can't break through 1, fails to follow through on the sell-off through 1. Now, I don't know whether they did a catalyst, I don't know what they do, but whenever there's a failure to follow through after a long, nice fade, take a look at that, a multi-day run and expanding volume. Definitely this thing is doing some RVOL today. This is just the hourly chart. But yeah, Tupperware to the upside. How much percent is this done today? I don't know off the top of my head. Let me see. 51%, and coming up from about $1, just $1.20 bounce yesterday. So over 100% over the span of 2 days there. Maybe a little bit of a squeeze. I don't know if this thing has a catalyst. I just took a quick check here. Pre-market back in April. No. So nothing too significant, but it seems to be moving on something. Is it management board? Yeah, whatever. There's buying pressure, clearly. So
it was on, I think it had an upgrade today.
Yeah, I'm sure there's something that's fueling the fire on this, right? Here's the thing: when something's been selling off and has been, wow, just like the market there, damn. When something's been selling off for long enough and it just keeps on bleeding, you want to start noticing what good PR, what bad PR starts to do with some of these names. And if there's a failure to follow through at any point, for example, the $1 level, which is kind of a significant level for stocks, and it fails to follow through that, and then you get some sort of catalyst, some sort of news, that's definitely reasons to cover for the swing short. That's all I'm going to say.
I couldn't agree more. All right. No, I was looking at my upgrades and downgrades, or what they call analyst actions, and I thought I saw something with Tupperware, but no, not showing up at the moment. All right, guys, we are close here, possibly to getting stopped out on the remaining portion of our PHIO long. I've just put in my stop. I've put it a few shekels south of my entry to give it a bit of a buffer, but I do like my entry as an area of support. So I didn't give it that much room because this was a clear top. I want to keep belaboring this point, but we crest out here, reject, crest out here, reject, and then on the third time, will be once, twice, and thrice, you get the final eventual break. So to me, this yells resistance, and if the textbooks are to be believed, then resistance becomes support. So I'd like for this level to hold. Otherwise, I want no more part in this PHIO trade unless it sets up again. But oh baby, TPST halted up again, 312, 5 pennies off the high a day, which is 317. What's the tap, you ask? Nobody asked. 313. So just 1 penny above the halt level at the moment, 1,200% to the high side. Mr. Kenobi, do you know, without looking, do you know what yesterday's close was on TPST?
I do not.
Neil knows.
Not looking,
Neil,
not gonna
Neil
look.
wants to answer. Well, I'll cheat for Neil, and I'll tell you it was 24 pennies. We are at $3.12 now with the current halt, Mr. Kenobi. So
15.3 on the NQs.
15.
We're all the way back down there, Sharif.
Oh, baby.
So is the ES knocking on the door. Yeah, I think somebody asked me, what was the reason to cover on Apple? I guess not enough reasons. Not good enough reasons there. As I covered everything, initial cover, sure, makes sense. Should I cover the whole thing? Maybe not. We'll see. But yeah, Amazon comes right back down into these 80s that were defended with respect to confluence with that 15.3, and we're back at that 15.3 again. So I'm watching Softy, I'm watching Apple, I'm watching Amazon, and one thing I am not watching is Sharif, Google.
Oh.
So let's pull up the Google real quick.
Ooh.
And a little bit of reject of that 41, bit of a sell-off there off of that pullback. But Google definitely the stronger one of the bunch. Let's take a quick look at Nvidia and Meta as well, and Tesla. Okay, Nvidia kind of slamming all the way back down. Let's see if it can hold yesterday's highs here at that 262 as well. Pretty heavy sell-off there on Nvidia. Let's take a look at Meta real quick. That Meta, we talked about that potential buyer kind of stepping up that 300 defense, and then we saw how we interacted with that 320, and then now today we're continuing to make new highs there. Take a look at this strong consolidation. It's holding for now. 325 seems like an interesting place to be there on Meta. Let's take a look at Tesla real quick as well. Quadunk to the downside right there. Wow. We talked about that 262 level, and we're right there. The breakout of 262 yesterday was something to behold, as it just came in, held, and then ripped to the upside, 268, and we're slamming back down into that 262. So I definitely, if I want to be involved on this, I should probably be pulling up the tape on that. But take a look at this, 129.80s held and defended pretty strongly. The NQ breaks that 15.3, and we're still holding on Amazon. Wow. That's very interesting to me. Bit of a defense kind of coming back there at the 129.80s. Hello, I see you. What's going on?
Oh, yeah. Wow, that was a quick pass there, Mr. Kenobi. You didn't even let me.
Gotta be quick.
Yeah, you got to be. I got to be quicker. I got to tell you the truth. Especially, I'm trading a small cap here. You got to have swift thinking.
You got to be fast.
Yes, sir.
Be fast.
Yeah, 15.3, very interesting level. If we can get a defend here on the 100-point level, we always talk about that as an interesting area of both support and resistance. Let me just bring in the side chart so we can do some charting. It's going all wonky on me. Here's the NQ. A bit of a double top, obviously. You can see that. This is what we were talking about. We couldn't get through the IB high. When we sat down on the show, we were making new highs on the day, or we were testing new highs on the day. 15.383 is as good as we could do. 15.387 is the high on the day from the IB high. But look, I think we may get a possible 15.3 defend here. It has been an interesting week and month so far for the longs. We do get aggressive sell-offs that often seem to be bet with aggressive buying. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not going to really start making statements about whether or not this is going to be a red day. Let's have a look at how the ES is doing relative to the NQ. Yeah, I mean, the ES looks much weaker, I got to tell you the truth, here than the NQ. And that's what I mentioned on the top of the show. Breadth is another major, what's
Holy.
up?
No, that
Breadth
defense is coming back in real hard off that 15.3.
Yeah, well, the 15.3, it's a 100-point defend. Well, we'll keep an eye on it, Mr. Kenobi. But we talked about breadth being an issue. It was an issue early in the year. Mag 7 was lifting the entire market. It looks like it's doing it again today because I looked at my watch list and not a whole lot is green, save and except for the Mag 7 and other tech-related names. So we'll keep an eye on that. 15.3 defending for now. 42.91 also in play on the ES. That is yesterday's close. So we're dancing with that again. Surprise, surprise. We'll have an issue. You good?
Yeah. No, I'm just.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
Getting a little excited, getting a little carried away there as well. But you know what? That 15.3 defense was there. That 129.80 defense was there, gave you 20 pennies, about 30 pennies almost, just on the retracement, right? So like, who knows whether this is going to get back all the way, right? We saw 15.4 sellers definitely right there. So let's see if we just chop and churn, and maybe we're looking at a range day here on Amazon as well, as we kind of we're kind of knocking on the door of both of these prices as the market kind of has an expansive type of range. It's kind of expanding there. It was tight in the pre-market, and it seems like we just get bigger and bigger kind of off of testing kind of those levels there. But that 15.3 and that 15.4 definitely interesting to me. We are catching a bit of a bid here, and Apple, take a look at Apple, doesn't get too far below VWAP there, only about 15 pennies, exactly. Everything else kind of came all the way down, and Apple holds right under its VWAP.
Yesterday's close, too. That was the important
What
part.
was yesterday's close?
178.40.
Wow.
Yeah.
Take a look at that, Sharif, right there. Holds that level when it comes back in. See, this is what I was thinking yesterday while doing some trade reviews was we like prices, right? We like the open, the close, the previous day, previous week. A lot of the times, the initial test or interaction with that price is great. But what I'm realizing as of late, sometimes that same price can come in a little bit later after others have already paid for the information. And if you can structure a trade on that second time we interact with that price, even if it's a scalp, it could be better.
Very interesting.
Results may vary, but I don't know. I still have to do the again. No financial advice. This is just my own observations, and I'm just speaking my mind here. But that's something I've been observing over the past couple of days, and it kind of came up in last night's trade review as well. You know what? Something else that was interesting to me this morning was XOM, definitely oil in play for the past few weeks, right? And kind of continuing. Take a look at that VWAP respect. I was talking about that VWAP respect. Holds in the pre-market, holds out the open, and still continues to hold while the market does a chop and a churn. Oil kind of doing its own thing for sure. Definitely going to be should be watching CL there. Shout out to Steph. I know she's been interacting with the crude oil more often lately. Definitely in play. Definitely giving you some solid moves, and it seems like CL as well. VWAP seems to be a decent area to kind of, but it doesn't really give it to you as nicely as the XOM there. It only kind of clips it once in the morning. But definitely some nice fading on XOM there today. I was going to be waiting for VWAP to kind of come back in, but the fact that we're going sideways on top of that 105, I might kind of let it establish maybe a consolidation range and then maybe take a trade off of that. But that 15.3 defense there is pretty interesting. I'm going to be looking at that going forward there. And something I haven't done today is check out some of the volume leaders. Obviously, TPST is the volume leader, doing 120 mil today and just continuing to push to the upside. It's a halt fest. This is a halt fest. So like, you can get involved in this, or you can wait for all the halting to get finished, and maybe potentially after a high RVOL day. Now, we don't know. This is definitely still the front side. I would not be taking this short in any sort of way on a first green day. Biotech, first green day, do not short, swing short, anything like that. I think that's pretty straightforward there with what some of the names have been doing in the past few months there, especially biotech first green day shorts. I have a big no for that. Even though some of them can be pretty, take a look at ChargePoint, can be pretty enticing, right? So ChargePoint, I know Plug was, I know Yanni was moving some Plug as well this morning, but I have yet to check that one out. But ChargePoint there, Sharif, straight quadunk out the open, can't stop, won't stop, very, very weak. I don't necessarily know what the catalyst on this is,
Want me to look?
But sure, Palantir Plug as well. Yeah, okay, ChargePoint and Plug looking very similar as well.
Not the same at all, you know that.
They're not the same?
No,
They're not the same company, but the same kind of sector, same kind of sympathy, sympathy plays. Because I remember when sympathy plays were much more, adamant.
But these
I would look at ChargePoint. It was part of the Chargers, right? So the Chargers, Plug. I think Plug Power is one. I think
Plug is hydrogen, makes hydrolyzer engines for power plants.
Right.
But ChargePoint is just...
ChargePoint is the actual,
So
they
here's a
have
look.
units, yeah.
Shares are trading lower by 8.1% Wednesday morning. The stock is falling after the company announced it secured a commitment from institutional investors, including the lead investors of their $300 million convertible notes issued April 22nd. The investors will purchase $175 million of common stock through the company's at-the-market offering facility. In addition, ChargePoint raised $57 million in net proceeds in the third fiscal quarter of 2024 using the same facility. So it's a raising, it's a capital raising, which dilutes shareholders, and that usually causes a market sell-off. But plug was with respect to its profit forecast. Okay, I just have to look at PHIO here because it broke down below my entry. Now we're right back at my entry. This is why I gave it room. But if it comes into that 15 level, that's the end of the trade. It'll be a very profitable trade, but we're going to give a little bit back on the descent here. But I'm looking for a hold at this level. I've talked about this level once, twice, and thrice, OB thrice, because this was clearly a top, and I'm looking for it. Now we are losing steam, and it looks like the sellers are in control. We're going to keep an eye on this one, though, because I don't want it to blow through my stop. I've given my stop about 4 pennies worth of spread in case it doesn't hold or in case it really blows through and causes a liquidity vacuum. Here we go again, 217 showing up on the bid, but we're really not breaking it decisively. I don't want to paper hand this trade. I just want to make sure that my stop triggers. I don't want to get out in front of my stop because we're definitely having support in and around this 220 area. PHIO still halted OB at 359. Yep. We'll tell you more about that when we get back from this.
If you're enjoying this video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
I don't mind pineapple that much on my pizza. I can say that because he's not here.
So here's what we're gonna do.
What's up?
Right, we're
concocting a plan.
Yeah. Right. We're gonna get ourselves we're gonna order a pineapple pizza from around, and we're gonna put it on his desk. And then we're going to get the production team to be in on it and to put the camera on it.
I like that.
And
whoa.
Oh, I know.
He's here.
Neil, if the Cowboys beat the Bills, will you be willing to eat pineapple pizza live? That's easy? Okay.
Extra pineapples.
I'll put
no cheese.
I'll put ground beef on my pizza. I hate ground beef.
We can do better.
No.
I really don't like.
Oh, how about this? You gotta eat a pizza with protein powder on it. Yeah, of course it is. But I think that's, if you find pineapples on pizza disgusting, I think that's an equivalent trade there.
Have to put like bills.
Miss M. Allen says, nah, sardines, bro. Bro, you don't have to convince me to eat anchovies. I am all about that life. No, that's a good one. I don't mind doing the protein powder thing.
Yeah, have you ever tried eating raw protein powder?
She's like, you have to eat expired Vegemite, which we have right there.
That stuff doesn't expire.
Exactly. You put that stuff on wounds, my man. Right? That thing stinks so bad. Anyway, I'm looking right at it and I can smell it from here even though the lid's on. We're getting some support, Mr. Kenobi. At
that 15.3. Okay, right, on FIO. That 15.3, somebody in the chat was mentioning, that 15.3 broke. I don't think so. That 15.3 defense is definitely there. Apple trading back above VWAP. So like I said, I don't want to get involved too much there on Apple, but we talked about that 128, 129.80 kind of a defense coming in, and it did, and we weren't involved. That is something that I got to get better at. If I think something is a decent probability and it's doing that test and it's confluencing with that 15.3 and we wick right back above and holding strength, sure, you don't have to get that 129.8, but maybe 129.9s, maybe even the 130, make it a little bit smaller and quicker of a scalp. We're looking for those lower highs, or we're looking for that range to kind of keep on ping-ponging between this 1 point range on Amazon. And if it keeps on giving that, we'll definitely try to be there to farm that piece out there. But something else I noticed was Rivian there, Sharif. Yeah. Rivian, that $20 area out the open. Ooh. Just taking a look at that. It was yesterday's consolidation high as well. pretty flat. We talked about how well Rivian kind of churned on top of VWAP, and it had this bit of a sideways range. So like if you have the range trade here, this is a perfect setup for a range trade there in the second half of the day. This 1960 area to 1980s, take a look at that. Gives it to you once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and 5 times. And yes, for sure. Coming in today, you do a bit of a lick grab of yesterday's high. That 20 comes into play, and on the rebreak, take a look at that. 20 short, respects VWAP on the way down, breaks yesterday's consolidation as well, and starts to accelerate below VWAP. So Rivian, some great moves there off that $20 level. I know we were a lot of us were looking at that $20 mark as well as the 18 and the 19 on the way up. On Rivian, and today the much cleaner short comes in after it gives you a nice range consolidation yesterday as well. So didn't mean to do that. Bring it back. Come on, go ahead, DJ, bring that back.
Yeah.
And okay. Oh, there it is. All right, cool, nice. Yeah, okay. So what was that? What was that other one I was looking at? There was Rivian, there was Ally, there was NIO as well. NIO. You guys have never said NIO?
We said it at the exact same time.
But yeah, no, that 36, so that 35 from yesterday, that top, we're kind of testing around that area, a little bit of a gap up and fade after we can't really follow through. Now let's look a little left here on LI and see whether or not we are interacting with some key levels. Yeah, that 35, take a look at that, Sharif. Bit of a resistance in the past couple of weeks. Now we're retesting it from the high side. Maybe. Here, let me finish. Maybe that 35 will turn into support because it was resistance, and now we're retesting that from the upside.
At the chart all day. It's been one big, you know what, sell-off.
Yeah. It's a strong sell-off. It's a strong sell-off.
36.30, Mr. Kenobi. We made a bit of a higher high, and then it's been huadunking all the way down. Yeah, frustrating. All right. Brendo sending me a message. BIRK, the IPO for Birkenstock, now showing $42. Price at 46. So that is not good. Looking to open lower than the IPO price for now. That's something we definitely haven't seen from some of the other IPOs that have listed lately. I'm talking about CART. I'm talking about ARM. They've all been over the IPO price. So we're going to go ahead and put BIRK. By the way, that's trading on the NYSE. So make sure to select the New York Stock Exchange if you have to select your exchange. On P-Pro 8, we have to. On my platform here, I don't. All right. I got to tell you, man, look at this. TPST, $3.91 HOD, halted at the moment, 3 minutes deep, 1,530% to the high side. I don't know how many more we're going to see here. We've had now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 straight up halts after 2 down halts. So I feel like the trading on this, the up halts versus the down halts, is kind of like just, you got to look at the halts as candles, right? Where you have, the big move up, you have a 2-candle retracement, and then you have a big move up again. So just take it in the direction of the trend. A lot easier said than done, obviously, on TPST, especially if you're holding big boy size and big boy shareage. You could find yourself hurting in a hurry. All right. Back down to 215, we go on PHIO, and that is the end of my trade there. Can you flatten? This is why I wanted to keep my eye on this. I knew there would be an area of illiquidity. I ended up losing 3 pennies on that illiquidity. Ugh, that's so frustrating. I should have put a wider spread between the trigger price and the limit price. That's my mistake. From experience, I should have known that was going to happen. In any event, I'm out of the trade on PHIO, but it's still been a very profitable trade. We give back a little bit, though, on that move back down. Shouldn't have given up as much. 215 seemed to be a level. 220 was a level, but the sellers are in control of this one. It is now at VWAP. VWAP is at $2.10. So it may set up again from here. We'll have to wait and see. I really wanted that $2.20 area to hold, but it was not to be. We're going to have to look for something else.
Yeah, people in the chat asking, I forget who it was, can you check out Adobe real quick? And I pulled it up.
Sure.
Take a look at Adobe, very, very strong on the day. Here, this is the hourly chart, but take a look at this, holding and respecting VWAP and about to break. Is this multi-month highs on Adobe? It seems like it. Right there, that 550 kind of mark was this high in September. But yeah, all of October, I guess we're pushing October highs right now, and they just broke past kind of this on the day. Nice short off that 80, holding that VWAP to the downside, pushing that 75, man. That's absolutely wild.
Did you know that the Federal Reserve now has an Instagram account? Oh, baby.
Really?
Yes, and for the inaugural post, it was Papa Powell. Here, we're going to bring
the
it
reversion
in.
man.
We're going to show yeah, the reversion man. I'm just going to bring it in real quick here. We're going to go Federal. Let's go. There it is. And we're going to show Papa Powell real quick because we're big fans of Papa Powell. I mean, I am anyway. Look at this, Ramin. There he is. I'm the Fed chair. Federal Reserve is now on Instagram and Threads. The Fed is America's central bank working to promote a healthy and strong economy for the financial system.
Is that how you know there, Sean? When the Fed pulls up on Instagram, that's when you know that the market is,
Papa Powell
GG's.
is now an Instagram star, baby. He doesn't need or want that, but yeah. Jerome Powell and the Fed. Now, I know that the other local Fed banks already have Instagram account, but I don't think, okay, I don't think the main one had one. In any event, we know what time it is because it is 12:03.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, sir. And that means lunch money, the big bully at the big desk. Put your money in your sock. Time for lunch money.
Take care, guys. Happy trading.
Welcome to Lunch Money, and the first thing I was going to talk about was going to be Coinbase. Now I'm going to have to throw it at the end, Obi, because every single time I come on, I feel like Obi's in my mind, and he knows exactly where I want to get to. But we're going to start with Tempest, actually, because TPST, this has been the story of the day, at least for those of you watching small cap stocks. So if we're going to look for ideas throughout lunch and for the afternoon, why not look at the biggest percentage mover we've seen in a while? Obviously, it was 23 cents where it closed, so this is going to be a little bit skewed. Penny stocks can do ridiculous things. Float's only 7 mil, double barrel news this morning, everything you're looking for. But we did say something. I said, wake me up when it gets to 4. That 420 level, and that's what it's all about. You go pop in the daily. Once it's already broken 2. I mean, it's kind of comical when you look at moves like this. On the daily, look at 4. Wick up to 420. Clear resistance at 4. Now you come to what just happened, which is a halt to the downside off a fail of $4. So it broke. It's been halting over and over and over again. I'm not at my desk. But if it opens up and does not hang on to the 4 level, that's the first place I would even remotely consider shorting. Now, the thing about something like this, with that small flow, with the lack of liquidity, with all the halts, if you even remotely consider shorting a stock like this, you've got to have an out. Now, whether or not it's simply clean at the 4 or giving it to that 420, giving it to the local high, those are the types of things that the only way I'm looking at a trade is to the short side is with those in mind. You have to be willing to make a top wick and take the smaller hit or the reasonable hit to actually capture these for most traders, because not everybody can just sit there and hang on to it for as long as they need to, as far as it goes against them, to try and get that push to the downside, which is inevitably coming. You know it is. It's going to make a flush. From here, you could easily get back into $3, if not just like the $3.40 level to $3. That makes a heck of a lot of sense. R&R is going to be good at those levels, but just keep in mind, you are going against the grain. Stocks like this have gone from here to $7 or $5 before, but this was the level looking for the reversal on Tempest. Absolute rocket ship to the upside. Congratulations to anybody that sniffed out a long early enough. It was a $1 break pre-market. It was $2 level looking earlier. At that 180 was holding really good support. And now I can come to the other name I wanted to talk about. Now, Coinbase. It hasn't been a great day for the market, but I believe Coin has been taking it on the chin here. And obviously, it's broken down through the low of the day. When we're on the morning show, We saw this break that 78, just looking absolutely disgusting. And never really participating in any market bounce that we got. And there were some nice bounces in the market off 15.3 on the NASDAQ in particular. On the daily chart, how is this setting up? I mean, you just wicked the $80 level, the 50-period moving average, so you failed a break of 80, you failed a break of the 50-period moving average. That's in yesterday's trade. Today, you fail the 80 right at the open, put in the lower high at 79. You can probably figure out where this is going. There's already the consolidation breakdown at 78. That was about 11 o'clock. Every dollar down, just respect it. It might make a bit of a bid. I'm usually thinking that 75 level, which was a decent level enough on the daily before, that could be where you get to, but there's still room for this to go down. If the market cannot hang on to the bid, I don't see why Coinbase can't make a charge at that 75 level. Double barrel action, rejecting 80, 75 is a logical stop, whether that's this afternoon or whether that's tomorrow. That's what I will be looking for in Coinbase. We started today with what I thought was a really good idea and what had been one of the better shorts. It's a good one today, but I got out of it twice, shorted 3 times, twice for a loss, and it is a downward trend on a firm. And this is a pretty simplistic story here in terms of what we think can happen here. Look, it rejected 25. 23 was a big level on the daily, so there's your gap, first gap, into 20. It tried to break again, failed at 23, lower high, breakdown at 20. Gets back to 20 yesterday and today, and a couple of failures at 20. So I think this is headed right back into these lows and into that 15 area. That's what I've maintained. Every single $3 since down has been a short. With that in mind, you do have the 50 period at $19. The first failure at 20 got you to $19. So until you get to 19, I think there's a place to join this. I think 19 makes a lot of logical sense to be a temporary bottom today. And while that's the case, there is a nice little consolidation giving you not just 19.5, which was a breakdown, this little top here, but you're also dealing with yesterday's kind of afternoon bottom, like that 1 o'clock move that we saw. A bit of a turnaround off the bottom there. So if it were to bounce, I think you look for it to fail at 19.50 into 19 even. This is a join the trend situation. If it gets back in closer to $20, I probably think 20 is a short, but let's deal with this 19.50. Any kind of a fail break here, I think can continue trend down. I'm not saying I go long at 19, but certainly that's where I'm expecting a bit of a bounce play. Wouldn't want to be long it necessarily, but I'd be looking to take a short off at that price. Take profit levels happen, to me, a lot of times at decision-making points. And if you think it's a support level, the decision doesn't have to be long. The decision can be to cover a short position because you anticipate a bounce, right? There's always that happy medium at a decision-making zone. We started with Plug Power, positive news, 22% short float, yada, 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 all that good stuff. And then Plug completely fell flat today. So a bit of a disappointer in terms of its follow-through. It could never really break out that $8 level. Let's go to the daily chart just so you guys can see that $8 level. Would have been nice. There's 8 on the daily. You get your nice rounded bottom, previous low, right around that $8. Would have been first step 8, second step 9, on the way to a gap fill into 10. Well, it failed the first part of that, unfortunately. Failed the 8 break at the open. It did in the pre-market. Usually like to see that level go at the open. Right before the open, you see it fail 8, and it just never got back there. The only saving grace right now is that Plug Power, from its pre-market bottom, has held almost to a dime at the 7-quarter mark. So it's grinding lower highs all the way through into a bit of a wedge off 725. So that gives you something here to play off of. Now with Plug and a move like this to the downside, I wouldn't necessarily want to fight it under here too much, but a 30-ish long with a 5-cent stop or something around that level looks pretty decent, because if you get to VWAP, you can be talking about like a 650, 750 level looking pretty good, resistance. R&R, pretty solid trade. A little bit easier to have that kind of dead cat bounce in the afternoon than to try to hunt for the breakout that didn't. A lot of people gave up on this name, but if you do look at it on that daily, you are reminded that it is a pretty decent bounce off the bottom. So a nice little relief rally off the 7.25 would make some sense. It was a previous level on the daily. It was a bit of a high yesterday. So I think working off that 7.25 will give you at least like a double, single double. Not the home run that I thought the 8 break could be, but you got to take what the market gives you. That's the thing. No matter what you do, you can have all the ideas in the world and all the setups and all the plans, But if the market doesn't give you the entry point or doesn't give you the confluence or whatever you might be looking for, it's just not going to be there. And you got to accept it. I'm going to get confluence in every now and then. I didn't use it on the morning show. I got to throw it in here. Maybe I'll somehow work it into the afternoon. I have no idea. Actually, you know what? I do know an easy way to work confluence in a few times in the afternoon. That's if the market goes up. That's if Meta just continues to meta itself to the upside. You want confluence to the upside, Meta is giving you it in spades. I mean, what an absolute rocket ship. The daily, I probably don't need to tell you guys, got to and broke that 326-ish high on the daily. Bit of a resistance level up at top. It tried to really hold above there a couple of times. Like, look at it. Huge run, gets to that top, pulls back, holds 26 area, gets to 28, right back in there. You can see where this is headed. Like, it is threatening, trend break, all of a sudden reject that same 326, which has been a base of operations, that area and 50 cents underneath. So it's pretty simple. If it can get back above that price, kind of psych everybody out that thinks this is like, oh, the long turning into the short, which is what it's testing right now. So wick this bottom, hold 25, bust back above 26, consolidate above, this is your runner. I do not like the market's chances if Meta rolls under here, if Apple doesn't hold on to support at 178, not a good sign when the strong name, well, Meta is certainly one of the strongest names in the morning. If this can't hold on, I do not like our chances, but it has a decent shot to maybe trap some people if it hangs underneath 325. The only long I'm looking for here, unless it sees 320 today, would be a failed breakdown that can regain that support, break back above 326, then you can have an afternoon rally. Don't want to give up hope that this could lead us to the promised land, but it's got to be a failed breakdown because the market seems to want to give it up. Probably means Coinbase is going to be an even better short if that's the case, but who knows. I want to get one energy name in here for you, the only one we've been talking about. Huh? No, we're talking about Zom. He's, Sharif's yelling names out there. Come on, man. XLM's the only one we've been talking about. And we have all kinds of support at that 105 level. So sometimes it's not that complicated. Pop the daily chart up for you. When there was the potential of the deal with Pioneer, it bottomed at 105. Anybody can see that on the daily. Today, it's already bounced off 105 into 106 almost twice. The second time didn't actually get to 105. It was like 105.10. Second time works. The trend is still slightly to the downside. This is kind of the problem. Third time, probably worth it. Wouldn't like it as much. But if you get a bounce a third time that works, there's probably a few people that are going to be betting heavily on this trend continuing, and you might actually get that break of the 106. Until that happens, it's essentially been giving you the scalp trade in both ways. Always pay attention to when the oil futures pick closes, because at that time, you might get a quick retrace or push move off of one of the key levels or bouncing back through like a 106. One way or the other, that's the two places to play it. As long as we go somewhat sideways, 105 long, 106 short, and I'm pretty happy with it. I'm still in a little piece myself, but as I said, you've got to take the 105 out in front of 106 because it's showing you where this move is going to. If you're not happy getting that dollar move when you're risking 10, 15 cents, then that's not necessarily the trade for you there because XOM is not going to 110 today. It's just not going to happen. Something extreme would have to be the case there. It's hard not to talk about the IPO. You can see Burke is doing absolutely nothing. It hasn't even opened yet, right? So I'm going to go to ONON, which if you look at the tap and theoretical auction price of Birkenstock, it was first 46. It never got higher. The interest is getting bigger in terms of shares in the open, but it just keeps on decreasing that auction price. I've seen as low as 42. Doesn't feel like the interest is that exciting for it. And while that's happening, you're getting this 25 level on ONON that we talked about earlier. This can be a nice litmus. If you don't want to trade over in Burke, then this could be one for you. If that starts tanking, you short ONON off 25. If it starts ripping faces off, maybe this can break out 25.15. It's an easy sympathy play with a very tight stop range with an obvious level that you can dig yourself into if you don't want the madness that is Burke. I am not taking the open in print when it comes to Burke. It's something that I was thinking about it when I sat down and I just kept looking at the interest and I liked it less and less. Maybe it works, but if it works, it's going to do so without me. What I hope doesn't go anywhere without me is this AMC. Shout out to everybody in the chat who was like, AMC broke $10. hadn't paid attention to. It was off a couple days. I mean, the last time I looked at AMC, we were talking about the $9 level, let alone $10 up here. So AMC on a bit of a tear with the Taylor Swift news. Everybody knows what it's all about. The other thing that it's all about, reverse split, tank like you're supposed to, and then make a breakout. And that's all that happens. So it gets destroyed, which is what happens on a reverse split, makes a nice bottom. Now it's rounding to the upside off that level. It's still a bit of a squeeze name. Short float's not what it used to be, depending on the source you want to look at. But you can see the clear pre-market breakout high is now support at 1020. So it is a stair step up with a 1020 support. Maybe this can get to 1050 again today. That would be decent R&R if you can get in the 20s. If it gets to 11, you're absolutely laughing at that point. I don't think the days are here where you're hoping that AMC is going to pull a Tempest. Right? Like that's no longer what you look for in AMC. You might look for Palantir type moves. You want to get that 10 to 1050. You want to get that 1020 to 1050. Try and hold on to a piece to see if it gets to $11. Thinking you're going to get 10% moves intraday, especially during lunchtime, that's not the way AMC seems to work anymore. So sorry to the apes out there. You take the trades that you can get. I'm happy to tell you that it is trending up and there's a good support level. So I got no issues with it for now. If it gets to 11, I probably look fade this afternoon, but hey, at that point, you're already happy with the long if you got it, and that's why we're looking for ideas that can get you there. What is happening now? What is moving now? What levels are setting up now? You can always be patient, and if it doesn't set up, you don't have to trade it. But what you do have to do is head right back over to the desk where Sharif and Adara are going to take care of you.
Everyone, there's your girl Adara. How was your morning?
It was questionable. And by that I mean I made some decisions that were perhaps questionable.
That's okay.
Before we go to those, I do want to have one, just because I have the chart up right now. This is one that I want to trade later if I like what's happening over here, and it's Nike. And the reason Nike was on my radar,
Guys, go to the chart.
as like random as Nike might sound as a name, which is very fair, there was basically this article, the study that came out. It was Piper Sandler, that I guess teens are using Apple's the most used phone, and the most popular retail brand for teens is Nike. And in case people are like, why Nike? What's the? Well, we're gonna look at consumer non-durables here. Nike is basically the only positive name in consumer non-durables right now. So I think Nike has some kind of heat for some reason, and I would like to take advantage of that heat if I can, if the chart movement allows it. That's why I have my friend Nike up here with the swoosh, literally and figuratively. We look like we might be seeing, a slightly higher low here. I would love to see a beautiful swoop up. So we're gonna keep Nike on our side chart just because I really like the movement here. But I can't delay my mortification any longer. We have to talk about the trades I made. Okay. So we were in NVIDIA. The reason we were in NVIDIA, we've seen chip strength. Yeah, we can already see where this is going. We've seen chip strength, right, throughout, which is why I got in. So we're seeing like these kind of little movements up here. I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. And maybe I'll switch to a 5-minute to kind of show what my thought process was here, because we did have a plan. It just didn't work in our favor. So I liked where we got in. We were almost $1 in the money, actually. We broke high of day. We were at that 467.20. That was still the high of day where we were in it. And then kind of when the whole market had that giant flush downwards, I got caught in it. Could not get a fill. Kept struggling to get a fill. Finally, we got out around this 464.5. We lost almost $2 here. It's unfortunate, but you know what? Honestly, what I can take away from this trade is I should have set my stops. I should have gotten out a lot earlier. But I'm happy with generally where I got in and why I got in. I don't have any regrets there. The trade that is arguably more regrettable is Tesla. So again, Tesla, we did have those catalysts. What was going on. So yeah, with Tesla, we had what was happening with the deliveries, the earnings, which are set to come out on October 18th. That was of note. I was interested in that. We did have some, intrigue off of that. So we actually got out a third of our shares here, 5 cents in the money. So that was a win. I can't really take credit for anything else that happened here. We felt we got out another third here, another third here. And this is where things get really questionable. I was like, oh, look, we might seem like we're moving up again. Let's get back in below VWAP. That was a mistake. I can just admit that was me playing on levels and not being rational. 100% I can admit I took the L on that. in retrospect, we learn, we grow. And the thing is, I wouldn't have learned had I not been in this trade. We just need to not do it again. We need to like be a little more patient. But yeah, I kept, again, like same with the NVIDIA trade, kept trying to get a fill, could not. And like honestly, we were kind of scooping up a little bit around here, right? So I wanted to wait. Then we had another flush down. We got out, at what, I think like 262, 5 or 6-ish. So we lost like almost exactly $2. It's unfortunate. But, hopefully I'm going to learn from it. That's why I wanted to go over these trades as unfortunate as they were, because, the only place we can go from here is up, quite literally on the day. How did you go? How were your trades?
It was okay. We took PHIO for a winner, but that's since been done. Now let's talk about TPST. Halted again, Adara, $4.90. Long. Wow, this is insane.
We're almost 2,000% up.
I was just about to ask you to guess without looking, but look,
sorry.
it's
I'm
okay.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
1,940%. We closed out yesterday. I was getting Obi to guess. 24 pennies, Adara, is where the closing print yesterday was. And now we find ourselves, or not ourselves, we're not in it, but we find TPST knocking on the door of that $5 area. Wow, what a mover. I love when these ones go because usually they come in cycles. By that I mean there's a good chance we could have another one either later today or tomorrow. Usually these guys come in waves. I'm talking about these small cap gappers that go multiple, triple digits. Usually it's not quadruple digits like it is today. 1,942%. Usually it's 300, 400, around that, and then we'll have multiple ones of those in the days and weeks following that. But yeah, small cap gappers, especially these big ones, do come in cycles and in waves, so be on the lookout. That's what I mean to say there. PHIO, let's go to this one because this was the good trade du jour, and so far my only trade. We stop out for a little bit of a loss on the last piece here as a result of the lack of liquidity between or in this 1 minute candle, and that's why I always advocate having a good spread between your trigger price and your limit price if you are using a limit out and not a market out. So there I gave about 4 pennies, still for whatever reason didn't trigger properly. I guess it was a huge liquidity vacuum. In any event, looks like we're finding some support at that $2 area. Every time we dip in and around 2, we are getting bought back up. A bit of a range-bound trade so far between 2 and 210. 10 pennies, that's not what you want to see for the small cap gapper. And TPST is open up again, and it's going to halt likely at $5.20. No, false halt, comes right back down into $5.15. Now it's doing a little bit of a dance. Do we get a halt down? It's broken the $5 high that we were talking about there. And there we go, down into $4.89. Looks like it's going to halt at $4.90. The offer stacking up at that $4.90. What happens here? Let's wait and see. Give it a few more seconds to see if it triggers or we're going to have another false halt to the high side. No, we are going to halt at $4.90. So the first down halt in a while. Actually, we did have a down halt here at around 12 o'clock. But, one in a series of multiple up halts. Here's a 1 minute look at TPST. You do the math, baby. They are mostly higher, mostly up halts, not down halts. You had a bit of you had 2 down halts here in a row at around 11 to 11:30. Likewise, between 9:45 and 10, you got a couple of down halts. And then again, actually 10:15 to 10:30. But that was followed by a series of up halts that have really propelled this one high. Keep your eye on it. Obviously, it's very hard to trade and trade with any degree of risk management, because you could find yourself in a false up halt like we just did at that 520, and then a big boy seller comes in, takes this one short, now we're halted at 490. So tough to trade these ones. In any event, let's look at some other movers here. BIRK, this one's going to be coming soon. Brendo letting me know earlier that we had the BIRK price showing up at $42. That is $4 south of what the IPO price is. Sean telling me 41 now, showing up on the book for the I guess the what is it called? The open price, theoretical opening price at the moment, $41. $5 off the low, and that is something that we haven't seen with these IPOs lately. We've been seeing ARM, CART, and the other ones opening up above their IPO price, so this one will be kind of an anomaly lately. In any event, we'll keep an eye on that. The futures also as well, really kind of giving up the ghost there. We had a nice move up in the future. Everybody was excited. October this, October that. We double top here at Dara at that 15,380, and we really haven't been able to make a move back up ever since. It's been stair stepping down. 15.3 was a level that we had our eye on, that 100-point level on the NQ. That's since come and gone, and now we're talking about 15,290. Couple of, bought up candles here, nothing really to write home about. We're still positive on the day, up 0.11. Yesterday's close on the NQ, 15,270. That is the look on the NQ, though. The ES, nothing like that. We are down 0.2% on the ES, and we have blown through that 42.91 level, which was yesterday's close, and now we're, kind of in no man's land or no women's land here at 43.82. Quite frankly, I'll have to zoom out to find another level of support. Looks like we could find something here at 43.80, a couple of crests, but that is from yesterday morning and on much less liquidity, therefore, less important level, I would say, over here. So, keeping an eye on the future, the ES, the NQ. The ES really not performing the way the NQ is because I've been mentioning this since I got on the show. The majority of the green on my watch list were basically the big tech names, and there wasn't much else that was green on the day. Let's bring in the side chart. As you can see, the majority of the big tech still positive. Meta up 1.1. Apple marginally green here at 0.1. Google 1.4, 1.38. Amazon 0.66. Tesla down as well, though. Microsoft also up 0.65. But then you move down, leaving these microcaps, you have EVs green, Chinese ADRs aren't weighted, crypto is red, weed is red, cloud mixed bag, fintech is red, pharma mixed bag as well. And then you have over here energy decidedly red, airlines decidedly red, cruise lines, banking, consumer defensive, even nat gas taking it on the chin today, infrastructure also red. So the ES definitely taken on the chin as a result of the lack of breadth today in the market.
Yeah. I accidentally just minimized my book. We're going to get back. Okay, we're good to go here. So we got into Nike. Although, okay, so it looks like a less well thought out decision if you look at the 3-minute candle. So I'm going to switch to the, because originally we were kind of seeing like another movement up, and then we kind of took like a massive flush down. Now we're starting to recover. I am going to be patient and wait and see in this one. We got in at 98.40, so I kind of got it. It's kind of getting to that 98.45.50 area, which is why I thought 98.40 was slightly downwards. It didn't seem as high as it now does looking at the chart, but it looks like we're getting up towards that level. So we're going to be patient. We're going to stay ready because I do like the idea of a Nike swoop up to VWAP, and I think it could be possible. And like I said, we did have that news as small. Oh, now we're going higher. As small as that news may be, we did have that news about how it's the #1 retailer for teens. So, and we're up on the day. We're one of the few, honestly, one of the only positive names that we currently have in that consumer non-durables category. So, I think that's of note. But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna let Nike get another red candle there. In the meantime, I want to look at, or another green candle, sorry, not a red candle. I would not be happy with that. Let's look at Tesla, because on the side chart, we're seeing some Tesla strength. So I was going to get in this around the 261, but I was like, be patient with Tesla, because it's been stress left for me today. Looks like I probably should have. Now we're up at like that 262 area. But again, I'm going to wait for a baby dip here. If I see more kind of forward momentum and jump in, just because I've burned, they say once burned, twice shy. At this point, I've been burned twice by Tesla today. So you think that would make me shy, but yeah, we're going to wait and see here because I don't dislike the idea of this having movement upward, but I'd like to see a little bit more evidence of that upward move before we join the party. I also want to look at Google, and Alphabet, what have you. Okay, so we're making a nice little play for VWAP here. If we see a dip, we might take a swim, hop in. But yeah, like Google, I'm trying to think what news specific to Google today, if we have anything. I feel like there's always something with Google. I guess there's a chat ethical concerns with the chat bot. Let me see here. Yeah, there's some issues with that. Bard, the AI assistant with Bard. I guess there's some ethical issues going on with that. I need to read more about that. But yeah, so I mean that it looks like we're really testing VWAP here, so I'd like to see what it does there. But yeah, I mean I've got Google on mine. Another name I actually want to pull up here, although I admit I probably won't trade it, is VFS. And the reason I had VFS on the mind was because we did have a story with VFS this morning. I'm just going to pull it up on my little notes here. Yeah, so VFS, I guess they said they intend to acquire 99.8% of VIN ES Energy, which I'm guessing is like an offshoot of VinFast vehicles. I need to look more into that. But I mean, yeah, you have like the VIN. I don't love the spread here. We do have a 3-cent spread. Volume is under 2 mil, but we're still up on the day. We're up 3% on the day. So this is, it is of interest. I'm interested here, keeping an eye on it. But I don't think I would trade it. I just was curious to see the movement because VinFast, I think I was saying this last week. I saw this article that VinFast, at least as of last week, had like an average of 22% moves per day. Wow. Like intraday would move up or down 22%, which is nuts. But yeah, I mean, yesterday apparently it hit a new 52-week low of $7. So I mean, lots going on with VinFast. It's a fascinating chart to watch. I don't know how I feel about it as a stock to trade. I'm seeing some mentions of a plug short in here. So let's look at plug. I know you are not a big plug fan. I know we've discussed this.
I lost $1 a share.
That's hard.
No, it's not bad.
It's just
I made $100 a share on Metas.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. It all works out.
Yeah,
but yeah,
it did work out. Yeah.
I mean, we have we've got like ups and downs here. It looks like we kind of took a little swoosh down after that VWAP point. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see how it would be as a short, just because we're still so positive on the day. I, for myself, would probably want to see a little bit more movement. But it's definitely like an interesting one because, even with the overall market kind of having that swoop down, that a little bit of struggle around 11.10, like when I was in those unfortunate NVIDIA and Tesla trades, as we discussed. I think, this one, we could see a stutter step forward. I think I'd want to wait. Spread is good. I'm happy with the spread. It's a 1-cent spread. Volume just hit 40 mil for the day. So this is actually, in general, either way you're going to trade it, I think it would be an interesting trade to be in. How are things going with FIO?
Keeping an eye on it. It's
Nice.
holding $2 here really well, Adara. Dipped for a moment below $2, got to 197, and now stair-stepping up a series of higher lows here in this consolidation 210 top, and there you go, you get the 210 break, and now it's looking like it's going to come right back into that 220 top that it had trouble breaking from around 10:30 to 11:15 or so. So about an hour of consolidation here before we took the long there, and then we got the top wick at 260. Now it looks like it's actually setting up to go again, maybe because FIO is in about a 10, maybe 10 to 15 minute halt here. Definitely minimum 10. Halted at 490. We'll see if that shifts a lot of attention back into FIO as those small cap traders, their hand is jittering. They need to trade something, baby. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on PHIO. Don't really want to jump into this and then kind of give back the move there. But Tony Price has been harping on me to talk about SoFi since I got on the show. So Tony, well, let's do this for you here, brother. We talked about SoFi in the past. We're going to talk about it again. Now, what you brought to my attention was we reclaimed the 50-period moving average on the daily on SoFi. That's a good feat. However, it would be better if we hadn't done it in the recent past and then it rejected and broke below again. Here's what I'm talking about. Look what happened August 29th. We break above it. We go below it. Then September 11th, that dreaded date, we break above it again. And then look, we go below it. So it has been bamboozling. Now, what any technician will tell you are moving averages are a disaster during periods of consolidation. They're good when you're either breaking up or breaking down. You get, the dip or the rejection off the whether it's an up move or a down move, off the moving average. Where you ended up getting chopped up are during periods of consolidation. Look at this range that we've been in essentially since, let's say, May. All right, we break above that 650 area that we had trouble breaking through because everybody was buying this in the lead up to the Supreme Court decision about the student loan forgiveness. Biden administration ended up losing that, and it was a sell the news event. we didn't really get the big boy move that we thought we would get on the Supreme Court decision, because essentially it was an unlawful thing to give them student loan forgiveness, and therefore you thought everyone else was going to start refining their high interest student loans with SoFi. Then it ended up happening. It sold off. We got another move here in late July, and then we sold off on that. So it's been very consolidative, very unpredictable. So I don't want to use the moving averages as a guide here, and especially if you got the golden cross over here back in June 14th, and it's done nothing for you. I mean, if you bought here at 640, yeah, you're a buck or two in the money. All right, maybe that's not nothing, right? You get the entry. No, actually, the golden cross was over here. You got the golden cross, you're out of the money. You would have been buying at 971 or 950. Yeah, so, you know, the moving averages in this case, I'm not really too keen on using on SoFi. In any event, a bit of a double bottom here, maybe off that 7.25, and it's had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 green days in a row. Not sure when the last time it did that was, but that could be as a result of October and not really SoFi specific. But hey, I like the name. I just, you know, it doesn't seem to be doing what you expect it to do, which is to move with the student loan issue. Now, back to PHIO before we send it back to Adara. Finding resistance, surprise, surprise, at that 220. For now, here we go. 20 showing up here on the book with some size there. Can this one break out? We'll have to wait and see. But as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. We're halted again to the downside on TPST. So we get that 10-minute halt at 490. Lo and behold, we're now halted down again, 452. The tap, you ask? 401. So we are 51 pennies removed from the current price as we stand. Theoretical auction price showing that this will be the third down halt in a row. We haven't gotten one of those. Is it the end here for TPST? I'm not really sure, but we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, lots of momentum, lots of volatility on this one. This one closed out at 24 pennies yesterday, guys. We broke $5.
Yeah. So Tesla, it looks like Tesla's trying to, you know, drive out of the station, and we just jumped and we got on the bus here. I like where I got in here. Like, you know, we got in at like 260, 220, and that was because that was the point where we were seeing like a little bit of support here before we had that little wick down as the whole kind of market wick down. We're recovering. We're about like almost 50 cents in the money here. So like I said, I was going to be a little bit more cautious getting into Tesla this time. So we did wait. We saw a little bit of movement up at 261. Didn't get in there. Happy I got in where I did. We're going to wait and see here for a little bit because I'm hoping we're going to see some momentum up, some recovery after that dip downwards that I unfortunately got caught up in earlier today. So I want to look at Nike, which it looks like is still running up a little bit here, my friend. Oh yeah, okay, Tesla's doing his thing. Yeah, so Nike, we're like 3 cents above where we entered it. So that's something. I'm gonna let it run a little bit longer. I just have it on my side chart. I saw at one point it was like touching 98.45, which would be 5 cents up from where we entered, so that would be, you know, something of note. But in the meantime, it seems like Nike is like taking a nice jog right now, to make a very poor exercise clothing pun. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I am willing to just kind of let it run a little bit because I'm not noticing any like massive crashes here, other than, you know, those tiny wicks when the market was having a bit of a rough time. So other names I want to look. I want to look at Polestar because I know this one has been mentioned a skosh earlier today.
It down today, but it recovered a little bit, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I think it had some recovery. I know it filed for a mixed shelf offering of up to $1 billion in stocks and warrants. Oh, so it's still down like 2.76 on the day, but you're right, it has had some recovery. Yeah. And yeah, like with the Rivian as well, when Rivian had its attempt at it's the financing, right? And that kind of is impacting these EV stocks or these stocks in general, like Polestar, like Rivian. Also, it always confuses me that it's PSNY, but the NQ is the exchange. I don't know what it is. That always breaks my brain a little bit. But yeah, we have some interesting VWAP movement here. This is one I checked in on earlier. I think the volume is slightly higher than it was when I had visited it to take a look, browse around, window shop. But yeah, we're volume is 1.61. Spread is 1 cent. So it seems like it has a skosh of potential. I just did want to keep an eye on it because, like I said, when there's one that we're moving in the morning that had specific news, I do like checking them in the midday because sometimes you do still notice some movement, some momentum off of that. How's FIO?
FIO, yeah, we got another print on it, Adara, but a whole 8-penny winner, baby. No, that's what you got to take the W's on these ones when you get them because they're small cap gappers. So we took the 220 break because that was clearly a resistance level earlier, a recycled level. One out here now sitting at 33. See if we can get that fill. Maybe we'll make another move up because it looks like TPST halted and boring some traders, so they're going to start funneling into PHIO, or so the theory goes. We'll have to wait and see whether that materializes or not. I'm a little bit disappointed in myself. Probably should have had a better price rather than waiting for the 20, probably somewhere in the mid-teens. We'll have to wait and see whether this one will be a good one. Here we go, back up into 30, finding resistance at 30 on PHIO. Much smaller size this time. I have to make you aware because we're not going to give back the game. So and it's also midday, and you know how I feel about the 12:30, 12:45, 1 o'clock trade. It is what it is. So smaller size, and we'll involve ourselves in the move, but definitely not nearly as large, pardon me, as we had on this move up here. So PHIO looking good through that 220 break. Keeping my eye on Birkenstock, the German footwear manufacturer, set to IPO today. And it is going to be an interesting one because so far it looks like the opening price, the theoretical opening price, is lower than the IPO price of $46. That is an anomaly for these IPOs as of late. CART as well as ARM all opened decidedly higher than the IPO price. In fact, most of them floated a general range of where they would open up, only to open up at the high end of that range or to select that high end of that range as the IPO price. So we're going to have to wait and see how this one does. By comparison, this one already slated to have a market cap larger than Crocs, larger than On, the running shoe brand. So yeah, keep your eye on Birkenstock, and a very old company. Funny that it's actually just coming to market now. I'm not really exactly sure why, but in any event. Zion Lala. What's up, Zion? Going long on NVIDIA and Tesla for the $1 club. We're going to hit that for you, even though we're not in the $1 club at the moment. Hoping you well on your NVDA trade. Nice little bounce there off 46. $461.50, looking to come back into 464. That is VWAP on NVDA. Nice little recovery, but what I got to tell you, Zion, what I still see here are a series of lower highs and lower lows. So I pray that you actually print on this and that we actually get a bounce here on the NQ to break and hold above 15.3, because I think that will help buoy NVIDIA above that 464 level, but it's definitely having trouble with VWAP. In fact, here, even though it broke above VWAP by about $1 going into 465, look at where the body of the candle closed, south of VWAP. So, the closing price, always the more important price for me. In any event, we'll see if we can get a move up here, but I'm concerned about the lower lows and lower highs, just to let you know. But I'm still hoping you kill it on the trade. Zion Lala, a good friend of the shows and an active participant in the chat. Shout out to Zion. Let's see what else is being talked about here in the chat. Anyone check out TPST today? Ask Christopher Mulligan. If I say TPST one more time, I'm going to get allergies to the name. No, we've been talking about it plenty. We've been covering it plenty. But that doesn't mean we're involved in it because it is quite volatile. This is a prop floor. We have to make sure we're managing our trades, and the risk management can't be just anything willy-nilly. As I say that, though, halted again, guys. So the downside, $3.85 here is TPST. Now it's only up a measly 1,500%.
Only, right? Like, how dare it not go any higher?
Right? Just quickly before I send it back to Adara, now the theoretical auction price on TPST down again, $3.70, 15 pennies south of where we closed out at Adara.
Yeah. So we're still letting Tesla have, a little run here. It's been kind of flying around a little bit. It was heading positive. Now it has like a little, I see some people mentioning Tesla baby dip in the chat. We're going to hope that is the case because we're going to stay in it for now. This is about the level we bought it anyway, so it's not like we're not really losing anything. We're just kind of waiting for it to run. Nike is doing a little bit more of a pace than a steady jog at the moment, so I'm getting a skosh confused, not even concerned. We're more just kind of confused over here. I really thought we were going to kind of do more around VWAP. Let me switch. I'm going to switch. I don't really love the 3-minute on Nike. We're going to switch a little bit. Yeah. Oh, okay. Not this. Sorry. Give me a moment to like my charts. Yeah, here we are. So, I mean, like, we're kind of seeing much slower momentum. And see, now we're kind of taking off again. I don't know. I think Nike's confused at which pace it would like to run. And I would love for it to make up its mind so I can decide how I feel about the trade. But, you know, like, honestly, we're not losing anything. We're like a couple cents in the money. I would like to see it continue to kind of, you know, run towards VWAP for a little bit longer. I also want to look at my good friend AMC, AMC, as Sharif would say. Because I know AMC has had like a run recently. What, you know, the Swifties doing their thing. Okay, I like what we have on AMC. We're seeing, you know, some steady, like, you know, some swoops up, baby dip, swoop. We're definitely like, you know, we're up 4% in the day. I'd like to see if we have any specific news on this beyond general Swifty powers. Kind of joking, kind of not joking. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything new on AMC. So, I mean, like, to be fair, it's not just the Taylor Swift stuff, although the Taylor Swift movie is more immediate. We also have Beyonce with her concert movie that's supposed to come out in, that's the Renaissance one in December. But I would say, like, definitely what's been moving the market lately, if it were to be one of the two, I would say Taylor Swift, because we do have, you know, we had, like, last week that $100 million in ticket pre-sales, and the movie comes out on Friday. But anyways, anywho, not to digress. AMC, AMC is, yeah, I think it is still, like, has so much momentum. We're above that $10 mark right now. And I also want to look at Disney because I know I saw a little bit of whisper of Disney in the chat. And Disney's been another name that's had like quite the run lately. You know, we had that Nelson Peltz news, I believe, on Monday where, you know, he was trying to buy all the, you know, get a board seat. Yeah. Okay. We're seeing a bit of a movement down here. I'd like to see what kind of news we have on DIS. This headline is great. This is from Benzinga. Magic comes at a price. Disneyland raises prices up to 9%. That could be. I don't know if that's enough of a catalyst. We're also not seeing like a massive move down, right? But yeah, so Disneyland is planning on apparently raising its prices up to 9%. I also read somewhere last week too that I think, I don't know if it's all the parks, if it was Disney World, was planning on lowering the prices for children tickets. So there's a lot of weird price, because I guess that industry is not super happening right now. But yeah, lots of interesting price action for the tickets for Disney and lots of interesting price action for Disney, the stock. We are kind of seeing a downward movement. Volume in here is like 3 mil. Spread is 1 cent. It's not a bad time. I don't know if it's, you know, a party I'd like to join, but especially with that downward movement, because I usually, like I long, what am I saying usually? I do long. But yeah, so we'll see what happens here. But yeah, I wanted to pull it up because I did hear some mention of potential shorts for Disney in the chat, and I would like to take a look at it. Yeah, here we are.
I just want to update the viewers on a couple of things. Fed Bostic started speaking at 12:15. I've looked for any entries on my news blotter for anything that he said. Nothing coming in yet. It could be one of those ones where there is a blackout, where there's a publication blackout. I don't know why they do that. In any event, there's another piece of news we have to concern ourselves with. The 10-year note auction coming at 1 o'clock. The 10-year is often followed, guys. You know that. The 10-year and the 2-year, the ones that I follow the most. This gets 2 of 3 bulls in importance by investing.com. Previous was 4.289. There's no consensus on this entry as to what it'll be. We're 11 minutes removed from finding out what the actual number will be, but I've talked about this ad nauseum on the show because lots of Fed speakers in the past little while have made the case that the bond market is doing their job for them by keeping the bond rates high and the yields high, excuse me. As a result of that, they may not need to increase and keep the Fed funds rate where it is. If we get another high print here, that'll kind of be making the case for that. We're going to have to wait and see. But keep your eyes on the 10-year. We're about 10 minutes from that happening at the moment. We'll see, and I'll report that to you. Usually we get a market move anyway, so this will usually have some sort of influence on the market. In addition to that, don't forget the FOMC meeting minutes of their last meeting being released today at 2 o'clock. Now, I got to tell you, this is important. It's got 3 out of 3 bulls in importance here, but it is also kind of, I want to say, a lagging indicator because we've already heard all of them essentially go on television and give us exactly what they think about where rates are, where rates need to be, et cetera, et cetera. So looking at what they thought a few weeks ago may be kind of redundant at this point. We're definitely going to have to wait and see whether that has the effect it once had on the market. So 10-year note coming out in the auction in 9 minutes, and then 2 o'clock we'll have the Fed meeting minutes. So make sure to stay tuned for that. And as I tell you about that, let me tell you about this. TPST halted to the high side again. 388 this time, so we get 3 down halts in a row. Now we get 1 up. This thing can't seem to stay open. 397 now the top, so we're looking at going back up again, 9 pennies higher at the moment, so we'll see what that is. Sharif, that would be a leading indicator. How would that be a leading indicator when they already had the meeting and we'll see the minutes? That's not a leading indicator, it's a lagging indicator. We're getting it now about what they thought 3 weeks ago. That's incorrect. So looking here at PHIO, I'm involved in this one at the 20-cent breakout level. We're looking for another fill through 30. I'm looking for it to hold this 20-penny breakout level, but definitely way, way smaller size than what I had up here. We're just trying to wet our beak and keep things interesting during the less liquid time of day, Adira.
Yeah. So Tesla is dying. We just saw a whole swoosh down a lot of these big tech names here. I'm guessing on, all of this news, right? And so, I mean, we're going to wait to see like a Scotia recovery. I'm considering taking out half my position around here just to kind of make me less sad. Well, a bit like, I know I'm joking. Like in all seriousness, like I have been saying like recently, kind of part of my way of managing stress in positions, especially as if we see a bit of like a tumble to the downside, or if I'm not seeing, a ton of strength at a certain level, I like to take out half my position. So I think we are going to do that on Mr. Stressla because I don't love this sudden turn down here. And I'd like to kind of keep half in, just kind of see what it does. But in the meantime, it doesn't seem like it's doing anything crazy positive. So I'm going to we got out half our position here, but it looks like we might still be heading to the downside. I'm just going to kind of let it run for a minute. Did I take out? Yeah, okay, so we still have, we only bought, okay, so we actually took out our whole position. I bought less than I thought, so that's cool. So we're out of Tesla. Took a bit of a loss on that. But we also, I want to look at Nike here, because that's another one I'm in. And Nike's still kind of dipping around where our entry point was. At this point, I might just kind of pull it out, especially if we are going to see a bit more of a flush in the market. But I'm going to wait because it's not like a massive loss or anything. Like we're like 3 cents down from where we entered. Let's wait and see. See, now we're back up again. I don't know. I don't really know. Like I said, I just kind of want to get a more consistent sense of Nike's movement, which I don't have yet. But I mean, it's not going crazy low or anything. So we're probably just going to let it be for now. In the meantime, I want to look at some of these other big tech names. I'm noticing a bit of movement. Interesting patterns here from Mr. Microsoft. Yeah, so I had a 1-minute chart, so it looked kind of more stark on my side chart. But yeah, we're seeing like kind of a gradual step to the downside here, like a couple green candles, couple red candles. Again, we have this dark pool wick kind of distorting it a little bit. But yeah, this is definitely, it's interesting. It does look like it's moving down. Mr. Microsoft. Just trying to see if there's any specific news story. I guess Microsoft Windows now has AI built in. That's interesting. But yeah, I mean, like we had some interesting movement earlier. Some movement upwards. Now it seems like we're kind of slowly dying down here a little bit, dying out, going down for the day. Yeah. How goes FIO? Yeah,
we're like 4 pennies out of the money now. It's broken 220. I wanted it to hold this support level. We're actually 217, so 3 pennies out of the money. But I will cut this one if it breaks down below 210. So we're going to go ahead and put that stop in place. And this was a fat finger mistake. I took out 1/3 of the position by hitting the F2 key. I probably should put my stop key and my flatten keys away from each other because that's the second time in like so many days that I have hit that accidentally. All right, back to TPST. There it goes again. Where did it just get to there on the high of this 1 minute candle? 414. Now it's doing a bit of a dance here. Yeah, 411, back up to 414. So it looks like this one may continue into another upward halt. We halted at like 388 or something like that. Yeah, and now we are moving up again into 420, but ask accumulating at this level. Do we get a halt? We'll see. Not too much in the way of stacking up. We could get a false halt here. Well, let's wait and see. Give it a few more seconds. Looks like it will halt at 420, and it is halted at that 419 level. So 420 showing up on the ask and halting at 419. Good move up for TPST again now. 3 halts to the downside in the last little while now. 2 halts to the upside. Both these last 2 halts, both the one down and the one up, have been 5. The previous ones before that were down halts were 10-minute halts. So keeping an eye and seeing what we're going to do there. Birkenstock, keeping an eye on that. Nothing doing there. Still has it opened. PHIO back into 214, not doing much, kind of in the bottom end of the consolidation range here. Maybe I should be adding at this position. I'm also keeping an eye on the future, seeing how we do and fare at that below the 15.3 level. This has been kind of a hard row to hoe for the longs here today on the NQ, especially after this big move down at around 11 o'clock after we couldn't break the IB high. And now a bit of a double bottom possibly forming here at 15, what was that, 15,275, staying above that 15,270 where we closed out at yesterday. We'll have to get above 15.3 and make a higher high. And a higher high comes via a 15,310 break. That is kind of the last high we've made there. We haven't made a higher high. And essentially, I mean, we really haven't made a higher high since the IB open, because this was a lower high, then another lower high, then another lower high, followed by a series of lower lows. This double bottom here is the first time we really didn't make a lower low, but I would say we're definitely not out of the woods. Keep your eye on the future. Look for a 15.3 reclaim and a high above 15.310. That'll take us possibly into a new trend. So keep my eye on the future. The ES, definitely super weak today. So if you're looking for a long, I would suggest, stay away from the ES. Definitely look for the NQ in this situation, which was much stronger, I would have to say, as a result of the lack of breadth here in the market. So much of this upward movement is really being carried by the Mag 7 and some of the other microchip names. I went through this earlier where we looked at the watch list, and we saw that there was just basically weakness all around, whatever sector it was, except for some of the big tech plays. And I think solar was actually strong as well. Let me have a look at our friend solar over here. Yeah, solar is a mixed bag. You got the majority of the names in the green, so we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see what the chat is up to. A lot of tagging here. Taking care of business. You should be using an Xbox controller for trading. Not a bad idea, actually. Picky Eater. Been short Tesla at 266. You reckon it would drop to 260. Let's have a look at Stressla. Haven't had a look at Stressla today. Bit of a double bottom, much in the same way that the future is panning out at the moment. But yeah, definitely lower highs, lower lows on Stressla. Let's zoom out and look at the more macro time frame here on TSLA. Figure out where we could find some support. Well, there's definitely support at that 261. That takes us back to October 6th and 9th. We crest out there. And then obviously you're looking at that whole dollar level, that $10 level, pardon me, that 260 likely to be an interesting area of support as well. Yeah, it's not a bad look. If we continue down, definitely it's a possibility, no question. Whether or not we continue down is just, you're going to have to trade the price action. Go with the trend. If this starts printing high and goes green above 263 2/3, I wouldn't really be looking to get too short, especially if the future's pumping. But Tesla down 0.4% after being up nicely here. But it looks like it definitely found resistance at yesterday's high at that 268 and change. That's as good as we could do today, 268 2/3 on TSLA. Let's see what else other people are talking about. Pranaya, is Burke the IPO open yet? No, sir, Bob. Still nothing doing there. We'll definitely tell you when it does. Trust of the teal. Truster of the teal. Oh my goodness, that's fantastic.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you know why we call it?
I know, like the
Max.
trust the teal, yeah.
Max and his teal, baby. Shout out to the mad one. He be behind me there, and he be trading. He's wearing a hat. Oh no, he took it off. Max no longer wearing the hat. Closed my 375 Netflix short at 36.9, 369.50 after that little bounce here. Shout out to you, good trade. Let's keep going there. User X went up. Any news on it? Well, this one was a buyout potential on X. Oh, by the way, TPST open.
Oh.
Let's go back to that one quickly. Open over here. I'll get to X in 1 second, user. Sorry, let's just have a look at what TPST is going to do here. I'm seeing 405s. We're opening down at the moment. We halted at 419. So it looks like we're going to halt down here at 405, and there it is. Halt down at 405. I ain't trading this one, man. This is nuts. All right, let's have a look at X. U.S. Steel, baby. What's the look here? Actually, let's bring in another chart. We don't need to bring in the big 8 for that bad boy. Let's bring in this one. We'll hit like that. All right, X. Big day here for X. Okay, 0.94. Not bad. We gap up in the morning. Oh, this is a daily. What am I doing? Yeah, it's not a bad look. What is this? 12.57, we got news, price spike up, but I don't really see anything on it, guys. Yeah, but that is a big move here on U.S. Steel. I'm not sure what to make of it because I don't have anything on my news blotter. So I will have to say, stay posted. But I don't have anything to account for this move right now. We know that this has been a takeover target. A lot of people have been interested in buying this one out. Nothing new though, guys. Not seeing anything news related for this bad boy on my news blotter, but let's look at the technicals. We've broken out through the multi-day high here, which was about 33.40 or so. We've gotten above that. That takes us to October 6th. It's been a good look for this name in the past little while. Late summer was good for it. Early fall has been very good for it. We were talking about that $30 level late August, and now we find ourselves $33.60. This is not a big mover, guys. The amount of outstanding shares on X, 220 million. Okay, I thought it'd be a lot more than that, to be honest with you. Okay. $7.4 billion market cap on U.S. Steel. But again, not seeing anything to account for this move. Let's see what else is being talked about here. Nothing much. Okay, sending it back to you.
Yeah, hello. It is with me. So yeah, so we accidentally, like I said, I kind of accidentally took out my whole Tesla when I meant to take out half my Tesla, so we got back in Tesla. When we're noticing some of that strength, yes, I need to let this die, but I can't. I have a problem. It is what it is. We're doing okay. We're kind of letting it cycle up. It's showing like a little bit of support strength around this 262, 260, 250 area. So we're going to kind of hope and pray here and see what happens as we kind of see a bit of a run up. In the meantime, Nike is also still kicking. That actually was not an intended pun, but it worked out, so I'll take it. Yeah, so Nike's got some strength here. Hopefully, we're like, we're I was going to say flying, but we're not flying. We're tiptoeing towards VWAP. And so we're going to stay in this guy for now because I do think we have some options. Like we are, we're definitely not going down. We're kind of slowly cycling up, running up. So we're going to, to see what shakes out here. I don't really want to get out of Nike just yet because we are still positive from where we got in on this one. And yeah, I mean, like we're seeing slow kind of momentum up. I want to look at the 10-minute on this as well. So I've actually been in Nike for a while, which I didn't really realize. Yeah, so we're seeing like kind of gradual steps upward on the 10-minute. Now we're up almost like 10 cents in the day from where I got in, which is something. But yeah, so here we go with Nike. In the meantime, it looks like we're seeing, a little bit of recovery on some of these mega cap stocks, which is good for my Tesla trade. I want to look at Google. Yeah, because Google's dancing around VWAP. I saw that on my side chart and was like, let's take a little look here, a look-see. Yeah, okay, so we're kind of, I feel like VWAP it's kind of struggling with VWAP right now. We got there, some kind of strange candles, and we, flooped down, kind of flew back up. I wonder if we're going to be seeing lower highs here. I want to look at also different metrics on him. Yeah, Yeah, so same kind of look on the 10-minute. I'd like to see kind of what it does around VWAP, but I don't dislike the idea of hopping into a Google trade at some point today because I do kind of like the movement that we're having, and we are positive on the day. So I want to look at Apple because I have not looked at Apple. And as I mentioned, so why I got into Nike was because I guess it's like it was one of the few in its sector that's trading positive. I think one of the only ones in its sector trading positively. And that was because we also had that Piper Sandler poll that it's the #1 brand amongst teenagers or something. Well, Apple was the #1 phone amongst teenagers. Like the one they want, the one they have. So I was like, this could be of note. I mean, obviously, I think that would be more of a catalyst for a stock like Nike than it would for a stock like Apple. And I'm kind of realizing, too, some of those, smaller, not that Nike is, a small cap, but smaller caps as compared to the mega caps, they tend to react more strongly to different catalysts, right? But anyways, yeah, Apple's kind of dancing around VWAP. We're barely positive on the day. Not much going here, but wanted to pull it up because it is a mega cap I haven't looked at in a while. Is FIO
done
with FIO? Awesome.
Because it broke down below my level. This time it triggered properly at 208, so we get out of that. And now it's holding to. I'm not going to get involved in this one. I mean, I don't want to give too much back here, right? We're much smaller size, but the point is really to hold on to the money, not just because you made it, right? We'll keep an eye out on this one, but the $2 level definitely playing a part. Now, I think I'm going to switch my focus on to the NQ because I really want to see whether we're going to be able to reclaim this level here at 15.3. Let me give you the results of the 10-year auction. Here it is. Okay, so comes in at 4.610. That's what the auction was on the 10-year, which is essentially where it's at right now, 4.608. So just a smidge above where we're already actually trading. We're already 0.86 down on the day, but it moved up as a result of that. Did it? Does the auction trade on Chicago? Is it Central Time, the 10-year? Because the chart here is 1 hour behind, so I was figuring it was like the futures. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, anybody confirm that in the chat for me? Are these yields well, it's actually a futures contract, so definitely would have to be. Let me see here. NY. What does it trade under? Let me blow it up here. 10Y. And that is on CBOT. Yeah, so it is Chicago. Okay, which is fine. So it did pop up from that 4.57 into 4.610 on the 10-year. So popping up to what the auction was. The market really not reacting too much to that, to be quite fair here. 15,300 is where we're at the moment. Just a smidge below that, but really not printing any higher highs. I was thinking maybe jump the gun and get into a futures position here, but I don't think that's a wise idea, given that we printed lower highs and lower lows. Don't really want to anticipate, just participate. If we can break above this 15,310, that'll probably be interested in taking some sort of a long on the future. For an afternoon move up. What's happening here? Why is it? There we go. Adair was talking about Apple. Apple's been an interesting play. We were weak early on. We kind of sold off aggressively, got down to that 177.60. Then we had that big move up where we touched 179 in a third. We're holding at break even, 178.40, 178.39 area has been the area of support, and that is no coincidence because that was yesterday's close. We're very consolidative and have been for the past almost hour. 12:15 was, no, not even more than an hour. Yeah, around an hour. 12:05 was the first touch here at that closing print from yesterday at 178 and a third. And we have been, locked within a 40 penny range since then. 178.70 to the high side, 178.40 to the low side. Nothing doing on Apple here, being patient. Let's see if Birkenstock open. It is still not open. Likely to open probably before 2, or so I would hope, maybe before we get the Fed minutes. That'd be fantastic if we could get that. But no trades on at the moment. Looking for a possible 15.3 hold and a break above 15.310 on the future, but not going to anticipate that. If we get it, then we'll talk about it long.
Yeah. All smiles over here on Tesla. We got out half our shares with a 20-cent gain, admittedly early, but you know what? After some of those L's we had earlier, we have to take what we can get. We've got the rest in. We're, we're flirting with that 263. Let's hope we get it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I wish I hadn't accidentally taken out all my shares here because we would have had more. But you know what? Such is life. C'est la vie. Happy I hopped back in is the moral of that story. Nike is still running on the side. Okay, Tesla's above 263. Oh, back down. I don't know. We'll let Tesla do his thing. 21. And we're going to take a look at Nike, which is now over VWAP. Happy I stayed in. This has been a big lesson on patience for me because, as I kind of mentioned, I've kind of mentioned this a couple of times. I think one of my bigger issues, why I like trading the larger caps and why I need to kind of work on trading these smaller caps, like the ones that aren't part of the Mag 7, is because I need to work on my patience in a trade. So I think Nike was a good example for me of just kind of waiting, riding it out. I got in because I saw a pattern. The pattern paid off, and now hopefully we can reap the benefits. I don't know how much higher this guy will go. I would like to wait and kind of see what it does here. If we get to that 98.60, I'm honestly happy with that. Because we got it at 98.40, that's 20 cents. And it looks like we do have a scotia of momentum going here above that VWAP. Moral of the story, yeah, I'm happy with Nike. Good times, cannot complain here. I want to look at some of the other ones that I had on my, let's look at Netflix. I did see some mentions earlier of Netflix in the chat, and that one also, like Tesla, has earnings coming October 18th. October 18th is going to be a crazy day for earnings plays, as will the day after.
What
just
else
based
is
on
there?
those names
Tesla
alone.
and what else?
Tesla and Nike, Netflix.
Ooh.
Right? So that could be interesting. Okay. Netflix got a little sad around 11. When the rest of the market dipped, it also dipped. It hasn't really come back. We had like a bit of a swoop up, flying down here. Let's see if there's other news. I know yesterday we had some stuff on Netflix. I know you were in the Netflix short yesterday,
Yes.
I believe.
Yes.
But yeah, so, okay, I guess, I don't think this would be it, but Piper Sandler maintains neutral on Netflix, lowers price target to 400. Director at Netflix exercises options worth $188,000. That's around where we had this dip. But also that's kind of when the rest of the market dipped too. So I feel like one of the things that's interesting that I'd like to get better at the more that I get into trading is knowing like what catalysts are moving the market at certain times. Like I was talking, to Brendan about this a bit earlier as well. But I mean, like some of them it's obvious between, I guess like is Netflix moving here because the rest of the market moved down?
Oh.
Or is it reacting to either this Piper Sandler maintaining neutral with the price reduction, or the director of Netflix exercises options, or we also still have the earnings that are now set to be released next week, right? Like it's interesting.
You can always tell by the chart pattern relative to the other
timing.
big tech names.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Or the futures contract. Like, so for example, if Netflix is up like 0.5% and we're down 1.5% on the NQ, something's afoot.
Yeah, that's a good, looking at, like market caps as well. I know Brendan was mentioning looking at market caps. So thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's always, looking at different indicators. But yeah, so the moral of the story is Netflix is, down over 1% now. Definitely looks like it is heading down for the rest of the day. And it got hit very hard when the whole market kind of had a sad time at 11. Yeah.
I gotcha. All right, let's look at some earnings plays for next week. Adara alluding to this earlier. By the way, Friday is the day when we technically start earnings season. That is the 13th, okay? We always start with the banks. The banks are first and foremost. Here's the look. We got JP Morgan Chase. This is all Friday before the bell. JP Morgan. We got United Health, which is an absolute monster, $484 billion, $500 billion market cap for UNH. All right, then we got JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, BlackRock, the biggest hedge fund, biggest in the world, right? The Katina man give me the nod. We got BlackRock, BLK, we got Progressive, Citigroup, PNC Financial, all Friday. We begin essentially the Q3 earnings in Q4, obviously, on Friday. Then October 16th continues with the banks. We get Charles Schwab. We have PB Financial, not much on Monday. Then the 17th continues. Johnson & Johnson, Bank of America, Lockheed Martin is going to be interesting. Now, the reason is probably not for earnings that they actually had in Q3, but for the guide. I'm going to be looking at the guide. Why, you ask? Nobody asked, but it's fine. I asked. Sean asked, because there's a war. There's going to be a full-out war, sadly, in the Middle East, and there's probably going to be replenishing of weapons. And we know that the U.S. has shipped plenty of weapons to Ukraine. Those stockpiles were set to be depleted. They'll need to be replenished. So there may actually be interesting Q3 earnings if the U.S. was buying already to replenish their stockpiles there. So Lockheed Martin, I want to look, yes, again at what they did in Q3 and the guide for Q4. Goldman Sachs coming up there as well. You got Rio Tinto, Bank of New York Mellon. What else we got? United Airlines, Albertsons, that made me some money. Interactive Brokers, no. Then that's a look there. Then the 18th, this is what Adira was talking about. We get Stressla. Stressla there, Procter & Gamble, ASML, that's huge. Netflix, you get Abbott, Morgan Stanley, US Bank Corp, lots of stuff basically in the pipeline for next week. We begin earnings season Friday, and then we don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. And the reason I need to know that is because I do the earnings. So keeping an eye on that. All right, PHIO. Let's go to some actual trades here. PHIO seems to be holding that $2 like, you know, I was going to say something mean, so I'm just going to retract as, you know, somebody likes their candy. Let's just put it that way. Holding on to their candy right there. $2 seems to be holding real well on PHIO. Not going to involve myself in this one because of the series of lower highs here. This one could be a flat bottom breakthrough too. In fact, I will probably start looking for the flat bottom break, Adira, through that $2. We've been getting multiple lower highs here with that flat bottom at $2. If that one breaks and holds below $2, I want all the smoke.
Nice. Yeah, I will. I saw a comment here that I just want to address before I even address the trades because I agree so hard. I think this is smooth. 1J. Tesla is one confused brat. Yeah. Yeah. We were above 263 for half a moment, and I was super excited. Now we're kind of cycling below. We seem to be doing okay at 262.50, 262.60. So I still have half my shares in here because I do like the potential of movement here. But yeah, no, I saw that comment, and I was a fan. And I wholeheartedly agree, and Tesla is not doing anything to prove that comment incorrect. So here we are. We're going to have to wait for it to figure out its life right now. We also have Nike, which was doing all right. Now it's kind of pulled back a little bit around VWAP like we did have in the 3-minute candle. We got up to almost like 98.6 or 98.60. I want to stay in here a little bit because we do still have some momentum here. And we did have a minor catalyst off of that Piper Sandler survey showing that teams like Nike and Apple, admittedly, weird catalyst to buy into, but we were up on the day, especially compared to other ones in the sector, so I was okay with it. Didn't mind too terribly. On the side chart, it looks like Tesla's still kind of figuring out its life, so we're going to leave him alone for now. But yeah, I also want to look at Pepsi, just because we just talked about earnings plays. Yeah. Pepsi would be day 2 of an earnings play, because we had that yesterday. So we're down on the day with Mr. Pep. I was briefly in the Pep squad yesterday. It's an interesting one to trade, but yeah, I mean, we're seeing, I would like to see what it does around VWAP, because I actually found Pepsi yesterday on VWAP was solid. We actually still have a lot of volume here. That 2.67-ish million spread is like 1-2 cents. I'm happy with it. I'm okay with it. I can live with this. I would also like to look here at Mr. Coca-Cola, because that one was trading kind of in sympathy in tandem with Pepsi yesterday, but then also it had some of its own news. And I'm going to pull this up because there were like a couple news things going on with Coke, so I want to get it all straight. Today, I guess Citigroup maintained to buy, lowered the price target to 65. But yesterday, in addition, so it kind of reacted to the Pepsi earnings. Later in the day, Pepsi, I guess it had extended its partnership with AEG, and then also, what else was happening here?
You know what's happening? There's a Huadunk City in the market at the moment.
I just noticed this.
Chart.
Yeah, I need to
look at all that red.
I probably need to deal with Mr. Stressla. Yeah.
All right.
Because he's having a sad time. But yeah, I mean, Coke and Pepsi doing interesting stuff.
All right, guys. We are breaking down aggressively on the NQ and the ES big time here. Let's look at the futures contracts charts. 15.3, we were doing a bit of a dance with that. We talked about if we could make a newer high. We didn't get a newer high on the NQ. We sat there south of 15.310, and Huadunk went the dynamite. We are now at yesterday's close at 15.2 270. Do we hold this level or do we continue to flush? And if we flush, where are we headed to? Let's go to the 15 to find out. Where could we find support, you ask? 15, 2 1/3. Look at the amount of tops we have at that level, albeit these are overnight levels, but these were obvious levels of resistance on the NQ contract. You get once, twice, OB thrice, and then you get the break on the opening print there, Dara, as we broke through that level and made a big move into 15, above 15,375. That was yesterday's price action I'm talking about. So if we continue breaking down here, I'm going to be looking for support at 15,237, give or take that general area. There is some price action around there to warrant, a look at that area for support. So we'll keep an eye on that. We are now down 0.25% on the ES. It is markedly weaker than the NQ today. So keep I'm going to say keep your eye on that, but that's literally what I'm going to do. I'm not going to jump into any trades here. All right. The other one that I'm really toying with getting into is a short on PHIO. I was just talking to the Neil, and look, he's like, look, man, looks like a good setup. Even if it doesn't work, the idea is to get the reps in, to get the and to look for setups that you can trade. And this one I like. I like this huge wick up here, and then you make another high, and then we're making another lower high, all the while holding that $2 area. My only concern is I don't want to have a stop trigger south of 2. Reason being, we've gotten a couple of wicks here that have bamboozled us into thinking maybe 2 is going to be a level that we break. I'm talking about the print at 1202, and I'm talking about this print here at 105, both of which broke below 2, both of which got to 197. So this one's I'm gonna have to give a little bit of profit to confirm that we're gonna stay below 2, and I think we could get a nice move down on PHIO. We'll have to wait and see, but this one's setting up for a good flat bottom break as a result of the 3 lower highs that we are getting at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on that. Jay Lee, shout out Jay. I was telling you all to go long SQQ or short TQQ like 3 hours ago when it was good. You know, Jay, I mean, like, there's just so much that's going on, but if you're printing on that, I'm very happy for you. And shout out to you, good friend of the show's Picky Eater. Netflix has been in a downtrend since the double top at 377.80. Let's have a look at our friend Netflix. And I haven't, you know what? You know, I was telling you yesterday that I was like begging my dad not to cancel Netflix. Can I tell you the last time I loaded Netflix was like, I don't know, like a month ago?
Yeah, there's not a lot of good stuff on there.
Adira.
It's just you want the option to have it. You want to have the ability to use Netflix.
Right? I really do. I'm just telling you the truth. But Picky Eater, you could not be more right, my friend. That 377.80 once, twice, but no OB thrice this time because this one just absolutely, you know what, the bed on the second break there. So yeah, you get that big pop up on the IB high to 377.81. You get the second pop up there. This kind of mimics the move on the future into 377.79. 2 pennies lower than the IB high. And Huadunk went the dynamite. You've moved now down $10 off the high. Not a good day for NFLX, down 1 1/5. Adara.
Nice. So we got out of Tesla just below 262. I can show that in a minute. Right now, we're just kind of seeing Nike actually still having some strength kind of towards VWAP. I'm going to zoom out on this one to get a better picture, and I'm also going to use a different chart. Yeah, like I don't love the story here as much, but we are like 98.40. It's not really failing. It hasn't really been long-term failing. So I'm going to kind of wait in here for now. We're going to let it sort itself out, figure out what it would like to do. We also have Tesla, which I got out of maybe too early. I don't know. We got out around 262 just because I was noticing that flush down, trying to get levels. We got out honestly like higher than we could have because it did get to like 261 at one point. 261.50. So I wanted to get out before that. But yeah, like honestly, still happy we got out half our shares. What I'm trying to do too is like, not to get too in my head about it. Like maybe I shouldn't have gotten back in. Honestly, shouldn't have I should have taken out half my trade here when I wanted to and not the whole trade. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? We can't go back. All we can do is hopefully learn from it. I was seeing some mention that Meta has still been pretty strong. So let's look at Meta. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, Meta's still, I want to also use a different chart on this.
The GOP has nominated. Yeah. Well, he won.
So Meta is like dancing around VWAP. I would love to see it kind of, I think we looks like we might actually break VWAP here. But yeah, I like the idea of what it's doing. It's still up 1.3% on the day. And as a lot of these NQ names, these mega cap names have taken longer steps down, this one really hasn't.
No.
So, you know, I'm interested. I am fascinated with what's going on here. We just broke 326. High of the day is 330, which is, I mean, the Meta is like we were talking about this yesterday. Meta has done so much in such a short amount of time.
Yeah.
This is wild. Someone in the chat, Hurricane Ditka, this power hour is going to be nutso? Probably. Yep. I mean, it's already that like the trading has been really interesting today. Power hour is going to be nutso.
Was their name Hurricane Ditka?
Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, like Mike Ditka?
I would like the baseball coach, right? Or the soccer coach?
Football.
Football. Okay.
Yeah, Mike Ditka.
I don't.
Did
I
he
wish
pass away? He did. Yeah. He used to be on the CBS, CBS team, I think, there.
Yeah.
Shout out to Coach Ditka. God bless his soul.
But yeah, so, yeah, no, RIP. I knew it was like a coach, but I couldn't place who it was, yeah. But we have, I mean, Meta's definitely one to watch, but yeah, I agree, like Power Hour will 100% be of note. I mean, it always is, but especially with all of the kind of volatility we've seen, the markets reacting different ways to different news. In the meantime, it looks like Tesla continues to dip on my side chart, so kind of happy I got out when I did. We can always get back in if we want, but yeah, like we're kind of still skirting around that 261.70 area. In the meantime, gonna check on Nike, see how Nike's doing. I really want Burke to open. I would love to look at Burke.
No, why isn't it opening?
Literally, like this would be my first IPO, so I was really excited and hoping it was gonna be here on the midday, so I could trade it with all of you, and so I could get a. I was talking to earlier. I was asking people like, how do you trade IPOs? You know what I mean? But like, what advice on IPOs? But I really just wanted to be able to trade it. So, I mean, I'll probably still get in it if it's open later, but I would have, it would have been nice had it opened here. That would have been really cool. We're going to see what happens with Mr. Burke, Mr. Birkenstock, AMC, Swift, Beyonce. Let's look at AMC and Swifty Powers. Oh, yeah, AMC's doing something nice around VWAP. Let's look. Let's see if I want to. I mean, to be fair, though, I'd like to get a better sense of possible momentum upwards just because of how the market in general has kind of had a little bit of a swoop. But yeah, it's of interest just below the VWAP here. I like the kind of movement we're having. And again, we do have those catalysts, albeit probably still Taylor Swift related.
I like it. I'm just putting in my stop here.
Absolutely.
Just went short on PHIO. We'll see what we get with this bad boy. Say that again.
Oh.
Not Mike Ditka, it was Dick Butkus. Okay, that's right. Mike Ditka's still alive?
Yeah, someone said it in the chat too here.
Okay, good. I used to have a video game on my PC. It was Ditka Football or something like that. Remember that? And it was like an actual video game, like it was not like an animation. Mike Ditka Football Game PC. Man, this was a game. No, this is not the one, man. Download Mike Ditka Ultimate Football. No, it was like actual videos. Quarterback attack. That's it. Quarterback attack. Oh my God. Yes, I'm going to download this when I get home. QU quarterback attack. PC game PC. This is the one right here. And it was like actually filmed. It was actual video. And I don't know how they made it work, but they made it work, and you got to see from your perspective as a quarterback, and yeah, it was a very rudimentary PC game for the time even. It was videos, not animation. Anyway, we're short. 215 on PHIO, a couple of pennies in the money looking for a lower high, and another test at 2 will probably be removing the majority of this position in front of 2 and then save a piece for the dream. The out is going to be the break of this crest over here. If it gets higher than this higher high, then the trade is no longer valid. But right now, it looks like we're going to print a little bit on it over here. Let's wet our beak with a nice little out. We'll see if we get that print. We get it. Looking for a move back down into 2. The idea here is the lower lows, sorry, the lower highs with the flat bottom. This one looks like it could be setting up for a nice move down, but nothing guaranteed about this trade. Let's wait and see how we do. Sized up a little bit larger. This was the main one of the day, though. This was the huge one that we took early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like this one's kind of giving up the ghost at the moment. We'll see. We'll see. The spread's opening up a little bit. It was like 2-3 pennies. It was most of the time it had been 1 penny. So yeah, I think I'm going to layer my outs on this bad boy, but nicely in the money so far. Looking to make up for this L that we had to take on it when we had to stop out over here. So
Yeah.
PHIO now short.
Yeah, PHIO has been like quite the mover. Somehow still not the biggest small cap mover of the day because we did have Mr. Tempest, which was up like almost 2,000 at one point. Yeah, Nike is still, I think, deciding what it wants to be when it grows up. We're seeing a little bit, a skosh of indecision here from my friend Nike. I'd love for it to figure that out. This is probably one of the longest trades I've been into my entire time trading, which I just kind of realized. We've been here since like 12:20. Like we've been here basically since I sat down for the midday. So, you know, like patience, good test for me. It's been an interesting trade to be in. And, you know, like it was just a practice of looking at levels, seeing, you know, playing around the VWAP. We did have that catalyst, what with, you know, teenagers liking Nike. We're up on the day compared to other ones in the sector. So, you know, I'm honestly, regardless of how it goes, I'm happy with the decisions we made yet here. But yeah, so let's, there was one, oh yeah, Birkenstock. I know there's nothing to look at for Birkenstock yet, but I know Neil mentioned 5-minute warning on Birkenstock in the chat. Birkenstock's open! Okay, sorry guys.
Open. Go for it.
We're gonna get in on, I would like to get in on Birkenstock. So we are going to try our hand at Mr. Birkenstock here. I love that, I was really happy I pulled it up just as this happened. Oh, accidentally bought too high, I think, but you know, here it is. We're gonna see if this one runs up a little bit. We bought at 41.30, meant to buy a little bit lower. Okay, yeah, we're gonna okay. So we're gonna like have this little Birkenstock dance a little bit, tap dance, Birkenstock sandals, let it do its thing. Honestly, yeah, okay, now we're having a sad time on Birkenstock. A skosh, unfortunate, just a tad. Okay, I need to just do something so I'm not just looking at this in sadness. I'm gonna pull up Birkenstock on my side chart. But yeah, I mean, this one's interesting, and this is the thing too. I was talking, you know, this morning about IPOs. Everyone was kind of telling me that they can go either way. Like you'll either like go really high, or you'll kind of flush a little bit lower, right? Because there is so much volatility. You don't have levels. It's just people buying or selling as they please, right? So this is, I mean, it's definitely interesting. I probably bought too early. I just kind of wanted to, you know, be part of the party, join in. In a way, though, too, it's interesting just kind of being in the situation. It is, you know, a different learning opportunity. That being said, I probably should get rid of it, and I think I will around here. I should have waited to get a better sense. Oh, God, okay. Yeah, so we're going to get out of our friend, I think, maybe not friend, Birkenstock. Running up a little bit here. Yeah, let's kind of see what it does. Okay, now we're getting closer to 41. I don't know what I'm doing in Birkenstock. How is FIO?
Good.
While
we're still
figure out my life.
It. You know, we're slowing down a little bit here. What I believe to be VWAP, which is around that 211 area. Being patient with this one, waiting for that 205. Have a profit taker hanging out there. Don't want to take too much in front of 2, but for the moment, we're getting that lower high that I want. Now I've adjusted my stop so that it can break above that 230 level. So we're going to risk about 15 pennies on this bad boy here, but with smaller size than we had initially. But this one, I really want to see if we can get the flat bottom break. 2's definitely been a level that's been defended well. I'm not going to touch Birkenstock because I just have no levels off which to work. So just leaving that one alone. Took like an immediate fill on it, then got out immediately. Had a stop order there that triggered, and then end of that. So looking for PHIO. Let's see what this one does. There we go. Make another move down into 207, 206. Looking for that 205 trigger. Spread opening up a bit, 206, 208 now, 2 pennies. Was 1 for the majority of the morning. Looks like Birkenstock moving up into that $40.67 area. So yeah, still a little bit lower than the opening price on my charts are completely off on this. So Don't take my interpretation of it as accurate. I'm also looking at the NQ. The NQ is absolutely flushing here, making newer lows, 15,265. Now we're red on the NQ, 0.04, breaking down below 15,270. So patience today pays. Not touching the future, not touching Birkenstock, keeping my eye on PHIO. That's what I'm going to do.
Yep. So we got half out at Birkenstock at 41. I don't know the rest. We got part filled. So I guess not even half. What did we get filled? We have three shares still left in Birkenstock at 41. It looks like we are now fully out. Okay, so we're out. I learned a lesson today. I'm happy I got to be in it to just kind of practice staying calm and managing the trade, which is why I wanted to kind of get in it in the first place. But yeah, we did lose a little bit on that. That is unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely, because I was here when ARM IPO'd, I was here when CART IPO'd and Klaviyo. So watching them is one thing. Trading them is very different. And it's taught me a little bit about being actually in the trade. Now it's running up a little bit. So, but you know what I mean? Like, it's still kind of around where I bought it at. I definitely bought it too early. Next time, lessons, patience, kind of wait and see what it does a little bit more. I'm seeing some mentions here. Yes, I am in sim. I am still in sim because I'm still very new. So yeah, that could have been a lot worse. Now Berk's headed upwards. So guess I should have. Suppose I should have stayed, but yeah, Nike now is also a little bit lower. So I mean, we're having quite the day. It's been quite a moment. Now it's looking like someone said that was a Tesla entry. Let's look at Tesla. It looks like Tesla might be running up now. Oh, this is the wrong one.
I'm gonna have to adjust this. You want me to take over?
No, I just got Tesla up here. I got the wrong chart there. Sorry. Yeah, so we're seeing. I'd like to see like a consistent kind of swoop up here. That would be of interest. But yeah, we're gonna have to kind of see what this does here. Some people are saying this is the point of entry. I want to be a little bit more cautious around Mr. Tesla Stressla, what have you, just because I've been burned before, literally today, by getting in a little bit too early and then the market kind of crashing as it is wont to do, especially today. But yes, I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla, though, and see if I can get kind of in a baby dip here, because it looks like you might finally have some forward momentum. Another mega cap one I wanted to try, because it did have some relative strength, just take a look at here, is Meta. Yeah, okay, so Meta is still kind of, I mean, we're not really folding, but we're still definitely dancing around VWAP, right? So we're going to have to kind of wait and see here. We're around that 325.50. Honestly, like for me, if I were to do it, I'd probably get in around 325.50, 325.40, and then literally just take it to 326, sorry, and get out. It looks like 326, we're kind of not really getting any higher above at this point. But also, again, with the kind of a lot of the market going down, especially on these bigger names, getting a little bit worried that it would kind of continue to flush as we kind of get to that 325.30 area right now. I'm going to pass it over to Sharif.
Yep, still doing its thing here on PHIO. About like 5 pennies in the money, not really much going on as we kind of find a bit of a consolidation area. Looking for lower lows, waiting for that 205 area, looking to take profit. Not touching Birkenstock. Don't expect me to trade that. Don't know how to trade these IPOs that don't have any levels. So it's just, to me, you either have to be like a seasoned pro or, have some sort of luck, because I don't know how to trade them. So I'm going to stay away from the IRK. It's making a nice move, though. Looks like it's finding a bit of a balance. 41.60, I believe it was at. Now we're like, what are we at here? Let me put this up on the side because it's not updating. The IRK. Let's see if it does that. Yeah, 41.98, looking to take possibly that $42 area. 42.51 the high from what I see at the moment on BIRK. Right back down to 41.80. The chart is messed up.
It's dancing.
Yeah, it's doing a little bit of a dance here. Let's load it up on another chart. But, as I talk about BIRK, the market is just absolutely flushing to the downside. 15.256 now. We are on the NQ. What a big move down. 43.78 on the ES. An even bigger move down. We're down 1/3% now on the ES. Just 0.06 on the NQ. Let me put in the ticker here for BIRK. There it is. What was the opening price on Birkenstock? 41 even. So the opening price was 41 even. There it is. That's correct. So we get that 41. You wick up all the way up into 41.98, I believe. 97. And like I said, 40.34 the LOD at the moment. Not touching this one. Let's let that one play out, and whoever wants to trade it can trade it. There we go on PHIO. Down into 205. Pumped about this one. Hopefully this one breaks a $2. I'm going to save my the majority of the position for that $2 break. Should it come down into that level. We've had multiple bounces off $2 on PHIO. First and foremost, 12.02. We got a dip below $2, got bought up. 105, got a dip below $2, got bought up. So not really counting my chickens before they hatch, but what I do like are the series of lower highs and the flat bottom. I'm going to keep repeating it because that's the pattern I'm looking at, and we're going to wet our beak on the way down, Adira.
Yeah, so Nike kind of took a skosh of a dive with the rest of the market. I do not love, it's FOMC in 20 minutes, roller coaster begins. Eddie R in the chat. I would agree. We're going to try to get out of here just because I don't, we were having so much support for a while here. This is, like I said, kind of one of the longest trades I've been in. And then we kind of took that flush down. But yeah, we're going to see if we can get out at 98.30, just 10 cents out. I don't know if that's going to be possible, but we're gonna see what happens. I kind of dislike the movement we are seeing, though, especially because it's very out of pattern for what we've had the rest of the day since the stock and why I got in the first place. Arguably just should have gotten out earlier. But there it is. That's what we've got with Nike here. I also want to look at, let's look at Exxon, because I know we looked at Exxon earlier, like when we first kind of got back on the midday after when I started after lunch money today. But yeah, Exxon, what is happening with this chart here? I'm gonna zoom on this for a moment. Yeah, we're down. We're still down on Exxon. Yeah, we're oh, what am I doing with the dark pools are doing things to the chart. But yeah, we're kind of skirting towards VWAP here. It'll be interesting to see what it does at this point. I tried trading ZOM once. I was not a fan. I find it to be extremely volatile, especially with what is going on with the PXD deal, in which I want to see what PXD is doing now. But yeah, it looks like ZOM is still kind of firmly headed to the downside. PXD is still up on the day. On Honesty, still kind of showing like kind of steady movement here, right? I'm going to switch to a 10-minute on this one here. Yeah, I mean, like we're still dancing around VWAP. We're still kind of showing normal patterns. Yeah, I think PXD is honestly kind of unlike the rest of the market, which is definitely flushing down a little bit. PXD is kind of still holding steady, still trading on that catalyst of the deal with XOM. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna Nike is still continuing to tank. I'm gonna change my stops on here, deal with that. But yeah.
All right, guys. I just I don't typically do this, but the vitriol in the chat is a little too aggressive today. You guys need to tone it down a little bit. Most people are doing great, but there just seems to be way too much today. So if you could just take it down a smidge. We're trying to look at the IPO. She's a new trader, so take it easy. All right, now back to PHIO. This one still not making a higher high. All right, and I'm looking, again, I'm going to keep talking about this because it's a trade that I'm in. I'm looking for that $2 dip. We got one at 205, but this one's doing a bit of a dance for whatever reason. I guess maybe because it's that VWAP area and we are finding support in and around there. And TPST, is TPST halted again? No, it's not. Still trading at 423, probably just going to halt as I talk here. But yeah, I'm looking for probably TPST to halt before all the traders flock back into this bad boy. PHIO had a great move earlier. Now looking for a $2 break. The market in general, very weak right now, man. We keep printing lower lows on the ES and the NQ. Really can't seem to find a break here on the move down. Yeah, what else is going on? Let me have a look at these big tech names. Okay, well, Apple seems to be in an interesting holding pattern. The future continuing to make lower lows and lower highs, while my dear friend Apple is holding on to yesterday's close. Lo and behold, it seems to be interested in yesterday's close. 178.40-ish area, and now we're getting a nice bounce back up, 178.60. So it's been a very consolidative trade for the majority of the afternoon, but it's definitely holding on to yesterday's close, and that is, bullish, especially if we do get a move back up on the market. So looking for Apple possibly to do something good if the market gets a bounce. Not saying we're going to get a bounce, just saying that it might be an interesting one to keep your eye on should the market find its footing here. Birkenstock, what is it doing? 40.64, having done already 6 million shares. Wow, that's a quick 6 million shares, baby, on Birkenstock. Again, hands off, not touching this. Don't know how to trade these, Adara.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, I'm not the guy you want to follow for that. Big kahuna is there. I know the Katina man was printing on that. He'll tell you all about his trade once the afternoon show starts. But for now, you're going to have to kind of make do on your own because I'm not going to be touching that one any event. Waiting here on PHIO for a possible another print south of 205, but we're going to have to get a lower low. Right now, I'm starting to debate whether or not I'm going to wait until that 230 to stop out, or whether I will allow it to stop out right at that 225, 223 area. The reason I say that is because we crested here, right? Then we made a move down, and this looks to be like the crest, like a new crest. So if it makes another high above that, is the trade still valid? And that's the question I'm asking myself. I'm going to have to debate that here. Chart reading is so subjective, and you got to do it on a whim. So it is a little bit tricky, and we're doing it live for you here, guys. So keeping an eye on this one, PHIO, Adara, looking for that move down.
Yes, yeah, PHIO and Tempest were like the two small cap ones, and it's interesting too. Sometimes, because I do the small cap recap in the morning. Sometimes we'll see a massive shift between the small caps that are running then, like pre-market, versus what's running around like 10:20 when we do that versus what's running here. Tempest and PHIO or FIO, what have you, FIO, have kind of stayed strong throughout, which is interesting. I have NVIDIA pulled up here because I saw a couple mentions of NVIDIA in the chat. Yeah, we're definitely seeing a movement down here, which is interesting because we had like quite the swoop up here, which I got a skosh caught up in, as we can see. Yeah, we'll have to see if this one heads down. We're seeing a bit of a stutter step, at least on the 10-minute. I'm gonna switch to a 5. Yeah, I mean, it looks like we're definitely seeing some downward churning here, as the rest of the NQ kind of does so as well. One of the names here that is actually still fairly positive, up 1%. Meta is still also up, by the way, about 0.84. Meta's been strong. We all know this in the chat here too. But yeah, so Google is still up 1% on the day. This one, we kind of tested VWAP a couple times, retreated a little bit, but it definitely still seems like a stronger name on the day. At least we're going to have to see what kind of happens later as we're heading into this later period, 2 p.m. heading into power hour. One more I want to look at is our friend, nemesis, I don't know, Burke? Burke, yeah, because and I, like Sharif mentioned, I'll be definitely interested to see, to hear Sean talk about trading this one, because this is very interesting. Honestly, still happy I got into this one. And the reason for that is, being there in the moment, I really wanted to be able to trade an IPO. Admittedly, I got into early, but now, we've learned a lesson for next time. Wait, watch a little bit more and see what happens. If you really just wanted to jump into the excitement, should have probably dipped a toe in and tested the waters first. But it is what it is. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to lose sleep over it, right? We're still learning. We're still in sim. But yeah, this Birkenstock is definitely very choppy, super hard to read. And yeah, even when we were talking about it earlier, one thing that I think Sharif was saying is really hard to read levels on these IPOs, which is why they're hard to trade. And I think that's my issue, especially as someone who really enjoys chart reading, as we kind of see. It's a more difficult one to jump in, but honestly, no regrets about trying it, testing the waters, seeing what happened. In the meantime, I am going to address Nike because I got out of Nike. That one turned a little sour. We got out here, tried to get it earlier, could not get fills. In the end, probably stayed longer than I needed to. Should have left the party a little bit earlier. But hey, longest trade I've been in to date. It is what it is. And yeah, I think because I was hoping it would kind of keep swooshing up more, kind of didn't do that. Should have probably gotten out. I'm going to switch to a 3-minute candle. Should have probably gotten out when we were seeing that first dip above VWAP instead of hoping it would go higher. But it did hold at that level for so long, that 98, 40, 50 area, which is why I held on. It is what it is. You can look back and you can think about what you've done differently, but no regrets. Yeah.
You're getting a lot of love in the chat. You may want to go through some of those messages.
Thank you.
Lots of messages for you
I appreciate
in
that.
the chat there. A bit of a double bottom. And someone brought up a good point there. Let me see who it is. Yeah. Irshad Noshil said you got to be a really good tape reader to be an IPO trader. And I couldn't agree more with that, because that's where you're going to see where the levels are parked at. Right, you're going to see where the support and resistance is. I couldn't agree more, and that's really not my strong suit. I like to trade off the charts. That's the way I've always been, and the tape is supplementing that. So, sorry, the book. In any event, this is the look right now on the IPO Burke, and the Katina man just notifying me that he got another bottom wick there at 40.50, and it made another move up into 41.50. Sparsely traded, I got to tell you, though. Not moving the way that you'd expect. How many million shares have it done? 6.61, so it's slowing down a little bit right now. What has it done in the last 5 minutes? No, it's not going to show me that unless I have it up on my scanner. That sucks. I'm going to have to add that one on there. Anyway, nice double bottom. No question about that. Off that 40.50, even though it made a move into 40.34. The majority of the wicks have been defended at the 40.50 area, but we do have a lower high, 42.51 HOD, and then you get up into that 41.55, and here we go, right back down below 41. This one's all over the place, not even looking at the tape to see what this one's trading, but that 40.50 area has been recycled. It's recycled multiple times. If you got that dip off there, you're at least 50 pennies in the money, as it's ran its way all the way up into 41 on every occasion. So maybe some resting orders around that area would be interesting. I won't be trading it now. With respect to my PHIO trade, this one made a higher high above that 40.18. Sorry, that $22.18. Got out of that for a 4-penny loser on the move up, but we did print a little bit on this one. So this one's very consolidative. Doesn't look like it wants to flat bottom break. Maybe later in the afternoon we get that move down. I probably won't be participating in it, as I will be up on the big desk. All right, so let's see what else we're talking about here. Yeah, you're getting lots of love in the chat there, and I do appreciate that.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, everyone. Like, I'm responding to a couple messages, but I really appreciate all the love, honestly.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Good. All right, love that. Love to hear that. Let's see our friend TPST. You guessed it. Yes, you guessed it correct. Halted again, 40.35. This time it's an up halt. It had been having, it's been alternating now, up halts and down halts. Before we were decidedly one way, now we're kind of every which way. So now we're halted up at $4.35. We have a $5.20 high. Keep your eye on the halt levels as support and resistance, but there's been just so many halt levels. Which ones do you use? I guess it's getting tricky at this point, up 1,700% on that name. All right, Birkenstock, back to that one, because I see from the corner of my eye here, it's making another move back up. Been dancing with that 41.25 level. It didn't really print all that much below 41. You have a quick wick south of that, and then it got bought up immediately. The closing print there at 41.10, and now we're having resistance at 41.50. So the half dollar, the whole dollar level, but very tight range for this stock. I mean, I didn't think that we would have where is the bottom of that? Yeah, about $2 worth of range. I thought we would definitely have more. Maybe we'll get some. There it goes, 41.78, making another higher high. Could it touch 42? We're like a smidge away from that $42 area, but the spread is absolutely wild on this as it wicks up into 42 and then right back down to 41 1/3. Very bamboozling, despite the fact that it's done almost 7 million shares. Spread's wild. It's not easy to manage risk on this name, and I'm staying away from it. Alex Diaz, welcome to Trader TV Live, my friend. Thank you for joining and being a member. Hope you enjoy your stay. There's about 6 minutes left on this show. In case you don't know how it works, from 11 to 2, we do the midday show. Then the big kahunas come back on and take us into the close. And then the Katina man, he's got his little own gig up there. He takes over the big desk, and he does the market recap show. Cue the headline. There you go. I knew she was going to do that. Good job, Ramin. Always on the ball. Market recap 4 to 4:30. Who do you have on today? Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading. Make sure to check that out. Simpler Trading is Danielle Shea's company? Yeah. But it's her company. Yeah. And I didn't mean like she owned the whole thing, but yes, he owns the whole thing. The Katina man what can I say to that? Anyway, Chris Brecher going to be on the Market Recap Show. Make sure to check that out. that goes from 4 to 4:30, guys. What do you got over there, Adair?
Yeah, so I'm looking at AMC. I saw some mentions of AMC in the chat as well, how I'm always repping AMC. I am always, yeah, we will continue repping AMC. I like what the notion of what we could be doing around VWAP here. We did have that swoop down, which made me a skosh nervous, but you know, it looks like we could be climbing up here. I'm going to keep my eye on this one as I retreat, you know, to the back after the midday, because we're seeing 2 green 5-minute candles. I like the movement. I like the general kind of pattern we're having. AMC still positive on the day. I trust the Swifties. I also saw, you know, we can't go without AMC and not have AMD. I saw some mentions of AMD. Shout out to Sharif for both those names. Yeah, AMD. Okay, AMD. Hello. Yeah, it's been like an interesting day for chip names. What with the Mobileye on Monday and Tuesday, this kind of started with Mobileye. Basically, because it's in the Middle East, with the tensions in the Middle East, that one has been trading lower. Some of these other chip names are kind of taking its place. AMD is like, yeah, noticing a little bit of a pullback to the positive side here. I guess not pull back, pull up, swoop up, I don't know, towards the positive here. I would like to kind of wait and see what it does at this point. I think AMD can be like a real beast though when it gets going. I've been in AMD. It's one I like trading. I like trading these chip names kind of in general. It's actually, on that note, I would love to look at Micron.
I like that, Micron.
Oh, okay, hello Micron. Hi. Getting close to VWAP there. I'm gonna keep an eye on this one because Micron, like in the past 2 of the midday, I was like, Micron looks like a VWAP play, and then it didn't get in, and then it was one. We're 3 minutes left though, so I'm definitely not gonna hop in just yet. When I get back to the desk, we shall take a look. Also, thanks again to everybody in the chat still tagging, really appreciate it. Appreciate the support here. One more chip name, still positive on the day, NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, yeah, it's had like quite the journey. It's like had an epic saga throughout the day here. Let's kind of see what it does. I mean, we were in NVIDIA earlier, did us a little dirty, but we'll see what it does kind of, because if we get above this kind of area where we had this swoop here, if we get above this, I want my cursor, there we go. Just above that 431 or 463, sorry, whatever you're saying. I kind of like to see what we do because NVIDIA, I think, is of note. It is of interest to me, especially with all these other chip names. Still showing relative strength on a day that is not generally positive and is generally like flipping downwards. Also, Birkenstock is higher now. But yeah, I'll pass it off to Sharif.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that. All right, shout out to Michael Lloyd. Appreciate you, brother. I was trying to type you a message, but then I got to take over here. Shout out to Michael Lloyd. We're going to hit a couple of bangs. Great friend and avid viewer and participant in the chat of the show. All right, guys. Nice move up off that 40-50. We talked about that. Wow. Wow. Look at the nuttiness. This is why I don't touch these. Yeah.
Wild.
It's just the way it is, man. These IPOs, they are what they are. You're likely fighting against an algo and a computer, and who knows now, man, what kind of forms of AI are now coming into the market, and I think that's just going to be a thing that we're all going to have to deal with.
That's interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Any event, we hit that 42.20-ish area, 42.20 and a quarter, and now we're $1 removed south of that. 41.28, big move down, looking like a possible double top with a bearish skew because the right upper side of the M is a bit lower than the top side. You know, we're going to call that the bearish double top, the extra bearish double top, as we call it the extra bullish double bottom when when the right side of the W is higher than the lower side. And that's just a pattern I made up. I don't even know if it's real. In any event, moving back down into that 41.20 area, you got to be a tape reader to trade this. In any event, I keep saying in any event a lot here, but
in any event,
yeah,
you know, there's a lot of events.
Yeah, there does seem to be. There does seem to be. We're going to look quickly here at the future before we wind down the show. We are holding above that 15.270 on the NQ. That was yesterday's close. We dipped into 15.253, got bought up, but it's still a series of lower lows and lower highs, downward channel on the NQ. I don't see anything here that would be construed as bullish unless we make a break above that 15.310. That'll put us into newer high territory. Whoa, what is happening? Oh, we got the release of the Fed minutes. That's why, because I saw a lot of action there on the NQ. We'll have to see if this takes us north or south. I don't know. I posit it's going to be a bit of a nothing burger, But it is now time to send you up to the big desk.
Yep.
Adira and I and Obi and I will be on tomorrow, same bat time, same bat channel. Breno's at the big desk.
Just reading through these Fed minutes, yeah, just came out here at 2 p.m. Eastern. At first glance, really nothing out of the ordinary or nothing we haven't seen in the past. Fed